Draft day, back at home for another live draft day 2, where champions are made. I think is day 2 of the draft. That's the meat and potatoes, the meat between the buns that are round 1 and day 3. We, as always, present Todd's terrible. Todd's terrible. Oh, man. He has so much about Dre the last These guys are always locked in on you if I say length deficient, small hands.
The meat between the buns.
The meat between the buns. All eyes go to Todd, and Todd can't help himself, though. You've got a good poker face, I must say. Did you ever consider professional poker?
No, I couldn't do it.
No, I don't have that gear in me either.
I feel like that's a big
I'm good at
yelling,
thing. But not at like containing my emotions. Yeah, that's Raising Cane's is very good at neutering you and at providing you all our draft coverage this offseason. So yeah, check them out. Download the app. Go to raisingcanes.com and get an order in this draft night. And Breck Distillery, products available in all 50 states. Shop your local retailer. Visit BreckenridgeDistillery.com for home delivery of award-winning Breckenridge spirits. My boys, how are you doing? Todd, it's, I want to say it's been 16 hours. How have you digested this Bo Nix pick?
You know, I went back and watched some film. I just tried to understand him as a player. Really just focused on Oregon because I feel like all the Auburn stuff is too far in the past. He does a lot of good things, well. Short passing game, I think, is definitely his forte. The completion percentage, the accuracy, it's all there.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the problems that we were having even last year were just that Russ wasn't seeing guys open and wasn't giving them the ball early enough to have yak or make big plays. And, I feel like Bo can do that. Yeah, that's definitely where he excels. So hopefully it's a match made in heaven. Seems like a good guy, though.
Yeah. I do. Yeah. I think we talked about this a little bit on the draft pod that we did an hour ago, but I think the first time going through and watching Bo Nix, which was 3-4 months ago, whatever it was, I kind of just got bored. Like, because you watch and it's like it's a screen, and then it's a slant, and then it's a screen, and then it's a little hitch, and then it's a screen, and then it's like a real throw, and then but there just isn't a lot that you look at and you're like, oh, this is cool. Like, dude, this guy's sick. And I think in going back and rewatching, I can appreciate more like the batting average that he has on all those short throws, and how like every single play, it feels like he just finds 5 yards. And then with those receivers he has, and the running backs too, they might go turn that 5 yards into 20 yards.
Yep.
So I think that they solved some of the problems they had last year. I think it's a good fit for Sean. I think the sacks are going to go down just because that ball comes out so quickly. And I think that allows you to lean on the running game more, which is nice. I'm optimistic.
Yeah, I am too. My goal in this draft season was not to get my hopes up that they would take someone and not get too low on anyone, so that I could have an open mind if Sean Payton drafted someone. And it's the special sauce that Bo brings to the table that intrigues me.
There's a little of that.
The off-platform stuff, the being able to go, off script a little bit.
Sorry,
we gotta start calling it
no. I think you make it
Henry. We gotta call it like Bo sauce. We can't call it special sauce.
It's about the meat between the buns. You throw a little special sauce.
I think he does a lot of.
It's his own cane sauce. That's right.
The cane sauce.
And it's I said it a bunch yesterday, but it's really being able to marry those special traits. Maybe that at Auburn he was more of a wild Mustang that needed to be reined in. At Oregon, obviously, I wouldn't say he went too far the other way. I think he managed that perfectly. But now that next level in the NFL where you do need to make a few more special throws, a few more throws above the X's and O's, let's say, or just throws where it's like, hey, everyone in the stadium knows you need to make that throw to the sticks right now on 3rd and 10, and you're going to have to deliver it on time. Your window's there for that split second, and you either make it or you don't. If he's able to advance and dial in on those things, then there's a lot to work with there.
He has an opportunity.
And I mean, the stuff Sean Payton's saying is pretty crazy. Like, he obviously believes. He's putting his face to it.
Yeah, he brought up Patrick Mahomes in the press conference, which is a ridiculous thing to do, but it's Sean's hyped, so good for him.
He's calling his shot.
Yeah. I think it works for Sean. I think, especially with a rookie quarterback, Sean needs somebody where he can say, when you see this, do this.
Yeah.
And that's what I want you. I don't want you really thinking too much about it. If something breaks down, of course, you can, figure it out. But for the most part, I'm going to give you easy reads. I'm going to give you easy keys. Just follow them. That Patrick Mahomes kind of correlation was crazy, but I don't know who that is.
Is that Blake Corum?
That's a national champion.
No, that is not Blake Corum.
I was trying to think. I was thinking like he's.
Is that Cooper DeJean?
That's not. I know it's not Cooper DeJean. It's got to be national champions. I mean, okay, it's the Michigan football team.
They're in Detroit.
So, but I mean, who is that?
Yeah. We could really use a graphic right about now. Yes.
Is that Chris Jenkins next to him? Right.
I definitely don't feel like he's getting drafted.
Man, yeah.
For the younger players.
Right. It does seem like some of these guys are ready to get drafted. Some of these guys are just hanging out on stage, celebrating this moment. And is Jimmy there?
Jimmy Harbaugh.
Harbaugh.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry. No, I think he's a little busy today.
I was thinking
You think so, huh?
I think he might be just a little bit busy today.
Running the Chargers draft room that hard.
That hard. Yep.
Okay. Confirmed.
Yep.
They actually have the 5th pick in this draft.
Is that Blake Corum?
In this
the draft. Not that. We learned it's not that.
Yeah. Pick 69.
Yeah, pick 69.
Yeah.
I could see it.
Yeah. And the Bills are on.
Bills are on the clock.
Yeah. Has this started yet?
Not on TV.
It seems
Twitter.
like
They're not
second.
even on the clock yet.
Yeah.
All right. Now, day 2 should come a little more fast and furious.
Yeah.
Just like the movies.
Let's hope. How many quarterbacks
Detroit,
do you
too,
think
big
we
car
see
city.
today? Ooh, yeah, nice.
Oh, wow. I think Rattlers today. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just him. I think Pratt obviously has a case for today. Could see somebody get weird with like Jordan Travis or something, but I think it's 1 or 2, and I think I'd lean 1.
Do we see that? Yeah, I mean, the quarterback market would really go crazy if we see 2 more guys go today.
Yeah.
By the way, offensive rookie of the year, Bo Nix plus 4,000. Good bet, bad bet.
40-1. So it's got to be one of the 6 quarterbacks, right?
Yes.
You would imagine it's not going to be Penix because he is a backup.
Play. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
man.
So Caleb.
You still hate that pick? You know, it's crazy with James telling us about that. I think we were the only podcast in the entire country, probably in the world, that wasn't shocked when that pick came up.
Yeah. You might have
on
been
top of your love of Penix and us all being like pretty high on him.
You might have been the only person in the world who bet on Penix to go number 8 overall. 40-1 odds.
It was good stuff.
That was good
after the pod.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you might
it was on the airwaves, so that's not insider information. I want everyone to understand.
Real quick question.
Yes, please.
Is this like, you know how like economies have peaks and lows and all that?
Yes, they do.
Do you think this is going to be the peak for quarterback frenzy, and you think it's going to like start dipping after 6 in the first round, or do you think it's just going to keep going higher and higher?
I mean, historically speaking, we've tied the record for most first-round quarterbacks, tying 83. I mean, to think it's lasted that long since John Elway was drafted is crazy. And they were the 6th highest drafted quarterbacks. Yep. Bo Nix becomes the highest drafted QB6 in NFL draft history. Dan Marino in 83, 27th overall, was the previous highest drafted QB6. Yeah, so we've kind of we've hit a market inflection historically speaking. Is this the peak though?
I doubt.
Do we see 7 next year?
This probably isn't the peak. So, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. The big one is that quarterbacks are just so expensive right now that it forces them up the draft board.
That's a good point.
It's not because they're such good players, and part of it is because quarterback is the most important position, but a lot of it is just that the market dictates that they are that valuable and worthy of that much of a risk because the expected value is so high because even if there's a 1 in 5 chance that this guy pans out, it's a 1 in 5 chance that this guy's worth $50 million a year and you're getting him for 8. So that's how we got here. But the question now is, when does the quarterback market change? And that's not going to change, I think, until at least a few more of these big contracts burn teams. So you've seen like Deshaun Watson burned the Browns. Obviously, Russell Wilson belongs in the conversation. But as soon as we see more teams pay all this money to quarterbacks and then really regret it, that's when the market can start to like tone down a little bit. And I guess they're not going to get paid less, but the cap will keep increasing. The salaries for quarterbacks really won't. And that's when the quarterbacks will start falling down the road. But I don't think we've hit the peak. I think we need to see like Kyler Murray flops, whoever else flops. You get 3-4 of those and we're good.
Yeah, I think this trend kind of continues with a lot of quarterbacks going in the first round. And I think it continues because of NIL deals. So especially for these guys, you have guys that are going to stay back in college and have a large sample size for teams to view. And you saw with a lot of these guys, from Bo Nix to Penix to Caleb, like they played a long time in
3
college.
of the 6 quarterbacks are in this spot because of NIL and the transfer rules. So Jaden can go from ASU to LSU.
Yep.
Penix can go from Indiana to Washington, and Bo can go from Auburn to Oregon. Yeah.
Exactly.
Good
So
point.
I think it's going to continue because you're going to be able to see quarterbacks do a lot more in college. It's going to keep teams intrigued. It's going to keep pushing them up the ladder to have them in the first round.
The pick is in.
Give it to me.
The Bills go wide receiver. Can you guess?
Oh, man. Okay.
There's only a dozen it could be here.
Hopefully not the Yak God Malachi Corley.
It is not.
I'm going to go Lad McConkey.
Keon Coleman. Florida State.
Coleman.
Big receiver.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's a fun one. It's always interesting because every team is so different, but with Josh Allen there, like you would imagine you want those deep balls, so why not? Keon Coleman. Like,
isn't he too much of what they already had, the like bigger Glenn Davis-y type guys? Yeah.
I mean, you let Gabe Davis go though. So
And
Gabe Davis.
and Stephon Diggs. So
Glenn Davis is big baby.
Glenn Davis
from
is
LSU.
Shout out,
Big baby. Yeah.
Wow.
3 wide receivers in a row.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. There had been some rumors that potentially the Bills are going to try to trade this pick, go get one of the 49ers receivers, either Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. That is now off the board. I'm curious if the Broncos would be tempted by one of those. So I pitched this on the earlier pod. You trade for Deebo Samuel. You got to pay him $20 million this year, $16 million next year. In that case, you probably also trade away Cortland Sutton, save $13.5 million and 14. So you wind up down about $8 million in cap space if you make the move. And plus, you'll probably have to give more picks for Deebo than you would get for Cortland. But it is kind of an interesting conversation just because, I mean, those rack guys are what Bo Nix has always succeeded with. And so you might just want to put those underneath guys who turn 5-yard gains into whatever gains with him.
I think that's a move you make after this year.
Yeah.
I think that's a move you make when you see what Bo can do. If he can handle it and like, okay, we're one wide receiver away from him, this kid really taking off. I think you make that move. And then also you bring in outside linebacker in free agency, and you maybe go get a corner too.
Spend money.
And we do, and you know what I'm saying? We really try to make a push.
Who is this?
Henry.
I'm
Don't
scared.
set us up for failure.
Well, I mean, nobody's expecting us to know. Is Cooper DeJean?
No one even knows who you're talking about or which broadcast we're watching.
I love the second screeners. No. Oh, we should say, we're going to be saying the picks as soon as we know what they are because it just feels silly to sit here and pretend we don't know.
Spoilers galore on this broadcast.
So right now is when they're announcing Keon Coleman. I announced it like 4 or 5 minutes ago. If you want to pause us and then hit play again in like 5 minutes, then you'll be in line with the draft if that makes more sense for you.
Yeah. Todd, you won't hold it against them if they pause and watch us on delay, so we're not spoiling picks.
Nah, we're good.
There you go.
We're good. Okay.
Shout out to Hojak Borsman with the super chat.
Shout out.
Telling us, Nix does the quick game already. Spacing, spot, double and triple slant, stick. Does it with accuracy every game. Could be Dak if he figures out the MOF.
I'm all in for the optimism.
Dak comp is not a terrible one.
No, not terrible at all. Yeah, not terrible at all. I'm curious. I think you got to get him some more weapons, just because so much of it is about.
Yes.
Like he doesn't really give you the big plays.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He gives everybody else a whole bunch of opportunities to make big plays. And that's why, to me, that's what today is all about. Like when you go to this pick number 76, that's a running back, that's a receiver, that's a tight end.
It's going to be the theme of this early second round, and we see it with the first pick, is teams helping their young quarterbacks. Josh Allen maybe not the youngest, but we're going to see that with the Chargers at the next pick with Herbert. The Cards are going to address some weapons. The Commanders need to add weapons.
Chargers just moved up in the draft.
Yes.
I wonder what they might be going wide receiver there. I mean, now's where the run happens. Are you scared?
You guys couldn't hear it yesterday.
No, we couldn't hear the song yesterday.
How concerning is a run on wide receiver here, since we got to wait all the way to pick 76?
It would be disappointing, but it's going to happen eventually. Like, I mean, we got a long way to go. If it doesn't happen here, it's the top of the third or whatever. Yeah.
Any optimism we trade into the second round?
I think so. I mean, it's Sean Payton. I think.
Is there enough draft capital with those extra fifths to pull that off, or are you having to go into the 2025 coffers?
Could you
do that?
But could you do Cortland Sutton in that too? Players are still involved.
Only if you're adding a veteran receiver. You can't afford to get worse at receiver right now.
Zach Wilson run some routes?
Okay, so there's best option so far. Anybody have any better ideas?
The return of Greg Dulcich.
That would be cool.
Lad McConkey just entertaining the family with funny pictures on the iPad.
He's not focused, man.
No, not locked in.
Not a good sign.
I love that.
Oh boy!
Analysis you can only get here.
The pick is in.
Give it to us, Henry.
You'll never believe this. It was Lad McConkey. They weren't willing to say it, but they showed him on the broadcast.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Little slot receiver. So kind of
Different
well
from
rounded.
What the Chargers are replacing in Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, bigger bodied guys.
Yep. But you have Quentin Johnston out there. So you have your big guy. You got your slot.
Yeah.
They have like some speed options too. They're just not very good football players, but
who comes to mind?
The Tennessee guy.
Josh Palmer.
Josh Palmer. Yes, Josh Palmer comes to mind.
Yes.
Well,
shout out to our guy James Palmer.
Shout out.
Different but similar. Lad McConkey. Honestly, glad that happened. I am interested to see how this Adonai Mitchell, the Texas wide receiver, who to me looks like a true X and was the best of the rest after the big three of Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Rome Odunze, how far he slips. He's a Georgia transfer who blew it up at Texas. But as I was mentioning yesterday on the pod, concerns of erratic behavior, that he wasn't treating his diabetes properly, and
the draft is so crazy.
The draft is insane.
Everything.
This guy acts off when his diabetes. When it's no, that checks out. He's not superhuman. This guy's blood sugar levels. Yes.
If he does not take his medicine, he will faint. Do not draft him.
Right? No. We have medical staffs for this. Yes, I think we got this.
But that is the difference between the first round receivers and the second round. It's first round, it's Malik Neighbors, not super coachable. Might just have too much dog in him. Right. Too competitive. You get to second round, it's he's a little inconsistent personality-wise, similar to Neighbors, but because of the diabetes medication, doesn't always take it like he should.
Really insane. Only in the draft do we do this.
Yeah. Imagine. Yeah.
And
imagine somebody even
talented
saying
wide
that about you. Imagine if I was Dre, some days he just doesn't take his diabetes medication, just the worst.
My scouting report should be, if he hasn't had lunch, get a snack in him before you have a big decision for him, because it's not happening. He's not going to be.
I don't know how you use that. Somebody's he can't control that.
Take the pill.
Right.
That's a medical problem.
Yeah.
Take the pill.
Yeah. Let's just take our insulin.
Yeah.
Let's have an apple, maybe a mini Coke on standby. When our striker in my high school soccer team had diabetes, that's what we did. We had an apple and a mini Coke on standby on the bench,
Wow.
just in case. It's
Well, striker seems fussy. Better.
He sounds like he's a diva, if I'm being honest.
He's pretty consistent, but yeah, he was one of the guys who'd mess around in the back of the bus. So you never know what's going on.
Interesting. We'll leave that there.
That's right.
So, just looking at the Broncos' remaining picks, so they've got number 76, the 12th pick of the third round. They've got 121, which is a little bit later on in the fourth round. They've got 3 picks in the first 12 of the fifth round. They've got a sixth rounder. They've got a seventh rounder. As it stands now, they could trade their next 2 picks, pick 76 and 121. According to the draft trade value chart, that would get them from 76 up to 66. Doesn't really float my boat, if I'm being honest. That doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
You throw in your top 5th round pick, and all of a sudden you get up to 60 instead of 66. So
It's not a lot of movement, but
Yeah.
yeah.
And I do like John here with the super chat and the Toyota chat saying, Troy Franklin, fellas, feeling good about Bo. And you were mentioning this on the earlier show we did, Hank, getting Bo his favorite Oregon wide receiver, Troy Franklin, who really lit it up. Biggest knock on him is a slender flame, 186, I want to say.
Real quick, Falcons trading up to 35 from the Cardinals. They're on the clock. Yeah. No, in going back and watching so much Bo Nix, like honestly, maybe too much Bo Nix, I'm less worried about the frame from Troy Franklin. He's a skinny guy, but like
competitive,
I'm
right?
ready. Yo, if that's the pick, that's like you survived Jerry Jeudy. If you're worried about slender frames,
and he's more of like a deep threat.
Yeah. Definitely more of a deep threat. Better.
The offense becomes
better
lit.
after the catch.
Like Mims has speed. Troy Franklin would have speed.
Yeah.
Cortland's liable to come down with anything.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Tim Patrick, pre-injury, I will never stop saying, he was a burner. This is a guy who at Utah, I remember vividly, there's a great deep bomb where he burns Adoree Jackson. Adoree Jackson, Olympian trialist.
Yeah. 4.44 40.
Yeah. Classically, he's going to run a 4.2. He runs a 4.4.
No, Tim Patrick.
Oh, yeah. At his pro day. Yes.
It makes you wonder why he was undrafted. Like, comes from Power 5 school, productive,
His
fast,
stats
big.
weren't great.
No?
I don't think he was productive. I think that actually was the problem.
Maybe I'm an idiot.
going back to that slender frame, I used to be like nervous for guys like coming in the league that were like skinnier, but you look at Justin Jefferson, Devontae Smith, I just think it's not a problem anymore. I think guys are finding ways to make plays out there and definitely not getting injured, knock on wood. And I love when they pair a college quarterback with his receiver. I feel like it works well.
Can't go wrong.
It just gives him another boost coming into the building. Another 100%. Bit of confidence before he even steps on the field.
For sure.
And Troy Franklin isn't the only option either. Jackson Powers Johnson is a dog
Get
at
him
center.
as center. Get him as
Like
center.
a dog. It's a Remington Award winner, best center in the country. Only 21. That I think his only year as a starter. Still raw, but that productive immediately.
Bad dude.
Yeah. He'll make plays. Like you put him next to Quinn Miners. I've never been to Atlanta.
I know, we gotta go.
Going crazy right now.
I have.
But
Denver
yeah,
has no sack when it comes to Atlanta has it all.
Atlanta's also
They
different.
took all
It's
the
different.
swag.
Atlanta's also different.
yeah. But I mean, so he could be on the board. Bucky Irving, the running back,
Yep.
great receiving threat out of the backfield. He should be there for sure. I'd be a little
He's
surprised.
actually not projected to go
Day 2.
day 2, really.
Yeah.
He seems to be a bit forgotten.
Yeah, because
Which
it
is
wasn't
crazy
that long
his
ago.
contact balance is nuts.
It is. He's another little guy though. But I mean, I would be surprised if Jackson Powers Johnson or Troy Franklin is there at 76. It'd be awesome if they are though, and I'd be happy with either pick. And Bucky Irving, I'd be happy with, assuming some other guys are off the board. If Blake Corum is there and you take Bucky Irving, I'm going to be a little disappointed. I would see the vision though.
Blake Corum's a hell of a running back.
Pick is in.
Blake Corum at running back. Oof.
Ooh. With the 35th pick, the Falcons select Clemson defensive tackle Rook Orohoro.
Wow. That is
interesting.
Way higher than people projected him. He becomes the second interior defensive lineman selected in this draft.
That's true, isn't it?
Only Byron Murphy had gone off the... Now, Darius Robinson, who went to the Cardinals at the end of the first, he's more of a 5-tech to me than a true edge. So, is he an interior defensive lineman? We can split hairs on that. But he was not projected to be the second 3-tech off the board here.
No, he was not. No, it was kind of a foregone conclusion. I thought that
and they
Johnny Newton would be in front of him.
I did too.
What the hell are the Falcons doing?
They're having the time of their lives.
Yeah.
They got the best
They're
quarterback
winging
in
it,
the
baby.
draft, so.
It's true. I mean,
best.
the real
Third best.
narrative is that their owner is really just trying to go all in. Trying to finally get that Lombardi before
Was that
it's
what
over.
you felt from the explanation? Did you guys see the explanation? Felt like there was like a little conversation after Penix was
No.
drafted. You saw that online? People have been putting a whole bunch of speculation behind it. It looked like he was like explaining to him why he picked Penix. Like,
Like he ran down. There's like a video of them, the two talking, and you just see like blank, like trying to like standing there, like trying to figure it out, and the GM's like,
Oh, no.
I will say it reads a lot like the front office made that free agency investment and then scouted the quarterbacks and was like, shit, we like this guy.
Because there's no way they're happy they signed Kirk now, right? Like,
Yeah, I don't
knowing,
think they feel
knowing
great
that you
about it.
just did this with Penix, you would much rather have Penix than
a lot cheaper.
both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look
Imagine
at
what you could
Arthur
spend that money on.
Blank's fit. Oh, turn around. He's got that red shirt underneath. He looks badass. Just
Kids in the
like
draft room seems like a bad idea. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Kids in the draft.
You see them? I mean,
There's no drinking. There's no. I don't know if there's drugs, but
I mean, if anything, it's the safest place in the world, right? No information goes out, no information comes in. You gotta keep, it's locked down.
I don't know if being in a lockdown is the safest place in the world, but hey.
Hey, I was alive for 2020. Trust me, it helped.
That,
That
wow.
actually is true.
Wow.
Facts. And now it's the Commandos. O lineman for Jaden Daniels. Weapon for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. Because what? You got Terry McLaurin, who
Scary Terry.
I think knowing Jaden Daniels comes from Malik Neighbors, I think should be an easier transition for him, having a weapon like that. But I do think there's definitely room for more.
They have
So maybe you
Jahan
go get a
Dotson,
big guy.
too.
Jahan Dotson, too. So
They
you got the
drafted
speed.
last year. Yep.
So I think there's room for a big guy, almost like a big slot.
Jatavion Sanders time?
Because they
Ben
already had
Sinnott?
Bijan. Or sorry, not Bijan.
no, Bijan's had.
They have the Bama running back, Brian Robinson.
That's right. Other Robinson.
Yep. The man who was shot.
Yeah. That video when he came back.
Oh,
Many men.
Many
Oh,
men.
God damn.
chills. Yes. Good stuff.
Wow. But yeah, so that was sick. They could justify a running back. I think there are a bunch of good tight ends on the board. Maybe this is a little rich, but if you want your pick of the bunch, here's the pick. Yeah.
I could see O-line. Maybe the Washington right tackle, Rosengarten.
Yes. Colorado
Sumatia,
kid.
the BYU offensive tackle, Blake Fisher, Notre Dame.
I like him. You know, I
Right
like
tackle
him.
as well. Patrick Paul, the Houston left tackle.
The pick is in.
Yeah.
Johnny
Johnny
Newton.
Oh, okay. Little run on the interior D line here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Washington sitting there, you hear that the Falcons are drafting a defensive tackle, you're like, oh no. It's like, wait, they didn't draft Johnny Newton? Because Johnny Newton's a freak. I mean, that's a guy who can rush the passer. He can stop the run.
He's really good. He's
an
plays
awesome
so
player.
low to the ground.
6'1", 304. Yeah, he's
He's
low to the ground.
It's a
little
weird
tank.
class for that though. All these guys. I mean, you have
Even
Tandre
Byron
Sweat.
Murphy's not a giant.
No, he's
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
weird.
Brandon Fisk, the FSU guy, like he lives in the
Braden.
backfield. Braden, yes. But
How
short
many times have I said
arms, like, he's not the biggest guy. He could never play like 5-tech. He's a pure 3-tech. Michael Hall, the Ohio State kid's kind of like that.
Yep.
A little boxier athlete. And then you got, longer guys, more 5-tech types like Chris Jenkins, Brandon Dorless from Oregon, and then you got some of those nose tackle types. Interior D-line, I do think, is a sneaky bigger need for the Broncos?
Oh yeah, I mean that would be
added who
they added Malcolm Roach, who can be.
I think he's a pretty good D lineman.
Yep, I think in a like 3-4 starter, pretty easy slot him in next to DJ Jones and Zach Allen.
Right.
You brought in Angelo Blackson from the Cardinals, where he played with Vance Joseph, 31. Mm-hmm. He's probably kind of a Mike Purcell replacement. So you kind of got the big-bodied nose tackle type guy.
Yeah. You're missing the pass rusher.
Exactly.
That's what it is, yeah.
And so but there's room to add a guy kind of in theory, to the top of the room, honestly. Mm-hmm. But just like there is room for a starter in that rotation, and there's room to like bump guys down the rotation or even out of the rotation. So I think defensive tackle would be a great pick.
Michael Hall, a guy who could make it down to the Broncos out of Ohio State, a dude who was, thought of as a potential first rounder. He's like the one underclassman who didn't leave, who didn't decide to stay and get an NIL bag. They had 2 edge rushers stay. They had Travion Henderson stay. A few other guys. Their corner stayed in school, but Michael Hall did declare. He's still on the board. He's a guy who, against Notre Dame, just like took over the game. And I mean, Notre Dame, like one of the best O-lines in the country. For sure. Tons of upside and exactly that kind of more pass rushing, mobile 3 technique to have on the D-line. He would be a steal at 76. If the run's starting now, it's going to be hard, man.
We also have another pick. The Pats.
Lay it on me. Wide receiver.
Jalen Polk.
Wow.
Yeah. I like those Washington receivers.
Yeah, no doubt.
Honestly, I think Penix just made them very good. Not like elevated them in an individual game, but like when you have so many reps catching balls that are like just missing the defenders because they're so perfectly placed, like that is, to me, just great practice. Like those guys can make tough catches because they've been given so many opportunities.
Kool-Aid is still on the board, John. Yeah.
Kool-Aid is.
Too. Always an option. I wonder what they think of all these safeties. Any safety they draft is going to be fun to watch and talk yourself into.
DeJean is still on the board too, right?
Yep. Cooper DeJean is still on the board. Him and Adonai Mitchell and Jackson Powers Johnson would be my best remaining. And then it's Troy Franklin, Michael Hall. I love Trey Benson.
He's big and he's fast.
Jatavion Sanders, Malachi Corley, a few other guys.
Who's that?
Darryl Green.
Darryl Green, okay.
Yes, the great.
Yes, I've heard.
They used to run like 50-yard dashes at the Pro Bowl. And I think he was undefeated at those.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Fastest guy in the NFL. Maybe NFL history.
Wow. If you're running 50 yards.
No, he was fast on the field,
too.
One of the great corners of all time. And the Commanders, they're trying to not be a bad organization anymore. So they're bringing back all-time greats. They're trying to honor them, doing it right.
That's important.
I feel like that.
Yes, that sounds.
I feel like
correct.
that jersey's a little bit different than the one he wore as a player, though. Seems like something might be missing. Is there a name on it, maybe, or a logo?
There's not a name on the back.
Yeah, there's a.
I see what you're saying.
They're hiding something there.
Yeah.
That's an alternate version.
Yeah.
Titans up next here.
It is always weird when we say, like, only 6'1", 305. And then you see him and you're like, what a dumb thing to say.
I know. He's huge. He just plays with great natural.
Oh, yeah.
I've always and this was being a Broncos fan and watching Elvis Doomerville at 5'11" just cook guys.
Crazy.
But I love those shorter D linemen. Like, how do you win the leverage battle when those guys are just so low to the ground?
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, he's a baller. I mean, I had a first-round grade on him all day. He's And then he's got that little braid,
so
makes it easy to follow when you're watching tape.
That's true.
Gotta love that.
Those are dreads. It's a little different between braid and dreads. I got you. I understand.
No, it's a good lesson.
People,
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Dre, you should know this.
I've had both.
You had dreads?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
They did not look good, Todd.
What?
No, they did not look good. It was.
I love this.
I had a full head when the lady first fixed me up for hours. They looked like, I was a tourist who just came back from Jamaica. Like the braids were way too hot. Then, so then I had to mess them up and they got nice and bloated pretty quick. But within 3 weeks, they got so like crazy because I'm not upkeeping it. I just wanted to mess them up at that point. Yeah. So I just like take 2 back dreads, tie them up to tie the rest of the dreads in the back. And it looked like I was wearing a like George Washington era wig almost, so then within a couple months I had to shave them off and I kept 8 in the back and those
even
went
when you
from,
shaved them off.
Those went from
front,
8 to 3 from like
Wolf.
my freshman to my junior year of college.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I gotta see a picture. So
I know. We'll find some good pictures.
We should play a game.
We both had dreads. That's crazy.
Needless to say, freshman orientation, people approached me on if I could sell them weed constantly.
For sure.
So I just moved there from Illinois. I was looking for a connection myself. So there you go. Yeah, that's right. But that's,
Dre was like the Italian
story.
Bob Marley, man. You don't get it.
That's hilarious.
That's my story.
Italian
yes.
Bob Marley.
I don't that sounds inaccurate, but
Wow.
oh, this is Jalen Polk, Texas Tech highlights. Okay.
That's how big he
One
is.
of the
too.
many NIL transfers.
What does that route even do?
6'1", 205.
Post corner.
Running back
Post corner,
size.
Yeah.
It looks like he's. Yeah.
Oh, Cortland there for sure.
He's
Big
big.
wide
I love
receiver,
these
yeah.
wide receivers who are running back sized,
Yeah.
Now the
Gotta be able to
Titans.
go up and get it.
We like where the Titans are sitting as an organization. Kind of hitting the restart button.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Will
I mean,
Levis
it's nice.
and,
It's nice when you hit the restart button and you have somebody you can try at quarterback. Like, and they'll be excited about Will Levis. They think Will Levis is
Is that
good.
how you feel about Bo Nix?
I think it would have been. I would say it would be like if the Broncos had Bo Nix last year. And so when they're going through the restart, they don't have to say like number 12 pick, we've got to get a quarterback.
Now they could have got Bowers for it.
Exactly. And so like for the Titans to not have to like force a quarterback here because they at least have somebody to try for a year.
They picked Tandre Sweat. We just don't have the graphic for him.
Tandre Sweat. Ooh.
Tandre Sweat.
Yeah. They do not care about
Big boy.
the behavior issues.
Yeah. What was his?
Driving while impaired was the most recent, but I think Dane Brugler said he has a bit of like a class clown energy, is what the coaches say, and so there's some like concerns about that sort of thing.
He'll play at almost 4 bills.
Dang, that's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
366 at the combine, and they're worried about him keeping it down.
Boy.
Crazy.
Imagine trying to stop that line, Byron Murphy and Tandre Sweat.
No. I imagine playing behind him.
That sounds fun to you.
That's what I want to do.
I believe it.
I also think
Wow, they just went supersized. J.C. Latham, Tandre Sweat, the biggest, baddest dudes on the block. Line up and see what you got.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man.
No, I think that's awesome.
Bill Callahan, I did not know your work, but I'm a fan.
Didn't recognize your game, but I respect it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was a driving while impaired.
Okay.
And this is, I hadn't thought of this. So legal limit 0.08. He blew the 0.105. So he's over, but not crazy over.
At 364, though,
That's my question. That's what I just realized is how much does it take?
That's an epic story right there. Before thankfully not tragic story.
Yeah, definitely. Not a joking matter at all, but I don't even know is it like 3 drinks for every drink I have? Not that I'm 120 pounds.
Oh, at least.
Almost, yeah. Probably.
That's kind of crazy how that works.
Yeah.
Huh.
Sure is. I'll read a comment on Toyota Chat before I
Toyota Chat. Love the Toyota Chat.
to read. Just watch Nix's press conference, and I know That doesn't determine QB success, but damn, is he mature. He sure is. Absolutely kills it in front of the media. He is a professional.
He is a grown man with a wife. Like,
he's married?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope.
He's been married for a couple of years.
That helps, man. I do think the off-field stuff really lines up for him to be set up well in Denver.
I also,
let's face it, man, this is a tough market to be a quarterback in.
And I think
for sure.
I think he realizes. I mean, obviously, you have to realize what opportunity you have when you're like the 12th overall pick, but there is the potential for anything to come from him. Like the world is his oyster, and he seems like the kind of guy who recognizes what he can do with this opportunity. If he works and he shows up and does whatever he needs to do, like there's no reason he can't be a really good quarterback.
There was an overwhelming sentiment that like Bo Nix could not have landed in a better spot.
Mm-hmm.
For him.
Yeah, exactly. For him.
Another trade. The Rams are now on the clock.
Ooh, with the Panthers, who had moved up for Xavier Legette yesterday. While we see who the Rams are lining up and this interior D lineman run begins, I'm sure the D linemen in this draft have made a stop or two at Raising Cane's.
I mean, that should be part of the job description.
Tandre Sweat can probably do like 4 chicken finger, right? Wow. Texas toast, Raising Cane sauce sandwiches.
Or you never know. He could be one of those big, some of those big people who don't really eat that much.
That'd be crazy. 364.
If the concern wasn't keeping his weight down to 366, then there might be something to that.
But you know how you'll go to lunch with somebody who's like really big and they'll just get a salad. Like, I know you're not eating salad all day, bro. Stop playing.
That's true. And
Todd out here calling me out, man. I feel personally offended with my
just like that
anybody in this room.
Yaya type friend will surprise you by how little they eat. Raising Cane's will surprise you with some handmade, ready-to-order, delicious, tender chicken fingers every single time. Turbocharge your chicken fingers and get them even faster by ordering online at RaisingCanes.com or through their mobile app. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love. We actually, I think, might jump on the app and do that tonight. Breck Distillery.
I'm really tempted.
Also the presenting sponsor of this here podcast. Breck Bourbon Whiskey is the official bourbon of the Denver Broncos. We kind of established this Broncos quarterback room strikes us as a very bourbon whiskey quarterback room.
Why?
DiNucci, Zach Wilson, Stidham, Bo Nix, they all love a good aged bourbon.
I can agree with
It's
that.
a more mature SEC influenced quarterback room, so we think they would enjoy some Breck Distillery.
I could agree.
Also, since we last talked,
oh, please.
I did think of
since our last Breck
a
Distillery.
little twist here.
Oh my.
And we shouldn't dig too deep into this.
Let's please not. Please
Zach
don't make
Wilson
this
is a Mormon.
Is he, or did he just play at BYU?
Again,
Look
how
it
deep
up.
are we going to dig?
Look it up.
I don't know, but that
He's-
is a little twist right there.
Again, I wish you wouldn't take me here when I'm mid-read, but if he circumvented some of the Mormon rules with what he did with, his friend's mom,
That is also
he
true.
would make an exception for some Breck Distillery award-winning
Which is worse.
bourbon that you can find in 50 states. Go to BreckenridgeDistillery.com for home delivery and award-winning Breckenridge Distillery.
That's hilarious.
Praise anywhere. I really hope I don't apologize on that in an email about that one. Okay, the Rams are on the clock.
You are on
The Rams are on the clock. The Rams are on the clock.
I thought you were gonna go with his football play. That was a sin. But
The Rams took
I thought that's what you were gonna do more than anything.
the Rams took Byron Murphy in round 1. Is that what those guys didn't know? He went to the Seahawks, Jared, versus who they took at 19.
This day 2 of the draft is so complicated because it almost feels like a test where it's like yesterday there's like, here's these 32 things you need to remember for the test tomorrow. And now it's like, okay, what was number 28? And so it's like, girlfriend asked, like, Minnesota got like the edge rusher guy. What do you think of him? I was like, which one is that? Did they get Verse? Did they get Dallas? Is that Dallas Turner?
Right.
Yeah. No, it really is tricky with all these picks.
Give it to us, Yaya.
Let me see if we even have it.
Oh, you're teasing me with this graphic?
We don't have it, but it's Fisk.
Brandon,
This is how you know we're getting deep into the draft is we no longer have the graphics for all the guys.
2 D linemen from Florida State versus Fisk, the 2 stars of that Florida State defensive line.
That is true, isn't it? That's kind of crazy.
Who also tested off the charts at the combine.
Yeah.
Commanders are on the clock.
Mando's back on the clock. Wouldn't be surprised if they trade down. Commanders have a ton of picks in the top 104. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Like everybody has more picks than we do.
Doesn't it look like everybody's having so much fun?
Yeah, like everybody's picking and you
It's
get to
just a
see
fun-
who you.
Like,
Everyone
okay, 5 o'clock
basically
draft
does.
show. Broncos making their pick at 9:30.
No, it's literally that SpongeBob meme where you see SpongeBob and Patrick running outside and Squidward inside the house looking down.
Yeah.
And you're just like, shit, what am I doing here?
We're all just a bunch of
It's
Squidwards.
so much fun.
Yeah. We're basically the help at a nice event waiting for the room to clear out and seeing what nice leftovers are still there. So what food hasn't been eaten that I can load up on at the end of my shift. That's where we're at.
I
the
just love how
Broncos
much
draft.
Todd is learning about Andre.
You
on
like
this
that
show.
analogy? Yeah.
Oh, another trade. Eagles now on the clock.
Eagles on the clock.
What would they be looking for here?
They got their cornerback, but they saved the draft capital by not having to move up and get said cornerback.
Yep.
They
still
just
could go
signed AJ
defense.
Brown. Yeah.
O-line
Oh,
help?
they
Center.
D-line help?
Center.
Yeah.
It's Jackson Powers Johnson, I bet.
It's Spencer Rattler. What are you talking about?
If they hadn't if they hadn't given Jalen Hurts the contract, I could get into the conspiracy theory. Too late now.
Offensive tackle could
Falcons
also be a
just
need.
gave Kirk
Yeah.
Cousins a 5-year deal, like the most, and they still drafted.
Oh,
They could go with one of those big boys.
I think I'd take Kirk over Jalen Hurts for like not long-term outlook because Kirk is old. But
I
whatever.
want some bets here, boys. We're in just friendly between us. Give it to me.
Cooper DeJean.
Really?
Yeah.
They still went defense, safety.
Yeah.
Okay.
Secondary.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
Their secondary was
Yeah,
poo-poo.
they were
They
bad.
were
They were
really
bad.
I
Which is
needed
crazy
it.
because they kind of ran it back, right? I guess they lost Gardner Johnson, but you like
No,
Bradbury
they
just
brought
got
him
worse.
back. He
They
was
did
with the
bring- that's
Lions for a
right.
year. That's where
Then
he
they
ended
brought him
up.
back last year.
He's been brought back.
Yeah.
And now they just added Quinyon Mitchell
Yeah.
and Cooper DeJean, 2 guys I had first-round grades on in the secondary. That's impressive. And, of course, Coop gives you some real juice on special teams, too, and some versatility on the back end, which never hurts there.
All right, no Packers are on the clock.
The Packers.
Oh, and that's who they needed to snipe.
Yeah.
There was a lot of,
Oh, my
they
goodness.
could take Cooper DeJean in the first
Yeah.
round, and he could have just fallen to them.
I
Cooper
wanted-
DeJean feels like a Packer.
Okay, I'm glad you said it because I didn't want to say it because I don't want to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm
no,
crazy.
say it, say
He
it.
feels like a Packers
I can handle that one.
He
player.
does
Yeah.
feel like a
Yeah.
Packer.
I wonder why.
No, it's not that.
You'll have our
You
back
just feel-
later.
You know what I'm saying? This guy feels like a Raven.
That's right.
3 DUIs in the
Next to the
row.
Raiders. Huh, I kind of see it.
Interesting
Dang.
facts. Los Hennessy, that guy's a Raider.
That Raven for sure.
Yeah. Cooper DeJean did feel like a Packer. Yeah. That's a good pick for Philly.
The second tier of offensive tackles is kind of dropping too. I do wonder if, Sean just goes to his roots and just loads up on trench guys. I was surprised he didn't do that in last year's draft.
They did in free agency, though.
That's true.
I think when you
That's
sign
true.
McGlinchey, you sign
That's
Zach
true.
Allen, you sign Ben Powers.
It's a good point.
You get to,
It's a good point.
yeah. Little trade up idea. You got your 3 5th-round picks.
Yes.
Trade value chart says you package all of them. You could get pick 99, second to last pick of the 3rd round. So you'd be giving up 136, 145, 147 for 99.
I mean, the second half of this stream would be electric if we have that.
It would be so electric.
Yeah.
What do they talk about the darts though? I feel like that's tough because then you go from having
Yeah.
3 darts and possibly hitting just one.
Yeah.
It got to be a bullseye.
Right.
It does have to be a
Can't miss.
bullseye.
Point. It's a very good point.
What if somehow Troy Franklin is still there? In that situation,
It's
I think I'd be
possible.
willing to do it. But it'd have to be some like crazy.
Like, why is he here?
At
Exactly.
a certain point, half the teams in the league have drafted a wide receiver with their first 2 picks.
That's actually true.
That's where
Yeah.
we're getting to. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, someone is going to fall.
Absolutely.
And look, if it's not Troy Franklin, I'd be happy to draft Malachi Corley, who have talked up a bunch.
Yep.
Roman Wilson We talked
He's a fun
about
one.
guys who fit. If we're leaning into Bo Nix, are you leaning into more of a rhythm deke and dunk offense? Well, then you want to find wide receivers who fit that deke and dunk philosophy. I'm not sure the Broncos roster has that right now. Jerry Jeudy would have been the best fit, right? But Jerry's not there anymore. So Roman Wilson would be a really nice, if you're approaching it that way, fit here.
Yep.
And then, I mean, geez, you've got the other Washington kid. You've got Brenden Rice, who you like a lot. Jermaine Burton at Alabama had a lot of big plays. Tez Walker at UNC was a big play guy.
Another trade. The Saints trade up.
Trade City up in here. The
There's
Saints
so many
got
trades.
Fuaga yesterday, the right tackle from Oregon State. So what do they do now? More trench play, maybe?
They could use a wide receiver.
They
now,
could.
too.
Yeah.
They really could.
Quarterback? Rattler time?
What do you think of
not
Derek
bad.
Carr? You played him a lot.
I thought he was, he was hitting his stride as a player, and it was
Yeah.
getting to a point where I was like, okay, the Raiders are really putting something together. Then he got injured, and I feel like you just watch film after that, and he would get nervous a lot quicker. He would pat the ball and just get, freak out. And ever since then, I feel like he's just not the same as he was. So I think he's just been on like a slow decline since that time.
Yeah.
He's not. I don't think he'll ever get back to because there was a time where he had potential to really be one of the top 5 quarterbacks.
He had a
in the league.
great season. When was
Yeah.
that, like 2017 or something? He just lit the league on fire.
Yeah, balled
He was
out.
balling.
He balled out. He was starting to be a dark horse MVP candidate, and then he gets injured. And it's funny, that Carr family, pressure has always been the biggest thing. David's drafted first overall. He sacked a record number. And, it's hard to recover from taking every single snap and having that in the back of your head. And
I couldn't do
where
it.
Derek went south.
But if you're the Saints and you're frustrated by that aspect of Derek Carr, Spencer Rattler is the exact opposite.
They're also paying him a bunch, right?
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
He got the bag.
But Spencer Rattler would stand there and take hit after hit after hit. He has no fear.
Yeah,
He has
he's
issues,
a big,
but-
he's
No,
a big
he has
He
issues.
fears Caleb Williams. That's his one fear.
Wow. He does fear Caleb Williams.
He's a bit crazy,
Ooh,
man.
Saints pick is in. Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Corner.
Wow. Okay. A little corner
Good
run
value.
happening now.
Good
Yeah.
value.
That makes sense. I mean, these were guys we talked about potentially being first-round picks. So
Who did the Packers end up?
not they traded
Was that
down.
a trade? Yeah.
They traded down.
They traded
Yeah.
out. They traded out with the Saints, who took
Yes.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yep.
Best cornerbacks remaining. Now, with that, we have the top 5 guys are all gone now, kind of the consensus top 5. You get into that next tier where TJ Tampa, Iowa State, very intriguing. Kamir Lessiter, the Georgia corner. Then you have a pair of Mizzou guys, Ennis Rakestraw and Chris Abrams-Drain. Mike Sandstrill, versatile, smaller guy, Michigan kid. He's a dog. He plays so competitive. Jake loves him. And Kyrie Jackson, the Oregon corner, Alabama transfer. You can see why Bama's already got 2 corners off the board here.
This feels so Iowa. Like
I know the entire
That's
thing.
for sure. a
That's
barn.
set up.
The
Yeah,
entire
it's
thing. It
a
is.
barn.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Oh yeah. I've been barns just like that before.
You have. Well, that's a choice right there.
I can
That's
think
a
of
choice.
2 in particular I've been in just like that.
Yeah,
No
it makes sense.
kidding.
Look at you.
He can play.
Yeah.
No, he's from Montana.
And you can see it.
Yeah, you can tell.
That's right. That was an elite clip. Cooper DeJean taking a route in the red zone. Gotta say, if that's a highlight they're showing, just a simple tackle coming downhill. I'm
Not much.
not sure we're cooking
honestly,
here.
it's kind of like writing a Bo Nix film room. You're like, yep, here's just a little quick out to the slot. Like that's what we're showing here.
Gotta find the special sauce.
The point is that he does it over and over and over and over
At a record-breaking pace.
at a record-breaking pace. Yeah. No, when I picked Quinyon Mitchell to the Broncos in our final mock draft, somebody was really mad and said I should have picked Cooper DeJean because he can play on offense too.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. Didn't really change my mind with that one. It's a fun take. I don't know if it's the one I'd go with.
Maybe Travis Hunter next year.
Travis Hunter's
actually
fun.
play both ways.
Which?
That's a
So
dog.
there's a chance that he actually can play both ways. If the team takes him says like, we're not putting you on the field for every single snap, do you play him offense or defense?
I'll let you answer that, John.
Offense.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
That's how Jake felt coming into the season. That wide receiver might be
He's a
even
good
more
corner,
special.
but he's a hell of a route runner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just the ball catching ability, football catching ability, he could play.
It's all those guys who have like the very narrow like hips. You look like Devontae Smith and like Jerry Jeudy and the way they just change directions so quickly. And Travis has a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the zip here? 80223. Does that sound
No
right?
idea, dude. You're asking the wrong person.
What is the zip?
Hop on Google.
I thought you were the producer.
I don't. Yeah, the zip code. I'm a producer.
80206.
Not a fucking mailman.
Nice.
Is that right?
Try it.
Try
No, I think
it.
you're right.
80226 is,
That's one of the-
Lakewood.
No,
That might-
80206.
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, I think you're right because that was
Wow.
that was one of my two presets. Nicely
Wow.
done.
Somebody's still using the map to get here. Texans are taking Georgia cornerback Kamari Lassiter.
Dang. Here comes
Yeah,
the
no,
run on
The
on
graphics are
corners.
disappearing here. It's
Who-
like
who took
we're
him, sorry? Houston?
yes.
Really?
Feels like we're just like leaving off into the desert. Civilization is hanging behind with these last few graphics. Who trade with?
Falcons?
Earlier?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
The
Trade up to.
Cardinals.
So the Cardinals are up.
Yes,
Yes.
Cardinals are up.
Cardinals are up.
Up the
Yeah,
Cardinals.
Jack in here on the Toyota chat saying, I can't believe this AD Mitchell fall. Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah.
I thought you were splitting hairs between him and Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas drops to 23. The fact that Mitchell's still around is pretty incredible. And I mean, the two corners that him and Xavier Worthy were cooking, and the only Saban loss by double digits at home as Alabama's head coach. That's right, Henry.
You're just full of fun facts today.
Yeah, I can't just be the meat between the buns so you guys can laugh the whole time. I gotta balance myself out. You know?
We do kind of like meat between the buns, Dre, though.
You know, that's my short. That's my Bo Nix short game, and then I'll
Yeah.
go out of structure
There
and
we
throw
go.
across my body deep from.
There
time
we
to
go.
time. Yeah, you got to balance that out. And I'm ordering Raising Cane's, so why don't you carry this for a second?
I had some. Dang, I had some of those cards.
I know, I do too, and of course I don't have them on me.
That's why I ate Raising Cane's this morning, 'cause I had-
Shoot, I might order some too.
Well, here we'll do a group order.
We'll go group order.
Perfect.
Oh.
What?
I love Canes.
He's just
That was
hyped.
great.
I'm
Yeah, he's
hyped.
just hyped.
No. I've had
Just
I've
a
had a
young
weird
man
day.
excited for a food order.
I posted that film room at 8:30 this morning.
Oh boy.
And then was like, okay, time to get some sleep before the day gets going here. And then I was like, I can't really sleep. And I was like, I'm just going to go buy some donuts and some chocolate milk. And that'll
your
help me
day.
go. Like, I need this right now for my mental health. It'll help me go to sleep. And it kind of worked. But I haven't eaten anything else today.
Dang.
So
That's
I
like-
need some Canes.
I would literally be acting like a crazy person if that's all I'd ate today.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I have been.
I mean, which
What
Yeah.
what
You would
donuts
say
did you
that's
get
not
though?
that
That's
different.
the important thing.
Somehow, so that was around like 9:15 or something. I got down to the grocery store.
You got like some Hostess donuts or
No,
something?
you would think they'd have like the prime donuts. I got an apple fritter, which is a solid donut. I like,
solid.
but that
That's
was the best
solid.
option. Like they had just like glazed
Dude.
donuts. They had some chocolate, but like
Apple
there
fritter?
were no maple bar. There was nothing. I like the Boston cream and like I like the custard on the inside. I like those ones. Nothing like okay.
Bite
Those
into it.
those ones. I know, yeah. No, biting into it is the best part. But that's
I could
yeah,
never
it's
do
good.
that.
Holy
I don't know
shit.
what it is. I could never do the cream filled donut.
they're heavy.
I'm an old fashioned guy. Like I like the old fashioned.
Yeah.
Those are like
That's basically what they had
old
left.
fashioned donut.
I threw in.
That's a vibe right
I got one of those, and I got a little blueberry one. There was like kind of icing.
You're taught to throw a,
I'm a fan of the
throw a
blueberry.
combo in there. Get yourself an order.
I love that. Hank is not paying attention. So the pick is in.
Oh yeah,
pick is in. Lay it on
Sorry,
me,
we're talking
Hankster.
about donuts and canes. What do you want?
Yeah, and
Don't
then
have a grab-
don't let me forget. I want to know. I want Todd's take on rhubarb once we're done with this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this was
that was one of the dumber things I said.
No doubt.
That was the Montana in me coming out again.
Back on track for 2 seconds. What's the pick?
It is Max
Melton?
Max Melton, Rutgers corner.
Oh, the corners are flying off.
Well,
the
they are. I thought he was a little smaller. And which, I mean, he's got some good inside-outside versatility. Where's he end up going? The Cards?
Yes.
Oof. Do you want smaller corners? Handlin, Cooper Kupp, and you are most welcome. Cooper Kupp, Ayuk, Debo. I don't know, NFC West, maybe not. DK Metcalf, maybe not the first conference I would sacrifice some size at the cornerback position, but
yeah.
'Tis the choice they have made. All right, so Yaya brings us these delicious muffin tops.
Mm-hmm. They're phenomenal.
Strawberry, homemade by his wife. And Hank looks at it and says, "Oh, is this rhubarb?" All excited, and then was disappointed when told it was straw. Like, is he 70? Who likes rhubarb?
I never would want that in
Mexican,
mind.
baby. We don't even know what rhubarb is.
That's right. They don't have rhubarb in Italy either. It's what is you doing?
It showed up, and I was like, "Oh, it's straw." And I was, "Is it rhubarb?" And
Have you had a rhubarb muffin before?
I've had rhubarb pie.
Is that good?
Yeah, I'd go for strawberry.
Slaps,
it's a little. It's a. Have you had rhubarb?
No.
Yeah, it's a little.
And I think that's why what I said was so
salty
dumb.
sour. It's
Very. Yeah. It's
it
good.
doesn't
it's good.
give you the full reward.
No.
Almost
No.
like a Bo Nix film room, huh?
Oh.
It's a little mixed bag.
Wow. You guys see the numbers that this is doing. Let's see.
Let's do it.
Let's see.
Yes.
Put a poll in the chat. Be like, do you know what rhubarb is? Have you ever had rhubarb?
There's a
Yeah.
B on the end.
Rhubarb?
You don't even, yeah.
Rhubarb, dude?
You really don't know.
I really don't
He
know.
doesn't.
I
You
know
are
it's
talking
red and
straight
that's it.
nonsense. He has zero clue what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, we're up to. It's the number 9 story on the website in the last month. It's been up for.
Oh, wow.
It's been up for less than 12 hours.
We are number 9. Let's go.
It's been up for less than 12 hours. We're comparing this to a whole
Let's-
month.
Are the numbies good enough to say?
By the way,
10K, you say it on the show. Less,
Okay.
whisper it in my ear. Okay, well,
you couldn't even imagine how big this number is. But
ninth biggest on the. I'm the one who monitors those numbers. I bet
to
you.
be
I do
fair,
know.
you know what number 1 is?
Our front
The
page.
homepage.
Yeah.
The DNVR.com.
Yeah, that
number
doesn't
2, the Colorado Avalanche page.
Yep. Okay.
So
it's
Nuggets
actually
page is
number
up there.
7.
Pages,
Pro-
yeah.
So
Okay, so it's actually number 5.
yeah.
We're
There you
number
go.
5.
Haven't
Let's
even hit
go,
12
Hank.
hours yet.
Hey, come on, don't hold up the crew. You're also you're functioning on donuts right now. Pass that to Yan.
I'm functioning.
Well, some would say.
I'm good, dude. I had a case
Oh,
this morning,
you
like-
know.
Oh,
Oh, you had this
double-
morning?
I know. I knew.
He's eating donuts for breakfast. You're eating canes for breakfast.
you see what we're dealing with?
I'm a Canes dude. I have like 3 canes right around me within like 10 minutes of each one. I'm like, that's where I
Got
have
to.
breakfast, dude. I'm like, it's too good.
Need anything else? Hot sauce?
Do they have
They
a?
offer this option.
Oh,
Do they have
heck yeah.
barbecue?
Yeah, why not? Yeah,
No, they don't have barbecue.
They have everything you
No
could want. They
barbecue.
have everything you could ever want.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Oh, they just took the guy.
Who?
Who took a guy?
They just
Troy
took
Franklin?
Jackson, Powers, Johnson.
Ah.
The Raiders did.
The
The
Raiders
Raiders?
did. They're having such a sick draft.
Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers, Johnson.
Oh,
Cacksuckers.
they got a top 5 pick and a top 20 pick.
Yeah, that does stink.
It does stink.
You don't love that.
And they are cacksackers.
Yeah. I hate them, man.
You know, Hank felt a little weird saying that.
No, I liked it.
Okay.
Now the Saints are back on the board.
Hold on, my thing is.
Did the
they
Saints?
have
No,
Green
they
Bay.
traded up, right,
I
with the
have Green
Panthers
Bay.
or somebody.
Hey, Glenn Davis.
Yeah,
Green
that
Bay.
sounds right. Oh no. Pick up, curbside, or drive through. No, none of those.
Oh, no.
Let's see.
Andre Simone. at the cap.
Let's see. Is there anything really to talk about right now?
Well,
throwing something out there, the group.
Max Melton, cornerback from Rutgers, goes to the Cardinals.
Like 2 picks ahead.
Jackson. I mean,
Yeah.
JPJ being drafted by the
That one hurts.
the Raiders.
I mean, I didn't think there was much of a chance he was still going to be there at 76. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
But it does. I still hate
Doesn't
seeing him
seem
off the
real.
board, especially the Raiders. I think once we hit 65, maybe 60, really, the countdown is kind of on.
We
That's
can
that's
start
when
dreaming.
exactly. That's when I'm gonna go find the 5 guys I want, and we'll kind of see who's there.
I bet you Troy Franklin survives that.
20 picks to no Troy Franklin.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be.
But the
20
76,
picks, man. Oh,
21 pass
30
breakups, 8
32
picks.
picks away.
yeah. Oh, so a full like a round's worth now. Okay, we're within striking distance.
We've gone
We're
through like
within
11 or
striking
12.
distance. I like it.
We're like 25% of the way there.
The pick is in. It's Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M.
Edgerrin Cooper. Shoot, I wanted to have a bet. When was the first off-ball linebacker going to come off the board? There you
And
go.
he was clearly the best
Yeah.
And
linebacker in his job.
honestly, calling him an off-ball guy, I think he's frankly best suited to be like a Sam backer in a
Yep.
4-3. You know,
Yep.
which that's not really an off-ball.
Technically, no. Because you're rushing more than you're dropping. You're
That's
dropping
right.
the cut version a little
Yeah.
bit, but it's
Yeah.
more of a, you're more downhill.
I mean,
According to-
the weak side and the mic are the true off-ball guys.
exactly.
Yeah.
According to our Breer, Packers considered him in the first round. They passed. Happy to get him in the second.
Oh, we've hit that phase of the draft now.
That's
Teams saying like,
legendary.
we just about.
but
Had Bo Nix not been on the board, the Broncos would have been happy to trade.
Bo Nix
The
were
pick at
lost.
76
Yeah, exactly.
at 12 overall. Yes.
Exactly. Shocked that he was still there at
Ah,
12 and he's still here at 76.
Might be a reason.
I fear the dream is dying, folks.
Ooh, here's a fun twist.
Yes.
Jackson Powers Johnson, calling him a center here. Vegas wrote him down as guard.
so what does that mean?
I like that.
I mean, we've only saw him at center last year, so kind of interesting. They call him a guard.
I see what you're saying.
That's a little bit of a twist there.
He's such a tank.
That
He's going to
guy-
start so many fights at camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you want from your center, man.
Yep.
Good
He's
little
that
tone
type
setter,
of dude, man.
No,
Yep.
he's
especially as a Raiders.
unanimous
Camera just
All-American.
went off him. Look at this.
Unanimous
That's how
All-American, Remington Award winner as a 21-year-old in his first season as a starter.
Yep.
Little Garrett Bowles right there,
Got some
too.
energy
He's
to
fun
him.
Yeah.
for sure. It is a great center class, though.
Also, here's a fun one. So apparently Bo Nix last night got either text or phone calls from 3 Broncos. Can
And
you
then
guess them?
Peyton Manning as well.
Yeah, and Peyton Manning.
But
But
no.
there are 3 guys on the current roster.
On the roster?
Yeah. Or maybe, actually, I'm pretty sure maybe Pat didn't read.
Who
I'm
traded with the
50-50 on
Colts?
Pat.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
there were
46.
definitely 2. But he said, like, I know Pat, and I think he might say he talked to him too.
Panthers just traded up.
Cortland? Did Cortland call him?
Actually, I think he did. Yeah, he
Yeah.
wasn't on my list. Yeah, I think that was actually one of them. There were 3. Yep, he was the third, not Pat.
Lying to the people out here, making them names.
No, I just have a bad memory, and I haven't slept, and I've only eaten donuts.
Who else is a big enough leader to make that call?
I feel like Javante.
Nope,
might
not
have.
Javante.
Maybe Garrett Bowles would call
Garrett
somebody.
Bowles is one of them.
Oh.
Yep, that's what came to mind. Yep.
That's a fun phone call.
This one's actually kind of the easiest.
Is it defense or offense?
Offense.
Offense.
No.
Jarrett Stidham, no. Hey, congrats, man.
You're gonna do great.
a nice gesture.
This is this is so easy. Alex Forsythe, his college center.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alex
Wow.
Forsythe. Wow.
Yeah. I like hearing Garrett Bowles reached out. Cause he's one of those who's just like one of the most interesting personalities on the team.
And you know he told him, like, I'm going to protect you in my life. bro. Like,
Exactly.
You know.
I think I would put minus 300
Ooh,
odds on him
yeah.
saying
That's a nice hit.
I would jump in front of a bullet for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet that came up.
The over-under for sure hit.
Yep.
When do you guys think the first running back comes off the board?
Just happened, baby. Jonathan
I
Brooks.
was about to say
Wow.
That's what the pick was. Again, we didn't have graphics, so.
Who traded up for him?
Panthers.
Panthers have added Xavier Legette, Jonathan Brooks. Is that it? Didn't they have a pick earlier today, or they've just moved down? That's all they've done is move down? Wow. Okay, they move up yesterday, they move down today, and they come away with 2 playmakers.
Yep. Also, chat saying I was wrong, and it was Patton, not Cortland.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I went 2 for 3 though. So.
That's a shame. Okay. The G-Men after adding Malik
Gigantes?
Neighbors
Los Gigantes.
yesterday.
I lost the easy part.
You almost got your Spanish card there, man. But you fucked
Wow, so close. Maybe tomorrow.
No.
Giants
By the
another
way,
team in a weird
Hank
rebuild.
loves looking at me and just talking to me in
Giants.
Spanish.
It's like a little test. It's like, oh, I think I got this one. It's good practice in case I ever go to Mexico.
I
or
don't know
something.
how they even feel about Dable there anymore, you know?
That's actually
It
true.
was
Yeah.
tough last year. Such a great first year as the head
and then
coach.
just
and
couldn't
then-
follow it up. Yeah. Just paid your quarterback all his money, lost your starting running back.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot going on.
Yeah. Trouble. Yeah, I mean, this could be another. Is this a Spencer Rattler team?
So,
Do they keep adding to the
did the
O-line?
Panthers jump the Giants because the Giants need a running back?
Panthers
Yeah.
jumped it. Yeah. Yeah, they. Yep.
And Jonathan Brooks, he got injured at the end of the season, but he's another one of these Texas running backs. Last year they had Bijan going first overall, or 8th overall, and Roquan Johnson went in the third round to the Bears. Now they have the first running back selected in this year's class, and if he is healthy to end the season and he could run a 40, he might have been a first round pick.
Yeah.
And this guy's good as a receiving back too.
Yeah.
Really good runner, nice size.
Just crazy. Hardly sees the field because he's behind 2 guys who
Yep.
get drafted,
Yep.
and then gets his chance and is awesome.
And
Second round
iconic Texas running back like a Jamal Charles, like a Ricky Williams. Dreads coming out the back of the helmet and
Huge.
Wait.
has that long speed.
Dreads or braids?
No dreads.
Okay,
Dreads.
good. Nice. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, it's Johnny. Johnny just has the couple little ones, so hard to tell, but yeah. Jonathan Brooks, he's good.
He is good.
Running back though, not a Broncos need. At least not
No.
in the 3rd round.
It's not
Yep.
a significant need.
Yeah.
If you want to make a change, you could, but it's not a need.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Panthers, after losing the first overall pick with that Bears trade last offseason, adding a few weapons. We'll
I
see.
believe this is the first safety off the board.
Ooh.
The Giants take Tyler Nubin, Minnesota.
Tyler Nubin, a gopher.
Yeah.
Huh.
Does a little everything fast.
Yep. Versatile guy on the back end.
Maybe that was snack.
No, I think
Curious.
it's snack time. I think
It
guys
is.
are getting hungry.
Yeah.
And I
Do
gotta
we need
pee
to
like
rotate
crazy.
and go downstairs?
What happened to Canes? No,
Yeah.
It's not on there.
DoorDash
Wow.
wasn't on there.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, truly.
Wow.
Sad, man. I'll have to hit some on the way home.
That was sad.
Have you guys talked about the Giants pick yet?
The Giants
Yeah.
pick, yes. Remember, Henry?
Yes, Tyler Nubin.
Tyler
the
Nubin.
safety, Minnesota. The gopher.
The Gopher.
Yeah.
The Gopher, yes. And next up, we have the Jaguars after trading down with Minnesota and taking Brian Thomas at 23 yesterday. Jags got some things to do this offseason to really build around T-Law here. And Dougie P. Another team like the Giants. Exciting first year of that quarterback and head coaching partnership, and a little underwhelming in year 2.
Yeah. Agreed.
Great podcast.
Really giving me a lot there.
Um,
Who says we're not number 1?
we might need a little game to play or something. Who's your best available at the moment?
Adonai Mitchell still remains on the board.
Because nobody's picked him.
That is the last guy with a first-round grade. Then it's Troy Franklin, Michael Hall, Lessiter just went, Fisk just went. Kingsley Sumatia, favorite of mine, the offensive tackle from BYU. Right tackle last year, left tackle this year. I think he did better at right tackle a year ago. He's a big boy. That's also where he'd be a better fit. Is that a need, though?
I mean, you're getting to the point where you're drafting a guy to sit him for a year anyway. It's not an immediate need, but it'd be nice to have a guy for next year. That reminds me, did you see... it might have actually been Bill Belichick himself saying it on the show he did yesterday. It might have been somebody talking about him yesterday. But apparently, one of the ways he likes to scout defensive linemen is at the combine. You go up behind them during their 40-yard dash, and when they squat, you see how big their ass is. Apparently, that's a Bill Belichick technique because he wants a defensive lineman with a big ass.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Urban Meyer was big in scouting big asses back in the day.
Wow.
His recruiting days, yes. Tebow, famously.
Famous ass.
Athletic caboose, yes.
Whoa. Wow.
Whoa, yeah. How dare you, sir?
Call him a famous ass. It sounds like that.
It does sound like that.
Oh, well.
What part of the Canes were you most excited about?
Oh, the tender chicken fingers.
I was sneaky on the
and
lemonade.
the cane sauce.
Yeah.
I know. They offer like an Arnold Palmer.
Yeah,
They're elite, man.
That's what I got.
They're really elite.
It's so sad right now.
I know. I mean, maybe I should do a curbside pickup. That's just going to be a long drive.
We'll cover it for a half hour.
It's going to be a long drive. Yeah.
Wow.
No.
Probably
We
not
do
worth
have
the
a
risk.
bar with food downstairs.
We
so
do.
might just
We
have
do.
to do that.
Pick us in.
Lay it on us. Bengals?
Jaguars take Mason Smith, DT.
I think it's pronounced Mason Smith.
Yeah, Mason with two
Mason
A's.
Smith.
Highly touted LSU defensive lineman. Big time freshman year. Injured his entire sophomore year and then comes back as a junior. Maybe looked like more of a run stopper than kind of the more dynamic D lineman we saw his freshman year. This is a nice little gamble here for the Jags.
Also, Seahawks fans, super weird. It's kind of fun. You get like a picture of each little fan base during the draft. Seahawks fans, weirdest so far.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like Broncos fans are the most normal fans. Like the most normal people are Broncos fans.
Yeah.
Like if you're level-headed,
Yeah.
and smart, I think you're a Broncos fan.
Yeah.
Raiders fans, everybody
See,
knows
and
what that is.
as they
Look at the difference.
Exactly. See, and aren't these the most New York Giants fans you've ever seen?
Yeah, they're all bing bongs.
Bing bong.
Yeah, that is great.
Yeah. All from New Jersey, but they
Yeah.
want to be from New York.
Since we maybe hit a little lull and Tiki Barber is gonna be here and tell us who did the Giants draft?
Newbin. Mason Smith.
Mason Smith with 2 A's from LSU. It's time for me to tell you about our Pub Pass. That's right, beer lovers. We've got the app for you. This is a perfect app. You download it, you use our code DNVR for 50% off, and bang, all the deals. Nice little map with all the breweries in the Denver area, and you see where to hit up, where to go. Where can I find some nice deals on beers? Nice little buy one, get one or $1 and even free beers at more than 300 breweries and bars in greater Denver. And this is with our 50% off code. DNVR fans can get a year subscription for half off using our promo code DNVR. That's a year of access to the best craft beer app in the country for about $2 a month.
You guys hand on the ball
Crazy.
there too.
Download Pub Pass now in the App Store or Google Play Store and use code DNVR when you sign up. Tyler Newbin using his hands well?
Yeah. No, like that last play where he gets like the strip sack where it almost looks like the ball falls out. That's a play that I watched so many times trying to figure out if he actually hit the ball out. He did. Got hand on the ball there.
And we should also tell you about Bet365, where I made a whole bunch of Skrilla yesterday thanks to Michael Penix going 8th overall.
Beautiful thing.
That sounds on fleek, Dre.
Over 7.5 on Pac-12 players. Also hit 4-unit play. That was on fleek, Henry.
I'm going to start using that like you do.
Thanks to Bet365. What a partnership. Use our code DNVR365, the only place you can find the DNVR custom bet. And right now we're launching our 6-week giveaway. So if you email us a screenshot of you using our code DNVR365, you're eligible this week to win DNVR t-shirts or sweatshirts next week. And then if you participate with us for 6 weeks, eligible for big prizes that only DNVR can offer you. So don't miss out. Head to thednvr.com/bet365 for more info. And when you sign up and use our code DNVR365, $10 deposit, $5 bet, bang. As soon as that's solved, $150 in bonus bets to you. You don't have to win it. You just need to place it and that be resolved. Must be 21 plus and physically located in Colorado. Please gamble responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, wants help, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chris Jenkins to the Bengals.
Yes. I like
Run
that for
on
them.
D lineman big time in round 2 here.
Yep. Unless they wanted a defensive lineman. We're still in the phase of the draft, though, where like there's going to be a run on just about everything before the Broncos
You're so
pick.
far out.
So, yeah, I think, honestly, you almost want to see a run right now that ends, and then the next run is kind of around your pick.
The wide receiver runs slowed down and you've got more options.
Yeah, exactly.
The DB run's been a little, it's taken some good names off the board.
It hasn't quite
And
died
the
yet.
D-line run's a little more, it's been a tougher one to deal with.
Yeah.
Washington on the clock. They traded with the Eagles.
So many trades.
Earlier today, they traded with the
Oh, that's right. That's
So
right.
there now we got Washington on the clock.
Also, third, in a perfect
Eagles had
world,
moved up for Cooper DeJean.
I'm definitely interested in a running back or a tight end or a receiver, a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Also,
Linebacker?
a linebacker, I think,
Safety?
might sneaky be the move.
Cornerback?
I think linebacker, there's going to be somebody I really like there. But whether it's Junior Colson, who seems like a plug and play type of guy, who
he's good. He's good.
like, so my thing with him is he doesn't seem like he has any like crazy traits, any skills you look at and you're like, we got to have that. Maybe it's like the sideline to sideline stuff. But then you just remember he's only 21. And so if he does start to shoot gaps a little bit more, becomes more of a cover, like
Can come down.
all of a sudden you give him one elite trait and he could be a really great linebacker because he can do a little of everything.
I think a linebacker's a great move.
Yeah.
We brought over a linebacker that's better in coverage than he is in the run game. So I think we can use somebody that's a little more versatile. Probably play for a second down for us.
Yep.
There's no advantage, Joseph. You're going to run nickel. You're going to run a little bit of dime. He's going to have a lot of guys in there at different times, whether it's blitzing in the A gaps, a lot of different looks. Linebacker could be a good option for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for that run defense, that is a big thing. Like, I don't think anyone feels like those defending the run issues have been fixed at all.
No.
No. I mean, if anything, Malcolm Roach, great addition. Josie Jewell, major loss. You might even be moving backwards.
Right. And the kind of linebacker Todd just described, that's the kind of guy you can probably wait a little later and find yourself a thumper and someone who can balance the way Alex plays, nicely.
Josie and Alex together were a nice combination. You get Josie just flying uphill and plugging things up. Alex has the range. If you could find somebody who does have that, exactly, the thump, but also has some other stuff, that'd be cool. Yeah, that's where like Junior Colson, I think there's a chance he's still there. I think Peyton Wilson, there's definitely a chance he's still there.
I'd agree. But Peyton Wilson, there's some real injury concerns.
Oh yeah,
Are you willing
double-digit
to
surgeries
That's a lot.
since he left high school? Yeah,
That's a lot.
And
It
could
is.
a Jeremiah Trotter Jr. be the kind of thumper the Broncos need?
he's a thumper.
And where,
He might. I
Can
would
you
be
wait
surprised
to
if
find
that's the
him?
thing. Yeah.
Easton Gibbs from Wyoming. Wyoming's turned out some good backers. Tommy Eichenberg might be a guy you find a little later. He's an Ohio State backer. It's a weird linebacker class, though. It's not. It's not the greatest.
Commanders taking Mikey Sandstrill.
Mikey Sandstrom, man, the run on DBs keeps going.
Run on Michigan guys.
Run on Michigan guys.
Chris
As that
Jenkins,
should be.
Mike
Yeah.
Sandstrill.
Ooh, Corum, Roman Wilson on the way.
Could be.
Could
you
be.
know where the
Zinter?
run hasn't commenced yet? Edge rusher.
Yeah.
And I know
And
you're
even
kind of
yesterday they
against
were
that.
late too.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The run was a little delayed, but maybe it says something about this edge class. Like you maybe don't have a ton of 3-down guys, but you have a lot of talented guys who either, have an electric first step or are versatile and can drop in coverage or have good length and strength. You've got some guys who will stick at the NFL level.
Yeah, I think you got some like work in progress guys at this
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, and do you already have
Work in
enough
progress
of
guys.
work in progress
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
right now that
Yeah.
you don't need to add to that?
And that's where if you just keep loading from the back, you never have a
What happens when you do that?
Yeah,
Hey.
what happens when you load from the back?
you just never have a situation where you go for the
Oh wow. Okay. Alrighty then.
The thing-
If somebody wants to get out to go get lunch or dinner or whatever, you guys are more than welcome.
That is true. We don't all need to be here the entire
Well,
time.
it's not lunch.
I'm delusional. I would recommend dinner. Yeah, if it were up to me.
That's all.
But yeah,
Still hitting, man. I'm sorry.
the thought of
Dang,
Canes is
Canes
still.
does-
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
It's sad.
That
How
was
far is
just
that? How far is
really-
the nearest game?
2.5 miles.
2?
Okay.
It's not bad.
Somebody could make a run.
I know it's just traffic
Somebody
on
could
a
make a
Friday. I
run.
just don't know. It's
I know.
Let me see.
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It's
13 minutes.
It's
13
on
minutes.
Colorado
That's not bad.
Boulevard.
No, 13 minutes isn't bad.
30 minutes.
No, 13 minutes is doable.
26.
Yeah,
You
that's
spend
really
5
not
minutes
bad.
there.
You did that well in time for
Yeah, you do
the.
order.
The lines. I mean,
it's curbside.
at dinner time at Canes, that place is gonna be packed. Curbside. I heard curbside. Yeah.
If anybody can bring us Raising Canes right now, we'll give you guys
Oh,
free
man.
t-shirt.
There we
Oh,
go.
man,
We
no
will buy
doubt.
your canes if you bring us canes.
No doubt.
Dude, we're gonna have like 20 people with cake.
Could be. That'd be amazing.
Amount of people in Colfax, just
Wow. Somebody in Colfax would do that. I think and the point is though, if you I would almost be fine going into next offseason with a major need at edge rusher because then you can justify just going and getting a really good edge rusher. You know, then
What's
then
that free
whoever-
agency class look like?
Let's pull that up. That'd be
Yeah.
kind of fun.
Yeah.
But like just looking at this year, if that like you get Daniil Hunter, there you go. I'm willing to blow $20 million on a guy like that.
Love it.
the pick is
Zach Frazier from Virginia, the center.
West Virginia, yeah.
Ooh. They
Okay.
hate to be considered Virginia.
Centers are starting to roll a little bit.
Imagine all these guys
Oh,
with big bellies.
that'd be so great. I know.
There you go.
the quote on the clock.
Nick's asking thoughts on Braylon Trice, the Washington edge rusher here on the Toyota chat. I mean, he's competitive. He plays well. He had a really great season. Checks off a lot of boxes. I don't know if he has that anchor trait that I'm like, this guy can get at the NFL level and do exactly what he was doing at Washington and win consistently. That's the question with Braylon Trice. He's got good length. I think he's got decent enough power. I think he's got good burst. Maybe he's not the bendiest and most agile, but that's okay. I mean, the edge prospects you're getting in this range, that's kind of what you expect. There's not one of those things where I'm like, for sure, he can, snap in, snap out, give NFL offensive tackles a run for their money on those. So that's where, but 76, I think he'd be really good value. I think he's definitely a second round pick. Who was the pick here? Zach Frazier, that's right. The Steelers. West Virginia, yeah. Yeah, staying in Pittsburgh. That's best. West Virginia, Pittsburgh, right there. It's a great connection.
You're talking to the guy that didn't know Baltimore was next to a port or had a port. I thought it was landlocked until about 2 weeks ago.
What would be the point of it?
Well, of what?
Of Baltimore?
What
do you mean?
City? What? Yeah, it's just a city. What do you mean?
The
Like,
point of it is the port.
Yeah, they're big on the port. They love their crab.
Yeah.
Crab, clams.
It's like what's San Francisco without the bay?
Yeah, but you say the Bay. when you said
You
that.
do. No, you don't say the
Baltimore,
port.
yeah.
Port Baltimore, like we're Baltimore Port.
Where are you going? I'm going to the port.
It's poorly marketed.
Nobody would know what
yes.
that means. Nobody would be like, oh, you're going to Baltimore.
Once that tragedy happened with the whole crashing into the thing, that's when I found out that there was a port in Ocean next to Baltimore.
Uni asking, should we go A.D. Mitchell or Troy Franklin? Yeah, why not? I mean, if one of those guys is still around at 76, sign me
Oh,
up.
absolutely.
We're at pick 52.
Those
Wow,
guys
we're
are
kind-
like
we're-
two
we're
of my
moving.
highest ranked guys.
52.
Yeah, no, the rhythm's good on
So
day
that's
2.
about
The
20.
rhythm's good on day 2.
We're about 25 away from the Broncos.
Yeah.
24. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're well on our way.
Yes,
It's only
we
been
are
an
well
hour and a
on our
half.
way.
Feels like we've only been here for 5 minutes.
Oh, look at that. It's flown by. Flies by when you have fun.
Really
That's
flying.
right.
Would really fly by if we had Canes.
I know.
Really?
Nobody in the
I
chat
know.
stepping up yet. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah,
You know, somebody
so
said they would DoorDash him from Chicago.
Okay.
Colts
Mason
took
Bates.
AD.
Mason
I think
Bates.
it'd be easier if you fly out here real quick,
Yeah.
get us the Raising Canes, and then fly back out.
How far could we jump to get Troy Franklin? About 66, 60. Hank was looking at.
Yeah. If you trade your next 2 picks, you move from 76 to 66. So, I mean, there's a chance at this point. Again, once we get to like that 60th pick or so, that's when we can start getting excited about who's on the board.
Second tight end hasn't gone off the board yet, and that's
Yeah.
where Jatavian Sanders and Ben Sinnott really, really would excite me. Some nice receiving tight ends. You have options
sneaky-
later on too.
You know, it's late in this draft process that a bunch of these tight ends have started to kind of catch my eye.
Yep.
There are quite a few of them who I would like. And I
Yes.
really think if the Broncos wanted to, they could draft 2 tight ends.
Yeah.
Like,
why not?
when you look at the way this roster is built, there is room for 2 tight ends. You like Zach Frazier?
Todd's loving the Zach Frazier highlights on the broad. Oh, look at him.
Oh, he's right.
Yeah, no, he
Can't
broke
waste
his-
the timeout.
He
Can't
did
waste the
break his
timeout.
leg. He did
How
break
is
his
this a
leg.
highlight?
He broke his leg?
Yeah, he broke his leg during the game.
Oh, and he is not happy
So
about
then
it.
he got off the field.
Dang.
Yeah, he's a Steeler, all right. Steeler in the first round took Troy Fatanu.
Finally have the pick for the Colts, and you guys are gonna hate it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah,
Someone in the
yeah,
chat
Mitchell.
spoiled it already. It's sad. Didn't spoil it. Was, very good to tell us.
No.
So they
Spoiling's
went
a good
just
thing.
interior O-line. Troy Fatanu and Zach Frazier.
I can appreciate
Just
that.
big boys up front to protect Russ, Kenny Pickett, or
Yep.
whoever may come. Mason
No.
Rudolph.
The thing is, I mean, if Russell Wilson's your quarterback, are you wasting time drafting linemen? He's going to find a way to get sacked anyway.
They still need it for the next guy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And we got the Commanders back on the clock.
Mick with we need Bortolani, the Wisconsin center, Tanner Bortolani. He had a really nice Senior Bowl. Yeah, he'd be a good one. Senior Bowl had the center from Arkansas, Bo Lemer. He'd be a
Lemer.
good one.
Like the little monkey?
Cooper Beebe from Kansas State. I believe he's a Colorado
Oh.
native. That dude is fucking awesome. He's a guard. Christian Hayes.
He's a big boy.
To me, one of the top guards in this class from UConn. He dominated the Senior Bowl. He's still available. Sedrick Van Pran, a guy we were really high on, the Georgia center, still available. And do not forget Drake Nugent, the Michigan center. Very
Dungeon
high
family.
on him. Dungeon family, Colorado kid. So you've got options still at center.
Dungeon family.
Dungeon family.
Matt McChesney's gym.
McChesney's 6-0.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Dungeon
yeah.
family.
It's
So
not that
a lot of these-
I thought you were talking about like Outcast.
Like Dalton Reisner
That
was
does
one of
sound
those
sick, though.
guys. Like,
I've heard the phrase dungeon family so many times now, but like when you say that guy's dungeon family, that does sound crazy. He's dungeon family.
It's not. It's not the Atlanta type.
Yeah.
It's not big
Okay,
point
okay,
on him. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, it is awesome.
Also, what about making a Bo Leave merch?
Believe. It just sounds too much like Bo leave.
But I think
Kind of.
I think if you had the visual,
Yeah.
it would be okay.
If you really did it right, it could be
offensive tackles
okay.
hasn't gone off the board yet either.
Yeah, I will say so. Centers. I I like the idea of Jackson Powers Johnson because I think he's awesome. And I like the fit, obviously with his college quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't love the idea of rookie center, rookie quarterback. I do have some concerns there.
Yeah.
And when you have Forsythe, who does have that history, you have him competing with Luke Wattenberg, who they've put a couple years into developing, Sam Mustafer, who has some starting experience. The center position, like when you got good guards, I think you can get away with it. I don't think I would take a center here, just given who's probably given that the two guys you really like are off the board.
Do you think Forsythe is the projected starter? They bring his college quarterback and then they start someone else. Ask him, hey, do you like this guy? Oh, he's great.
That's the thing.
And then you put him on the bench.
I know.
Hey, you're in the bench spot. You're not getting
Quotes
cut
from
this year.
Forsythe were a little like, maybe he carries more weight than we thought.
Yeah, like they were like, he was a deciding factor. Like if Forsythe didn't like him, we weren't going to go.
So Forsythe's locker is right next to Wattenberg's. And they're down like by Singleton and down by like Riley Moss and Sternad. So like there's this whole like kind of squad over there who I'd spend some time with. Oh my God. Zach is here. Oh, this is way better than what I was gonna say.
Are we? Is this the same gag as usual?
Can we hear Zach? Is the first question.
Try it. Have him talk.
No. Okay.
Give us a quick minute.
We're gonna keep trying.
It's coming, Zach.
One of these times, Zach's just gonna do it on his
talked
end.
to
He's
Bo
just gonna
Nix,
mute himself
too.
just to get us.
This is
That's
gonna be
right.
an incredible hit.
Yeah, give me a quick minute.
I think.
Still
Look how
can't hear Zach.
refreshed he looks.
He
Like,
looks so excited to tell us
I
something
think
too.
like Zach,
Sounds good.
the Bo Nix era for Zach has really like wind in his sails.
Wow.
Look at him.
Yeah. Oh, I'm ready to fly, boys.
Let's
Okay,
go.
Zach.
We are too, Zach.
we have
'cause
one
we can
question.
Hear you, God damn it.
I have one question and one question only that I need answered. What number is Bo Nix going to be?
What number is he going to be? Well, there's only one number he can be right now if he's going to wear a number that's not in the 20s, and that would be number 16. But
Bubby Bristol.
my guy BK is trying to help me.
Oh, BK.
Thanks, BK.
What's BK up to?
The number he's going to be is not number one. He was holding up the number one jersey that we saw. Sorry, I was very distracted there. He was holding up the number one jersey today, but that is just because he was the
First round
number one
pick.
draft pick
Gotcha.
of the Denver Broncos. So, but the only number that's available right now is number 16.
No.
Zach Wilson got his number 10 less than 12 hours before
Give me
Bo
that.
Nix
Run me
was
that 10, brother.
drafted. Yeah, but when the Broncos announced the new numbers yesterday, there was an asterisk on the tweet saying all of these are subject to change. So my guess is the Broncos will get Bo Nix right with the number. However, don't forget last year, Sean Payton did a little Bill Belichick with the rookies. He gave them all disgusting numbers. We know that JL Skinner wanted number 0 so bad. Riley Moss was stuck in disgusting number 37
all year
last year. Now he was able to change to number 21. And you did see some rookies get out of those horrible numbers.
Forsythe changed.
I don't think you do that with your rookie quarterback, especially your week one starting quarterback. He's not going to be in a disgusting number, but he might initially be put in one. But I think by the time that week one comes, he'll be either in 1, 10. He'll be in a nice number.
So wasn't Mac Jones number 50 in his rookie training camp with the Patriots?
Exactly. Yeah. Then he got the smooth number of 10, which is now Drake May's number.
So and I would almost prefer that they just give him like a ridiculous number, just so that we don't have to be like, is he really wearing 16? Like put him in number like 90 or something, and then we all know it's going to change at some point.
Jake the Snake was 16. Jake the Snake was 16. That's not a bad number. I'm not saying it's the best number in the world, but it's not a bad number. Don't make your rookie quarterback who you're bringing in to save the franchise. He's the second highest drafted quarterback in Broncos history. He's Sean Payton's only first-round quarterback that he's ever drafted. So obviously he's Sean Payton's highest quarterback ever drafted. Don't embarrass the kid. Just give him number 10. Give him number 1. Whatever number he wants outside of number 2, he gets.
I agree. Anything else going on out there, or are you all just talking about numbers?
you were the one to talk about numbers. Don't make me Mr. Number King right now. I'll tell you what, we did talk to Bo. He was here today. Him and his family were here today. The Broncos flew him from Arkansas on their private jet to the Broncos facility to bring him in, give him the tour, introduce him to the media. And I'll tell you what, this is a very impressive. I was gonna say kid, but he's not a kid. He's 24 years. He's pretty much older than Henry at this point right now. But I'll tell you what, he is really impressive. Now, he's obviously had a lot of media training, being at Oregon, being at Auburn, being at two big programs. But he's very, very collected. And I think that he is going to come in, despite being a rookie. I know it's going to be a very tough transition, and no one knows it better than Todd. But I think he is going to handle it extremely well for all the pressure that's going to be put on him. He is being brought in here to be the best quarterback since Peyton Manning. And there's been he's going to end up being the 14th different starting quarterback in the past 8 years. And he's supposed to come in and be the savior. He's supposed to be Sean Payton's guy. Sean Payton is identifying him to be the next Drew Brees. Sean Payton keeps talking about Patrick Mahomes when he's talking about this draft pick of Bo Nix. There's a lot of pressure on him, and the Broncos, Sean Payton, and Bo Nix himself aren't doing much to take that pressure off. Did you guys catch what Bo Nix said? It was like the first complete sentence he said on the phone to the Broncos when they called him to notify him they were drafting him. He said, "You want to win a Super Bowl?" Oh my goodness, that is just putting a lot of pressure out there. And I said, I believe last night, that Bo Nix and Sean Payton were going to get along personality-wise. And I absolutely believe that these guys are cut from the same cloth. Bo Nix today just talked about how much he just loves talking ball. It reminded me of Dre. And that's just what these guys are going to do. They're just going to fall in love with ball.
Yeah. How did he feel like in person, like his stature? Did you say he had an aura yesterday? Or was
RK was saying there's an aura. So RK Media
I don't talk auras.
RK said he had an aura walking around that he saw. And, how did he feel? Does he feel like the man?
Yeah, he has that. He has that confidence. And I would say it's quiet confidence because it wasn't cockiness. And I've been around some quarterbacks that have been pretty cocky here in Denver. And they haven't been very good. So cocky doesn't mean good. But I think he really holds himself in a very, very positive way. I came away from being around him. And Todd, I do think he's a guy, unlike Caleb Williams, that might rub guys the wrong way when he walks into a locker room full of guys that are veterans in the NFL, making a lot of money, have done this, been around this game for a long time. I think he is a guy that's going to come in and not just be quiet in a way of letting other guys walk all over him, but I think he's going to know his role, and his role is also going to be being a leader and trying to take this team from the dumps out of it. And he has a lot of experience. He talked about adversity and how that's something that he's been a part of throughout a lot of his career, specifically transferring from Auburn to Oregon. And I do think I was really impressed. I didn't really, you don't really know these guys on a personal level going through this draft process when they're at school. And my first impression of him in person, I was really impressed by him. Now, Sean, talking about in-person impressions, Sean said a couple of times last night how he was surprised at how big Bo Nix was. I don't know. He kind of looks like 6'2", 215 pounds to me. He, pretty true. Spot on to his size, but not a small guy. But I don't know. I was expecting to see be shocked at how big this guy was, and he wasn't. And
they held it together for the first.
I tried.
Dude, Zach, how do you do it? I say anything, and Yaya and Hank start giggling and looking at Todd. It's like, bro, I just told you he's a good interior penetrator. He's length division, or he needs more meat between his buns. What am I doing that's soliciting all? And Todd's the coolest of the bunch, but I can feel them looking at him. What is this?
Dre, just start talking about girth. That really gets him going.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. Great scouting term right there.
I know length.
So going back to Sean, Zach, like some of the quotes and stuff I've seen almost have the same vibe of that Cal Booth, the Nuggets GM story that went on the Ringer, and then Booth was like, "Wait, no, those quotes were meant for off the record," but he's doing it on a podium side by side with the GM in front of all media. So I don't think that excuse will work for Sean Payton.
Sean would never do that.
Between the Pat Mahomes comps and the like trolling Minnesota and saying he was actively trying to like trick them into thinking he was moving up, like. Is this just peak Sean Payton? Can you feel the difference now that he has a quarterback he believes in? Because from the outside, it feels that way.
Yeah, and I mean, Dre, you just mentioned a couple of things that Sean Payton said just over the last 24 hours. It's like, wow, yeah, you're right. He did say that. He knows he's on an open mic right now. Well, there is like 50 cameras around him. So, yeah, but let's just go back 1 month or 2 months ago when he was at the Combine. And he said, I know we're going to be good at this. And the good thing is a lot of teams aren't. When talking about evaluating quarterbacks and being able to see what quarterbacks are good and what quarterbacks aren't, Sean Payton is a guy that isn't just confident. He's cocky. And that's something that you probably want in a head coach of your team. But they have to deliver, or else it's going to be extra embarrassing, just like we saw last year. Losing to Nathaniel Hackett was embarrassing. Losing to the Jets with Zach Wilson as their starting quarterback was not ideal.
Wait, which time?
It was this past time when Sean.
Okay. The Sean Payton time, okay.
But it made it so much worse because he made those comments to Jarrett Bell of USA Today before the season saying how Sean Payton was one of the worst coaches of all time. So like everyone knew that it like wasn't going to be good. And then when he made those comments, it just made it so much worse. And then he's also just continued to, kick Russell Wilson after moving on from him. He made some comments at the owners' meetings about how, it's all Russ. But one of the things that is different with Bo Nix as opposed to Russell Wilson is he does not take sacks. And that was one of the things that Sean Payton pointed to a number of times after benching Russ and then cutting Russ was one of the things that really held our offense back was taking the number of sacks we did. That's something that Bo Nix does not do. Now, that was also a product of Oregon's offense, of just getting the ball out super, super quick, so many short passes. But Sean Payton believes that wasn't just the Oregon offense. Sean Payton believes that that's Bo Nix's ability to process insanely fast and not hold on to the ball for a long time.
Yeah, the whole Jarrett Bell thing gives off some like Lakers, like me and Braun have had some conversations type vibes, where then like you go and lose and you're like, oh, that did sound dumb.
Speaking of, never mind. I'm not going to go down that route. But Henry, you're wearing a Colorado Avalanche hat right now. Did you guys happen to catch Bo's knowledge of the Avs and hockey?
Oh, no. I did.
Yeah, I did.
He did. If
he knows basketball. He knows Jokic and Nuggets for sure.
It was a win.
Yeah, he knows Nuggets. He says he's loved seeing the Nuggets. What do you say? Like clean the court with the Lakers and just be doing really well on the court. But then he said, and I've heard of the Avalanche, and I'm excited to go to a couple of their games or matches. I don't know what they call it. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. An Arkansas boy that played at Auburn, I'm sure there haven't been many opportunities for him to go to ice hockey games. But he'll learn that in Denver. But he really is embracing not just the Broncos, but he's embracing the city of Denver, and not just the Nuggets and maybe a little bit of the Avs. But he says he wants to show up for the city in so many different ways. And he didn't say this, but he kind of wants to be the face of Denver. And if you're the quarterback and a good quarterback and the franchise quarterback of the Broncos, that's what you become, is the face of Denver. And so that's what the Broncos are really hoping that they got here. And Sean Payton, this is the biggest mark he's had on a quarterback in his entire career. Like bringing in Drew Brees, you pay him money. Well, you can always just repay that money if it doesn't work out. But you're not going to get this number 12 pick in the draft back if he doesn't work out. Yeah, no, that's part of the job description. You get $10 million just wired to the bank account the day you sign that contract, and you are the face of the city.
And like you gotta show up to the Nuggets games, and the Lakers games, and everybody's gonna cheer for you, and like
It's
the
a
whole
great time.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. I think he was plugging a little bit, just to make sure he got the front row comp tickets.
He's a celebrity now.
Yeah.
But like even the Super Bowl thing, it's like you ready to win a Super Bowl. It's like sounds crazy. That's literally his job. Like that's why you drafted him, is because he is supposed to be the quarterback who's here for the next 10, 15 years who wins a Super Bowl. So it's crazy, but that's the job.
Well, and Sean's really going all in on this. If he does this twice with Drew Brees and then Bo Nix, he's he's in the conversation with Bill Walsh as like one of the all-time great QB evaluators, period.
Not just that, because if he wins a Super Bowl with the Broncos, he becomes the only head coach to ever win a Super Bowl with 2 different teams. So he goes from like maybe borderline Hall of Fame coach to exactly like you said, Dre, an offensive mastermind, one of the best offensive minds to ever be in this game, to then also one of the best head coaches to ever be in this game. And let's say it doesn't work out with Bo Nix, and there's no wood to touch around here. So Ty, can you touch a lot of wood for me? Thank you.
I'll knock on it.
That one was definitely intentional. But if it doesn't work out, not only could his job be done, but then people are just going to say like, wow, he truly was just a product of Drew Brees, and he's still going to get a lot of accolades for what he did as a head coach and won a Super Bowl, but he's going to be knocked down a ton, just like with Brady and Belichick. Belichick probably should have retired right when Brady left, because then no one would have known, was it Brady, was it Belichick? Brady goes and wins the Super Bowl. Belichick ends up getting fired after a couple of years and then can't find a job after. So there is a ton on the line when you're talking about legacy for Sean Payton right now, and he has identified Bo Nix as that guy, which just adds even more pressure to Bo Nix.
Yeah, I think it's pressure on the entire situation. It's pressure on Sean because now you got your guy. Let's see what you do. Pressure on Bo because now you got to come and save this franchise. So it's pressure all the way around. Was Sean there today? How was he feeling after yesterday?
I'm sure he's feeling really good because he wasn't here today. We'll talk to him after the draft, though. After the Broncos make this pick, which are about 20 picks away from 76, I would not be shocked at all. In fact, I kind of expect the Broncos to move up just a little bit. They have those 3 fifth-round picks. I would expect one of those to be packaged with their current third-round pick to move up a couple of spots. The Broncos didn't have the ammunition to really move back up all the way to the second round, so I'm not surprised that they have not made a pick yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if they move up just a little bit to go and get someone. I don't know. Since we've been on this call, has Troy Franklin been picked yet?
Not yet.
The Cowboys pick that we are seeing on the screen right now, and hopefully has already been spoiled on Twitter. The chat was saying was a big one. If Troy Franklin survives that one, then it is on. Marshawn Nealon, the Western Michigan Bronco edge rusher, though, and not Troy Franklin. So there you go.
Boom. Give me Troy Franklin. And then next year, give me Tez Johnson, Bo Nix's adopted brother. Both of those guys had monster years this past year, have that chemistry with Bo Nix. And, hey, this is all about Bo Nix and giving him weapons, and might as well give him a weapon with Troy Franklin, who's a very good wide receiver. I know he's got a similar build to Marvin Mims, but I don't care. Make the Oregon offense 2.0. I know Sean Payton knows how to incorporate the same type of weapon just all over the field. Give me Troy Franklin. Give Bo Nix that safety net, that a guy that he has chemistry with. I would love that pick. You use the 12th pick on Bo Nix. Might as well go all in on him, and that would be doing that.
That would certainly be doing that. Yeah, going all in on Bo Nix is probably a good idea at this point.
Speaking of Bo Nix, did you guys talk about the history that Bo Nix has already made?
By being the highest drafted QB6 of all time?
By being the third oldest first-round quarterback of all time?
All those statistical records he broke that you tweeted out?
Do you have one more?
Completion percentage?
No.
I mean, he did.
I'm talking NFL history. You guys are talking college history. I'm talking NFL history.
What has he done? Oh, shortest name.
Shortest name.
There we go.
That's from us. That's from our stats and info department. That's from us. We did that.
And you still didn't know it.
I still don't believe it.
No, it is Ty Law. Ty's not his government name, so that one doesn't count. Bo, his name is Bo, B-O, and then Nix, N-I-X. That's it. 5 letters. Boom.
Damn.
Ed Reed was the shortest before Bo got drafted.
That's crazy that Ed Reed was.
Is.
Wow. Damn.
Making
Those are some
history
big
already.
shoes to fill.
If you get a 4-letter child in the NFL, you're a legend.
Yeah, none of us even have a
could
chance,
happen.
do we?
Yeah,
Dave,
no. Lucia Simone is
D-A-V-I-S.
way too long.
Bo
yeah.
Nix, no. Because you could go like
He just has to be
A.
Davis. That's his name.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
Davis,
There we go.
Go for longest name
Just
possible.
Davis.
Oh, yeah.
Todd,
Any one
that
of us
would
could
be
get longest.
legendary.
That's it.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. That
Yeah,
would be
tough.
it.
The tougher part is going to be getting him into the NFL, now that I think of it.
Yeah.
It's not the name.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true.
We can handle
What
the
are you
names.
What are you saying about Todd's jeans?
No, Todd can
No.
do it. Any of the rest of us,
It's going to be tough.
it's-
It's going to be an
I can
uphill
produce a
battle.
kicker or a punter.
We'll see.
oh, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, the silence spoke volumes there. You hear?
Do your best.
I think it's easier than trading a Todd Davis.
Okay, so a little trade up.
Yeah.
A little
Yeah.
trade up predicted today, Zach.
That would be
Targeting
my
who?
guess. Yep.
Troy
Yep,
Franklin
you-
specifically? Is that the buzz at DV?
especially if he's there. And like I said, I think it'd be one of those 5th round picks. What I would expect is Broncos use one of those 5th round picks to move up with that 3rd round pick, and then they have a 4th round pick tomorrow. Wouldn't be shocked if they use another one of those 5th round picks, package that with the 4th round pick to move up higher in the 4th, maybe even back in the 3rd, and then today with 2 picks. But this is a pretty brutal stretch going from 12 to 76.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
especially if there's an impact player that you think can come in and really help this team this year, I think that would be worth packaging a 5th round pick to move up there. And on top of that, they didn't have to use any picks to move up to go get Bo Nix yesterday, so they still have 7 other picks.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Wow.
Sets up nicely.
If you want to leave, feel free. We don't have shit to talk about though, so feel free to stay as long as.
Oh, dang, that was quick. He's like, I was waiting. He was waiting for that.
He was. Well, thanks, Zach. That was a good time. Sorry, everyone. We
he
heard the
got back
jingle.
in.
The jingle is back. Wow.
Move up time?
You spurned us once. It's like Carmelo Anthony. You left. You don't get to come back. Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah. No, there you are. There,
Oh, man, I thought I was being funny there.
What would be the craziest thing that could happen for the Broncos today? That is like, maybe not like semi, but like feasible. Fairly feasible. Not even like ultra feasible.
Well,
Oh, boy.
if you want to go crazy, I mean, I
we
would
do.
say like, well, this isn't like a fun crazy though. I'm just trying to think of something that can be crazy in the 3rd round of an NFL draft, which isn't much. But I guess Cortland Sutton. If you trade Cortland Sutton, especially if we're talking about a wide receiver right now, with like potentially getting Troy Franklin, maybe that's when you say, okay, we can afford moving on from Cortland, and you're not going to get a 3rd from him, but maybe you end up getting a 4th round pick for him, and that in a sense could make sense for multiple teams, including the Broncos. Broncos clearly rebuilding a little bit. They could save money by moving on from Cortland if they were to trade him, and then going young too, and just starting this full rebuild surrounding Bo Nix with other young guys that he can build with. And then for another team, look, Cortland Sutton's ready to go. He just had 10 touchdowns last year. So if a team is more in a Super Bowl window, instead of drafting a rookie receiver and having that guy need like a year or 2 to develop, if they were just able to get Cortland Sutton right away, then that would be an improvement for that team, especially for the price of a 4th or a 5th round pick. So I don't really know what else crazy can happen outside of that in round 3.
Yeah. I mean, I've said so many times, I don't love the idea of not having a veteran for Bo Nix.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It's just over and over. But the really crazy thing to do would be trade him, draft Troy Franklin, use the pick you got for Court to then draft like a Roman Wilson. 2 receivers, save the cap space. I mean, it'd be
So
crazy.
you're saying it doesn't make sense to move on from a veteran, and then you're proposing not just moving on from a veteran option,
Yeah.
but then getting 2 rookies. I'm not. That's bizarre reasoning, Hank.
I wouldn't. I would absolutely no way in hell would I do it, but that would be crazy.
It would be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. All right. You think they'll trade up? They'll try to trade up twice? They've got some targets in mind here?
Potentially. Don't forget last year, the Broncos traded. Why they only have one third-round pick this year is they use this year's third-round pick with a third-round pick last year to move up to get Riley Moss. George Paton made a little allusion to that earlier in the pre-draft press conference last week of saying, like, yeah, sometimes Sean's just going to say, I want this guy, let's go get him. And they only did that once last year, and so that was clearly for Riley Moss, and that was clearly a Sean Payton call. I think that's probably going to happen again, specifically in this day 2. Look, George Payton's really in charge of the day 3, where it gets to the nitty-gritty guys, the sicko type of drafting, as you would call it, Andre, where you're talking about like the 150th guy in a draft. That's where George Paton excels. Sean Payton probably doesn't know the ins and outs of those type of guys in round 5, 6, and 7. That's when George Paton takes over. Sean Payton still knows these guys on day 2 in rounds 2 and 3 right now. So I think that's when he has his biggest impact. And we know Sean Payton's all about trading up. So I could absolutely see it happening once or twice.
I feel like that's the exact scenario is what's going on right now with me and Dre and Hank.
Wow.
I'm Sean Payton. They're definitely George Payton in the situation. And, you know what I'm saying? I'm letting them handle the back of the roster guys and the guys down below. You know what I'm saying?
Analogy.
It is.
Great analogy.
Wow.
Todd, I would call that a smart man because there's only going to be a couple of these guys they draft, and just all of that brain and energy is just going to be wasted.
That's so true.
I mean, they're making great points. I don't think they've had a bad point yet. So,
luckily, I've got
it's because you don't know if it's good or bad points.
We've got 5 paragraphs up on the website about 20% of the players who will be drafted this year. So
that's great.
That's true.
That's really great.
Some of those will probably be Broncos. Bo Nix was already. There we go.
There you go.
Whoever's lower on that totem pole is also needed in this hierarchy. So whoever's under George Payton, because we need food. We're in need of food.
Yeah.
You guys getting Raising Canes?
Raising Canes on Grubhub.
Yeah.
We actually put our orders in through the app. Turns out the app doesn't deliver.
I do have to pee too.
He's
there
sneaking
you
to
go.
Canes.
There you go.
He's sneaking to Canes.
Why don't you go to CoorsLight.com/DNVR? Instacart will hook you guys up with some Coors Light delivered straight to your door.
And then we just
What
put
a move.
we just
What
put in
a
the notes like,
move.
can you bring some Canes too?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go. There you
Yeah.
go. With barbecue sauce, right?
Exactly. Let's see. What are
That's
some other
legendary.
good questions for
Chris
Zach?
Broswell has gone to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's good.
Ooh, yeah.
Do you guys want to talk about it real quick? Because Zach's here. The last 4 or 5 picks that have gone.
Sure.
It's Benson Ott, Michael Hall Jr., Patrick Paul, Marshawn Nealon, and Chris Broswell.
All guys I loved.
So Benson
Yeah,
Ott
all
to
guys Dre
Washington.
loved.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Sonat is
What
tough.
can you do?
Yeah, we've
So
had
not
a
the
safety
baller.
go off the board. We've had a running back go off the board. We've had like 600 wide receivers go
my
off the board
goodness.
right now. And
A
somehow Troy
linebacker.
Franklin still there.
Yeah.
Troy Franklin, Malachi Corley, a favorite of mine. Yak God, he's known in our community. So that would be lots of fun. And Roman Wilson.
Yeah.
'Cause
Brenden Rice, Jalen
now-
McMillan.
I know he was talking a little nonsense with Troy Franklin and Roman Wilson and then trading Cortland Sutton. But
Yep.
we have been a more elevated combo we have been having is Bo Nix, good on the short stuff, more rhythm offense. Maybe you don't want the contested catch guy. Maybe you want more of a he'll route you, get open underneath. You don't have Jerry Jeudy anymore. A guy like Roman Wilson might be just what the doctor ordered, or
The
just
doctor
what
being
Bo
Sean
Nix
Payton.
ordered. Yes,
Oh.
I don't know.
I
Who's
like
the
that.
doctor
That.
here?
Who is the doctor?
Maybe the quote of the day from Bo Nix, and Dre, you talking about that reminded me of this. He was asked about the criticism surrounding his game of he pretty much completes a lot of short passes, and that's pretty much it. And he said, quite frankly, I've completed a lot of long passes too.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of just like he's a really respectable guy. Really, I mean, he seems like a good guy, but he's got a little fight in him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think he's gonna be I think he's going to be great for the media. I think he's going to be great for fans. I think fans are going to fall in love with him if they haven't already.
Yeah, he also, when he was talking about the deep balls, he did say
there's Javon
you can
Bullard,
go
another
back
safety.
and you can watch the film and you'll see. And I was like,
Hank's just
I'll
like,
send you a link. Yeah.
But you could
As,
mention
as
he
a
wants a free
former Denver
membership,
Bronco-
complimentary membership. We'll give that.
We will. I
That's
forgot
true.
about that
That's
deal for
true.
athletes.
We only give it to people for free that have made history, and Bo Nix has made history
Right.
already.
Yeah.
Right. And allowed our stats and info department to make history.
Ah, yes, we made history
A
by
little-
sharing
Yeah.
the history.
It's true.
History
Yeah.
right there. So no, Justin.
All right,
Todd
dude.
just
My,
took
phone,
a pit stop.
my phone's
He's
about
coming
to
right back.
die.
I'm so
Ah,
sure it
shit.
is. Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds true.
I'll send
Love-
a
yeah.
screenshot.
Okay.
Lots of love
See
to
if
you.
Ellis-
Zach.
Give it a little charge
I'll
and
jump
call
on
back.
later.
Yeah.
There was a great question. Can we compare and contrast Troy Franklin to Malachi Corley?
Where was that great question?
The Toyota
The
chat.
Toyota
Right,
chat.
right,
yeah,
right.
we love the
actually
Toyota
should
chat.
take
Shout out the Forerunners wherever you are.
Toyota. Oh, there's Blake Fisher going.
Oh,
Like they're up there.
oh there's some way. How long till Toyota makes a car that can fly?
You want to? Why don't
Right
you
on
do
the
a quick
corner.
little
quick little
Toyota
admin.
pit
Yeah,
stop
let me
for
tell
me?
you
That
about
actually
Toyota.
would be a great
Blake
one.
Fisher off the board. Notre
Yes,
Dame to
yes.
the Texans. He was
To
one
the
of my
Texans.
favorites.
Yeah. You love Notre Dame.
So
alone.
5-star recruit, first true freshman to start on the offensive line in their opening game for Notre Dame forever.
Cool.
Out for the season in his first game.
Oof.
Joe Alt gets that job. He flips to right tackle the last couple of years, but he's a big guy. He's a freak. He's young. I thought he would be a great project for the Broncos, but I guess the Texans saw the vision. Who else sees the vision? Toyota sees the vision. Toyota's awesome. Like I
Good
said,
job. Good
it's only
transition.
the only question I have is: are they going to create a boat car first or a plane car first? Because they're just on top of everything. They're living in the future over there. You can see it with the 4Runner. You can see it with the new Civic. You can see it with any of the cars that you can find over at our Front Range Toyota dealers.
Well done. Henry.
Yeah, we love them. They love us. It's
Yep.
just a great situation.
Really
So
is
if you're trying to
fantastic.
go somewhere, get yourself a
time.
Toyota from our friends over at the Front Range Toyota dealers.
Yep. And also shout out to the good people at Breckenridge Brewery. What a good time at the farmhouse. Your people enjoyed that? You brought family over and stuff. They had a good time at the farmhouse.
What do you mean, your people?
Yeah. I knew that was coming back to bite me.
I was like, your face was so blank. I was
knew
like,
that
what is
was
going on?
happening instantly. The second I said your people.
Wow.
No, my family came out. They had a great time. They had a great time.
That's exactly right. It is a great time at Breckenridge Brewery.
That was a
That
good
was
one.
good stuff.
Always a great time. Of course, you know all their delicious, exquisite beers.
For everybody.
And you get that for everybody. Absolutely. And, Breck Beer Locator. Find a Breck Brew near you.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
do the thing. Okay. Even this app is, like, it's finding a Canes by me.
I know. The Canes app was so easy.
I got you guys.
Yeah, I found it on my iPad. You want the link?
I got you guys.
Yeah,
Oh, you found it?
Anything. I'll take anything, Henry.
Especially Canes.
Yeah. Well, no, Canes right now is
That-
all I
That's a
want,
must.
frankly.
Oh, Cole Bishop to the Bills.
Oh, just what we
Bishop.
had all feared. Cole Bishop
Right,
to
that's
the Bills.
all we've been talking about was Cole
Championship on the way.
Bishop. Okay, so
Lions are back on the clock.
The Lions back on the clock. Lions, Dan Campbell. They like their speed. They like their big boys. You think they're going speed or big boy here?
Josh Reynolds is not there.
Oh, boy. Don't say...
no, I don't think so.
If
So
it's a
Troy
guess.
Franklin, electric, wiry, fast, explosive, got some nice length to him to go out and extend. Oh my gosh,
Friend of Bo Nix.
what a guy!
Let me
Brandon
continue.
Nix.
Can run all sorts of different routes. Obviously, I think it's pretty simple offense in a lot of ways. But also, the timing that he has developed, a lot of that does come from running those routes cleanly and sharply. And he gets the ball, he catches the ball, he runs. A lot of those curls are a lot of fun, where you just have him coming back to the ball and he just flips back around, sees where the defense is, and then makes a guy miss and runs. There's a lot to like about Troy Franklin. Also, the post. The first clip of the film was just this post where he catches it, changes an angle, and sprints away for a touchdown.
He burned USC deep multiple times.
yeah.
If that's what the game you're talking about. I thought a highly rated wide receiver for me. I mean, the guy really lit up college football last year, and he's one of those deep threats. You know, he ran a 4.4. He probably plays more at a 4.3. Malachi Corley instead, stocky, shorter wide receiver, ball in his hands. He's electric. Think of maybe a slightly undersized Deebo Samuel. That's the kind of wide receiver you're getting from the Hilltoppers out there in Western Kentucky. Electric feet, will shake you. And I think underneath, right, has a little more mobility, a guy you might want to give a little more direct handoffs to. In some ways, you would use him, you know, like a Deebo Samuel. Like I imagine the Chiefs might use Xavier Worthy a little bit, but different, right? Xavier Worthy more just like lightning quick and fly by guys.
Just goes.
This guy's got more of that contact balance, can shake you out of your feet. Really electric with the ball in his hands. So
Shaking
those
out
are the
your
two
shoes,
guys.
hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully
I've heard out of your feet.
No,
No, that's
damn.
how electric he is. Yes.
Feet just stay behind.
Yes, yes.
Also,
Just running on shins.
Ennis, Rakestraw Jr. going
Yeah.
to the Ravens.
Missouri.
Lions.
Missouri.
Yep.
Go Tigers.
No, it's going to the Lions.
I love that.
Yeah, Missouri Tiger, though.
We got to use that Go Tigers for
I know.
every Tiger.
When's Coach O going to be back on a staff?
That's a good question.
He was so legendary.
I don't like.
Greatest team in college football history, something.
Oh yeah. He's got to be on a boat somewhere though.
Oh, he's living
And by
it up.
somewhere, it's like
He's living it
Louisiana.
up.
So right now, we're at pick 62 with the Ravens.
Yes.
We're about to end the
It's going
second
fast.
round. Yeah,
We're
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah.
We're finally moving.
Pick
So-
60 is
Good now.
about the range where you said the Broncos could start moving
and that's
up.
what I was
I
gonna
think.
ask. Like, when do we start really like honing? Like, hey, when are they getting trade up?
Yeah. No,
We're in that range. We are past pick. We are pick 62. Baltimore Ravens. Bro, all Troy Franklin has to do is fill in Jerry Judy's place, and that's not too hard. With Bo, he can probably exceed those expectations. Dylan in the Toyota chat, I think you're right. Not hard to exceed what Jerry Judy did, but maybe we could strive for more, Dylan. So that would be the thinking there. And who knows? Even if it's not Troy Franklin, a Roman Wilson could be that guy. 66 from Sebastian. Yep, that's right. That's kind of the range that Hank had locked in on.
Here's a fun fact.
Oh my gosh, fun.
What you got?
This sounds fun.
Okay. No, it actually is fun.
It
So
is,
Bo
I know.
Nix, not a hockey guy, from Arkansas. Did you know there had not been an NHL player from the state of Arkansas until 2016? Trey Lowry.
Wow.
I was just curious. I
Wow.
just Googled best hockey
Wait,
player ever from
Is
Arkansas.
Trey Lowry the Lowry SOB we're playing against? The captain for Winnipeg?
Oh. Hopefully Bo doesn't hear of that.
I know ball, so
I think they say you know fuck yeah.
I know. Whoa, dude. Yeah. Okay, we're within range here. Baltimore. What will the Ravens do? Are the Ravens a wide receiver team? They might be. Right? Odell's not coming through that door, or is he? Is he back?
Odell is not coming through that
He's
door.
not. Whoa.
No.
Oh, when you say it and then you put an emphasis on the word coming, it sounded gross.
Okay, there we
man.
go.
Okay.
We were due for one of those. Trey
Bad
Lowry.
news. It's not going through. Oh. I don't know what's happening.
Oh man, no,
Wait,
yeah, our
Ravens-
reaction is Raising Cane's related. Oh,
How?
all right, I'm getting some sliders from downstairs.
This is twice now.
We'll pick it up on our way in for tomorrow. It's just gonna
Oh my
have to be
goodness.
what it's gonna have to be.
Keep saying no.
I keep saying no. Is your
Yeah.
car getting declined?
Ravens just took
That would be
Roger
That would be sad.
Rosengarten.
Yeah, Roger Rosengarten. I'm not gonna lie. The first thing I
That'd be
heard
sick.
about like, oh no,
Rosengarten.
it's not gonna happen. I thought, like, I saw you looking at your phone. I thought it was Troy Franklin, and I'm not. And that did soften the blow a little bit, knowing Troy Franklin's still on the board. He did, as soon as the first time he said Franklin, all of a sudden I can't stop. I can't get Franklin out of my mouth.
Yeah, all right.
You didn't hear? Okay,
We
You
might
didn't
be a
catch-
trade up range, which
I
means
thought that was the worst one of the day.
I'm just.
I can't get Franklin out of my mouth.
Okay,
We're gonna
we'll
let
let you
that-
slide.
Don't repeat it.
I know, but
What was the scenario to get to 60? It was the 3rd and 2/5.
I think you can get to 66 with 76 and the next one, your 4th rounder, I would imagine if you throw in a fifth, you get to 60. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we're very much in the range. Yeah, we tried the Grubhub. It's not working.
Yeah,
we really appreciate the help, though.
no,
it did
we've tried our
open
best,
doors.
guys. We've tried our best.
We've tried so hard. Actually.
Rosengarten to Baltimore. Okay.
Okay. All on the same page now. Here we go. Let's say so. Troy Franklin, if he's on the board, he's the pick, right? If he's not on the board, let's start. Let's start.
Assume. I mean,
But like he would be our pick.
Yeah.
He would be
technically for me, it'd be Malachi Corley.
Okay, that's fair. We can go. Corley is next up. From there, I like Junior Colson here. You get sneaky with Christian Hayes.
Linebacker. Guard. Go guard.
It's weird to go guard,
He
but
could play
Christian
center,
Hayes
right?
is gonna be. I don't know that he has, but sure, why not?
Who are the best candidates to play center?
Ooh.
Quinn Meinerz,
So, yeah,
Powers,
that's a crazy thing.
or Christian Hayes?
Every offensive lineman is basically listed as a position for the Broncos, except for Quinn, guard/center. So they still list him as that officially, which is a fun little nugget at least. Peyton Wilson, he would be very high on my board.
Really wants Peyton Wilson, the NC State backer.
There's a chance he's just a monster. He's so productive. It's just like a classic draft conundrum where it's the most productive linebacker in the country, does everything, maybe a little undersized, but is everywhere.
Does everything though.
Also, the 10 surgeries, also got busted with a fake ID, ran from the cops, got hit by a car while he was running from the cops, and then hit under another car. Like, you've got just like...
Sounds like a good linebacker.
Yeah, sounds like a good linebacker.
You kind of like run the gamut with the red flags here. Also, like super old prospect. He hits the 3 big red flags: character concerns, injuries, and age. But so good at football. Just the classic draft conundrum.
But the first guy you don't ask us who's on the podium, it was Haloti Ngata. That I knew.
Here's
that
a fun
I
fact.
knew.
My parents
I
went to
did.
dinner
I
with
did.
Haloti Ngata.
No.
Yeah.
Really? Why?
So Doug Betters, Montana football legend, also I believe NFL
camera,
Defensive
yeah.
Player of the Year. I think he was. Wound up getting paralyzed in an accident. Horrible, sad story. But he had like this big fundraiser up in Montana. He'd bring up a whole bunch of NFL guys up there, and they come up for a week, and there's like a big fundraiser dinner, and there's like a camp for kids, and like Jerry Rice was up there one year because who's the old 49ers owner?
Chiefs moved up to 63 with the Niners here.
Sounds like it was a great story.
I'm sorry. I'm just
No. It's a draft show. It's a draft show. It's a draft show.
It's the
It's a draft.
So
I mean, it's a draft show. It's a draft show. We can move along. Yeah, so Troy Franklin here. I think this might be Troy Franklin. I know they already have their receiver.
They just took the wide receiver.
I know, but I don't think. I mean,
Jatavian Sanders scares me more, and that's what Jeff is saying in the Toyota chat.
That is that would be a fun one.
Do they need a second?
I mean, not fun, but
do
fun
they
for
need
them.
a second tight end? Running back? Do they need a running back?
I like the idea of a second tight end. It opens up a bunch of things. And then if Kelsey's gone in the next year or two, you've kind of
They might go corner.
I also think
Offensive tackle?
I didn't come into this draft saying
Plenty of needs.
the Chiefs need one receiver. I came into the draft saying like the Chiefs need as many receivers as they can get their hands on.
I'd agree.
And with Troy
But
Franklin here, I mean, we've been
You
mocking
trade up twice every round. You trade up for a wide receiver.
Oh. Well, yeah.
Jeff's telling me they took a tackle. I just
They
don't
did
know
actually
who.
take a tackle. Kingsley Sumaitai.
Sumatia. BYU.
Sumaitai.
Dude,
I know.
dude,
Yeah.
and the worst part is the last part is tia, which means at in Spanish. I could have just said tia, but I'm like, no,
Yeah.
they wouldn't say it that way.
Mai Tai, yeah.
Okay, here comes the tackle run.
Yeah, no.
The prophecy was foretold.
Which again, like developmental tackle in round 3 feels like a classic draft move, and the Broncos are in that position.
He's a big
Also,
boy too.
On the clock too. They didn't trade the 60.
I think
Yeah.
that tracker
Oh.
just hasn't updated.
Maybe it's yes. They've been pretty good about updating it.
Here, let
Oh.
me see. Actually,
Let me
no, the Tom Pelissero tweet I got a notey for does
Yeah.
say they swapped 63 for 64.
cost him a 5th to move up one spot. Did
Yeah,
they
that
really?
seems-
Was somebody else trying to get up for him?
Definitely not the Niners, though. Sumatia's not a zone blocking type of guy. He wouldn't fit their scheme in the slightest. Hank, who's that? Hank, who's that?
Oh, he's looking down.
Ah, shit.
I need
2 seconds.
I think it's a former teammate of yours.
I thought it was Jamal Charles.
Was it?
Okay.
Yeah.
You
It was
played
a
with
quick glance.
you overlapped,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He was at the Super Bowl.
He was on the team in Super Bowl year?
Well, also in February.
At
Yeah,
the Super Bowl.
yeah.
I was like, I don't know if I remember that one.
Last pick of the second round.
We've made it through the second.
Wow.
Look at us, man.
Only took 2.5 hours, which is not bad actually.
Yeah, no, that flew by. Really did. And now the Niners. What are the Niners going to do?
The Niners.
They already took...
49ers.
They take Luke McCaffrey there.
They did?
Yeah.
No.
I'm like,
They
Could
took
you imagine?
Ricky Pearsall.
Luke McCaffrey, the faster McCaffrey. By 40 time. 4.46 versus 4.47.
yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Really opens your eyes to some things, doesn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't
no, his eyes are so
overanalyze
close. His eyes are so
one
close.
data point, but yes. Luke's the one who went to play quarterback at Michigan?
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yes. Didn't go great.
No, Rice at wide
But-
receiver, so that kind of tells you everything.
And as Lisa McCaffrey would say, he was the best athlete of the boys growing up.
I don't know if Christian loves that.
I can't imagine he does. No, it is not.
That makes
No,
sense.
this
That checks out.
Lowry.
Adam Lowry. No.
Also, this Lowry, it looks like maybe never cracked the NHL after being drafted. Potentially no player from Arkansas ever in the NHL.
Dang. Can't say that about the states we're from.
Bo Nix probably could have been the best hockey player from Arkansas if he'd put his mind to it.
Could be.
Chose football. Worked out.
Okay, 12 picks away. Last pick of the second. Do we know who the Niners took? No, a cornerback.
A cornerback. Did you say that?
I said no, a cornerback. I'm just
okay.
reading the Toyota chat here.
Florida State's Renardo Green.
Wow.
Maybe a bit of a
That's,
stretch.
That's off the res a little bit. That's off the res a smidge.
That is.
Is that, we're using that term?
I just stay away from anything. I'm.
Good call.
Yeah.
Off the ridge.
Yeah.
Good
I've got to
call.
If I don't know where it comes from, actually, I just had this conversation, but the phrase, it seems like he's kind of rubbing off on somebody.
Oof.
That's one that I just ditched a couple of years ago, and then I'm not looking back
Classic.
because I
Bad
can't.
influence. That guy's
I
rubbing
can't.
off.
I know, right? Like I can't believe that's a thing people say.
Well, I mean, everything changes as far as like
Yeah.
terminology and meanings. Like it changes through time. So there's stuff we say that in 10 years people are gonna be like, you can't say that, bro.
It is true.
Good
Man,
point.
10 years ago was the way to go.
When you dropped that on fleek earlier, that was probably the moment of the show.
That's awesome. That was the previous show.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was. It all runs together.
I can't believe they took that cornerback.
Yeah. No, that was a shock.
Was
that was
not
a shock.
familiar with that
No.
young man.
I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game.
Yep. No, literally.
The Panthers. Could they be looking for a new McCaffrey?
I think it's a little early
I
for
think
a
it's early
McCaffrey
also.
right now.
I think even 76 is early.
What are they looking for a wide receiver?
They could be. I mean, what couldn't they be looking for? And don't say
Right.
quarterback. They could be looking. I mean,
Not at this point.
no. Okay.
Who else are we zeroing in on right now? We've talked about Peyton Wilson. We've talked about the couple wide receivers. I've mentioned the receiving tight end Jatavian Sanders from Texas. I think would be awesome.
New craziest thing the Broncos could do. Rattler.
Oh, give me Rattler into my veins.
I will riot if
sneaky
that
like
happens.
Rattler.
I will
You
riot.
will riot.
What do
Yeah,
you like
that
about
would-
Rattler's game? What
I like the level of dog. I think that's where it starts. The way he stands in the pocket. I think the footwork is there. Like the polish is there. I think that
See, I don't,
even
I don't
under
feel like
pressure.
he's polished.
Really, you don't think so?
I feel like he has natural abilities, but I wouldn't say they're polished.
But I think that when that shows up, I think a lot of it is playing for the worst offensive line in the SEC. I always forget Vanderbilt exists. The second worst offensive line in the SEC. you just are forced to bail out and play a little bit more hero ball. And I do think that there is a little bit. I think if you were to put him in a Bo Nix system, I don't think he's a Bo Nix, but I would be curious to see what would happen. I think he might open some eyes.
He literally played in Lincoln Riley's Oklahoma and blew his shot, man.
I think Caleb Williams stole his shot. Even going back, like I was just curious.
He was getting dominated by Texas in that game.
Yeah, in that one game though. And before that, he'd put together some really good stuff. Even the week after he got benched, so after that Texas game, mock drafts still had him in the first round.
Well, sure.
Which again,
it takes a sec to adjust.
Definitely, but like he didn't just kind of drop off after that. So I do think that there's something there. And if the Broncos had taken Brock Bowers in the first, I would be saying get Rattler here. And obviously, I'm not saying get Rattler here. You already have Bo Nix, but it'd be a crazy little move, a little Washington move from the Kirk Cousins era.
He's very Zach Wilson-y to me, with less of a propensity to push the ball deep. And I don't know. I don't. That's not super appealing to me. I see some of the, you see those flashes that made him a top prospect and, 5-star quarterback who Lincoln Riley recruited heavily and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I'm not super sold on him.
He had one bad game and got beat out by an incredible quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's oversimplified.
I think he still passed. He completed more than 70% of his passes that season. Like, again, I don't know. It doesn't even matter. Also, trade Jets on the clock. For
At
what it's
65.
worth, just because we're kind of closing in here.
Yep.
Panthers go from 72
to 65.
Jets go 72 to 65. It costs pick 157. So the Broncos have pick 147. You would think, obviously, more valuable. That's I lost the tweet. What was that? 7-spot jump? 7-spot jump. So if the Broncos include 147, you would expect a 9-spot jump.
Devastating from the chat. Corley gone.
Okay. Hey.
He must have gone to the Jets in that trade up. Yak God off the board. R.I.P. to the dream. Our mock was Penix, Sanders, Corley, I think.
Yeah.
That dream was alive till not too long ago.
Yep.
I mean,
so given that trade, the Broncos could give up their final 5th-round pick and move up from 76 to 67 would be the math. But 66 is basically the same. So we're within easy trade range officially.
Okay.
Against the Cardinals, for the 4th overall, they trade 66.
I do think moving up ahead of the Chargers at 69, if you want Roman Wilson, for example.
Roman Wilson, Blake Corum would be the two.
Might be a smart call.
Yep.
There's Luca from Italy. Grande Luca. Hey, Luca.
I love it. There is nothing better than when Dre speaks Italian.
That wasn't Italian. You said a name.
Well, but it came out.
Italian.
Silenzio Bruno.
It's a good movie. Match 'em up outdoors asking who's the top tight end and top edge rusher left.
Great question.
Tight end, definitely Jatavion Sanders, the Texas guy I've mentioned a few times. Very good receiving tight end. Yeah, I wouldn't jump on anyone else there. An edge rusher, now that Marshawn Nealand is off the board, I would say that's Breland Trice from Washington, and Mo Kamara also in the mix, Colorado State, as is Jonah Ellis, the Utah edge rusher that ran like an insane 4.5 40. Very productive, too.
Yeah. I look around. I see, again, I like those linebackers with Colson, with Peyton Wilson. Troy Franklin, obviously. It just makes too much sense. I really like Blake Corum here as well. I like Cade Stover. I really like Cade Stover, the tight end from Ohio State.
Would he be a good, because he's more of an inline guy, a good guy to balance out Dulcich?
Yes, yeah. And the great outlet option underneath. Great stiff arm, like run after the catch, make things. I mean, he's not turning a 5-yard catch into an 80-yard catch, but he'll turn 5 yards into 8 yards every single time.
For sure. Yeah, I don't know if Troy Franklin's actually the dream for the Broncos, but I guess he's kind of become the dream for the Toyota chat.
He certainly has.
Stream.
Well, and I mean, when you see a guy get mocked in the first round over and over and over again, and he's sitting here at 76, and he plays an impact position, like something you see on the field right away, and he's teammates with the second highest rookie quarterback you've ever drafted, like there's so many things pointing toward that being a good idea, and the only thing pointing away from it is like you kind of have like 4 receivers, and are you really getting an upgrade in the third round?
My guy, Mr. Domeneghini, since I said Luca too many times, says, I put my 2 cents on Jalen Wright.
Yeah.
Another blistering fast Tennessee running back in Sean Payton's hands. Wouldn't be the worst.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like him. I do think, I mean, you've got Court, you got Tim Patrick, even Josh Reynolds, a bigger guy. You're really going with size there. But I love Brenden Rice as a prospect. So I certainly wouldn't complain.
I think with the run on interior D lineman that's occurred, that could sneaky be another big need to fill. Dwayne Carter of Duke, Gabe Hall of Baylor, Brandon Dorless of Oregon, and the big nose tackle from Miami, Leonard Taylor, would be the top guys.
Also, if I was just going best player available, Christian Haynes, the guard from UConn, would be very much in that conversation. I think he's a freak. I think he's very reminiscent of Quinn Miners in a lot of way. I think there's a lot in the play style. I think when you look at the path, Quinn Miners D3, UConn isn't D3, but I bet there's some D3 teams that would beat him. Yeah, great Senior Bowl, super physical, 3rd round project guy.
Think he play center, or is he
I wonder.
guard?
See, I hadn't really thought about that. I only thought of him as a guard. What do you think, Dre?
No, I think he could move inside. I do think he's more of your typical like road grading right guard,
Exactly, and that is like
set and forget right there. But
it is a little redundant, also.
I mean, in pass pro and run block might be overqualified to play center. It's then the ball handling stuff,
and that's my concern with Quinn. Is like, do you really want him snapping the ball and getting his head up, or do you just want him out there kicking ass from the get go?
Right. Cooper Beebe, another great target at this point of the draft, but that's another guard, And like Nick's saying in the chat, is guard a luxury?
Yeah, I mean,
Troy Franklin is the highest on my board. Funny enough,
I don't love the whole luxury conversation when you're toward the bottom of the league. I mean, you just you go get the best players and see where the chips fall.
Also, if you want to be Houston did take Tank Dell in the 3rd round, 69th overall pick. There's a lot of good value in the 3rd round. Mark Andrews, Terry McLaurin. You have Cooper Kupp. You have Tyler Lockett. Like, you have a bunch of players. There's still a lot of value here.
Running back off the board. Cardinals taking Florida State's Trey Benson. Wow. Yep. So 10 picks until the Broncos.
Highest rated remaining running back. I love his receiving ability. And he's like 5'11", 216. He feels he plays like a scat back, but when you're that big,
like 4.38 or something, 4.39.
Yeah,
at that size,
he ran really.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think. I also tweeted this morning, like, the dream scenario for me is Blake Corum at 76, and that was kind of assuming you have to trade up for Troy Franklin, which changes the equation a little bit. But a little run on running backs here that gets the Broncos to Corum, I think.
I wonder if at 69 the Chargers with Harbaugh take one of those guys, whether it's Corum or Troy Franklin.
I'd say it's 50-50. That pick is a Michigan guy.
They were the odds-on favorite to draft Blake Corum on Bet365 for sure. Still plenty of intrigue, though, at the skill positions, that's for sure. Yeah.
Any chance you go middle linebacker? Abso-freaking-lutely.
If they need less of a cover linebacker, I don't think that's the move here.
The thing is, like,
unless you're like locked in on Peyton Wilson, I think safety might be a sneakier need right here.
I think they could really just use like a dominant linebacker. Like, I think as it stands right now, you're either playing Jonas Griffith or Cody Barton every down. And again, like Griffith, there were some things that were exciting when he played, but definitely isn't a proven player. And he's probably like 27, 28. So I don't. if you're blocking him, I don't think that's the end of the world. He might not win the job anyway. Cody Barton's kind of a journeyman. Became a starter in the last couple of years, but that's after 5-6 years of being a backup. Great development. You can play him. There is certainly room for a great linebacker, and I think Junior Colson and Peyton Wilson both have a chance to be that.
Yeah, I forget about Junior Colson. I'd be in on that.
For Commanders.
Broncos just don't draft linebackers this high usually.
Yeah,
And that's the thing though, is like
they really haven't.
I was thankful for it for a long time.
Come
on, guys.
what is that like on draft day? Just being like, oh, hopefully they don't draft a linebacker.
I was never nervous, honestly. The only one that was like really talked about was the Devin Bush trade with the Steelers.
Oh,
that was the only one that was like heavily talked about. That I kind of was like, and it's funny because I was undrafted, but like for 3 or 4 years I hosted the Broncos draft party. So I'm like watching the clock. I'm supposed to be mingling, but I'm really wild. Okay, we're at 10. I got to see what happens. And then luckily we traded away.
Yeah,
the Devin Bush pick.
And so like
Brenden Coleman, TCU offensive lineman. Tested really well. Big boy, versatile, can play anywhere on the line. And also had a good Senior Bowl performance. So very interesting.
Do you see Harbaugh's putting like your recruiting stars on your nameplate in the locker? It's like your 5-star recruit, you get 5 stars. 3-star recruit, yeah. Which is like
that's college.
It's such a college move.
It's like BS, man.
Well, but like I get kind of the point where it's like, oh, this guy's a 3-star and he did this, and all the 3 stars are like, look, anybody can do it, you know. But in the NFL, it seems like a weird thing to do.
Yeah, it seems a little collegey, little gimmicky.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe if you want to do it, maybe round draft picks sounds better.
Yeah.
Because stars.
Because that's like the equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
O-line Wallace to the Pats. Where?
I think you moved the camera.
Caden Wallace, Penn State to the Pats. Can we get that confirmed? 68. That would put the Chargers at 69. And I do think this is kind of a key point where you need to try and survive. See if one of the, if the 2 Michigan guys can survive this pick.
Yeah. Are you guys going Michigan or not Michigan here? If you had to choose.
I'm going Michigan, 100%.
I think I'd also bet Michigan. Especially with these couple of running backs off the board. Because I think at this point, Blake Corum to me is far and away the best running back on the board. Mm-hmm. I think Roman Wilson, there's a case to be made for him to be more like the 4th or 5th and not the number 1 on the board, which would make it tougher to justify.
Really? It's kind of him and Troy Franklin.
That's fair.
I think there's a pretty good separation between the next guy.
No Jalen McMillan? Brenden Rice?
McMillan.
Okay.
Brenden Rice. Yeah, I think those guys are a tier below. Johnny Wilson, Jermaine Burton, Luke McCaffrey, Jacob Cowing, those kinds of guys.
That's a throwback.
Right?
But not to everybody, but to me.
To you, yeah.
Throwback to the olden days.
Okay, come on. We're getting there. Come on, Broncos. Haven't moved up yet. I mean, from the chat, they were saying Caden Wallace. I'm assuming it's Caden Wallace, Penn State offensive tackle.
Chargers take linebacker Junior Colson from Michigan.
There you go.
That's a really good pick.
We know ball.
Great case for him to be the best player on the board.
Only the 3rd off-ball linebacker taken thus far. Edge Cooper. Did we have another one?
Undervalued, man. We're so undervalued.
We really are?
Hey, you are.
Man.
No, I think that's just the 2nd linebacker taken. Okay. Yeah,
That's
and
a
in
great
this
pick.
class, I like all the like mobile sideline to sideline coverage, weak side linebacker type guys.
Yeah. I think Colson, like I said it before, he's really good at a lot of different things. Like I don't think there's like a flaw in his game.
Yep.
I also don't see him as like, damn, like you blitz him and he's getting home every time. Like line him up on a tight end, he's getting him. So, and there's a lot of reason to be excited. He also has a crazy story. Like I think his dad died. He's Haitian. His dad died in the hurricane. There's like a family that was down there helping with the cleanup that adopted him. Dang. And that's how he came to the U.S. and obviously is a great athlete.
Crazy.
So like he has like a whole story and everybody says he's just like the best guy, and he's only 21, and so you could see him turning into an absolute freak. But as of now, kind of just very well-rounded, but maybe not all that special on day one.
Sounds about right. Someone was asking me for a Brenden Rice breakdown, the edge from Washington, and that's kind of how I describe him as well, as a guy who very productive pass rusher for a very good program, has good like size and power, decent first step, but doesn't necessarily excel in any one area. Which I know when I gave you guys that profile, no one seemed too excited on this side of the broadcast.
Somebody said I'm nervous to say. I think I can only handle 50 draft picks worth of knowledge. Is what you give me a playbook, I'm on it. You know what I'm saying? You tell me about 75 young kids, I'm like, yeah.
You don't like all the storylines, Todd?
You know.
Oh, I'm gonna send out a tweet saying it's only however many picks,
There
only
he
5
is.
picks to the
There's
Broncos.
our guy.
Come watch with us. We're lonely. Well, lonely with the 500 of you watching.
Yeah.
We appreciate everyone.
We love you
Appreciate
guys
all of you
so
guys.
much. Yes.
Which one do you appreciate the most?
Oh man, Jose's a real one, dude. Always
Jose with a
Jose's.
good Toyota chat earlier,
Really?
saying when Yaya was talking about he wants to create a kicker, and said it's Mexican, not Mexicant.
Yeah, that was a good
I like
one.
that.
Good
I
job,
like that.
Jose.
Nobody has those little catchy things for me. White not.
Match him up outdoors asking what
I should
are
send this tweet.
the three of us guys' favorite college football team, and then Todd, what NFL team did you root for growing up?
Where do you see that question? Oh, it's already
It was right there, and then
Oh, okay.
Yaya scrolled, and it just
I rooted for the Raiders growing up, sad to say. I definitely don't do it anymore, so we don't have to live in the past. We're here now.
right.
Favorite college team growing up was USC, hands down.
Cali boy through and through.
Through and through. Can't stop it. But now I like Sacramento State.
You know it.
Stingers up, baby.
That's right.
For life.
Get it right.
That's it.
Henry, nothing exciting. Montana Grizzlies.
So love the Montana Grizzlies. What was the question?
College teams we rooted for growing
Oh
up.
yeah, no, I mean that was Montana all the way. Yeah, no,
Baby Christopher.
it was just
Jordan.
Montana. I think my dad went to Colorado State, but I mean we watch like the Rocky Mountain Showdown every year, and maybe not even every year.
It's a good time.
Don't think we watched any others.
Giants take cornerback Andrew Phillips from Kentucky.
Let's go.
Get 'em off that board.
Let's go. Good.
We've hit
good.
Get these guys off the board and leave.
We
Corum
are
and
at
Franklin
pick
and-
71. We're right there. Cardinals. Okay, and Cardinals just took Trey Benson. What else have they done thus far? I feel like the Cardinals have a lot of picks too. They took Max Melton as well, and of course they took Marvin Harrison Jr. in round 1.
Who are like the top 5 on your board?
Okay, let's go back to my board. Troy Franklin, Jatavion Sanders, Brenden Rice, Blake Corum, Cooper Beebe, Mo Kamara.
Nice.
Thanks.
I mostly just need that for the tweet.
No, I get it.
But the people all want to know. And in theory, one of those guys will be there for the Broncos.
You said Mo Kamara?
Yeah.
The outside linebacker from
Yeah.
Colorado State.
CSU? Yeah. He's a baller.
Yeah, for sure. Kalen Bullock, speaking of USC, deep safety for them. Long, rangy. I think he tested really fast. Like a lot of these UFC defenders, there's a little bit of a question with how much dog do we have in him. But he played really well and tested well. And I think if you need that deep safety, you could do a lot worse trying to replace Justin Simmons than that. Can we pick Justin Simmons back up is a question that's coming in because he's still in Denver playing flag football.
Well, hopefully that's not a contract that lasts through the season. At some point.
Be a great addition to add back to the team.
Oh my god,
I'm
incredible.
It totally changes the outlook on the season. In my
You'd feel
opinion.
way better about the defense if you just got
yeah.
Justin back there. Man, this broadcast is so far behind. 71, the Cardinals.
Do you already know who they picked?
Let's see what they're doing. No, I do not. Oh, JBK all day saying, I think Sean Payton likes tight end Theo Johnson. That could be super athletic. He
RAS
tested
guy.
through the roof. Penn State guy. I got to say, the tape kind of unexciting, but that might have been more of the offense than him, frankly. I just think Jatavion Sanders being still around is... Man, and look, our pod thumbnail, our pod cover has Troy Franklin and Mo Kamara on the cover.
Wow. Fitting.
Prophetic.
Fitting.
Yeah, prophetic.
Oh,
My guy.
wow. Wow.
Did we send a text or did you just
I
know?
sent
You're
the
just Johnny
text.
on the
I
spot?
sent the text.
Wow.
Okay.
Let's dig in, boys. Got some sliders that everyone can enjoy. Sliders from the bar. Thank you for the
Wow.
napkins, too. Noah, you're a
Wow.
legend.
He thought of everything.
Hands
really
down
did.
Legend.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that, huh?
I love that.
Can you pass me the paper towel?
That's my cup.
Thank you.
I would have given it to him.
Cup. It's going to be epic. We're eating right as they make the pick.
And right as we told everybody to join us. Just some dry sliders.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd take a Coors Light. We can spray it all over when the Broncos make their pick. Is that allowed?
No.
So Miroslav from Serbia is here, and I'd never met him in person, obviously, because he was in Serbia. I've never been to Serbia. And so I was like, hey, I'm Henry, like all that stuff. And he was like, oh, we did a show together. And I was like, we did? And he was like, yeah, during the pandemic. And it was this pandemic live stream show when I think it might have been a draft show. I can't remember.
Wow.
But for some reason, we were all shotgunning beers on the live stream. And I was in my parents' basement.
Wow.
My beer was all shook up and sprayed straight up onto the ceiling. And it stained the ceiling. And it was just this crazy time. And I forgot that the homie Miroslav was there for
I
that.
100% believe that story. I know that happened.
No, that was all, that was real. Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty classic.
People are tuning in, so we should probably get
Have
some
the
football talk
Cardinals
going.
made this pick at 71 or no?
Let me double check because no, so still nothing on the Cardinals pick. Right now, if it were up to me, I've said this before, I think my pick here would be Blake Corum. I think that guy's a freak. Somebody asked who does he take touches from. I think there's room for somebody to take touches. First of all, I think there's room on the roster. You've got 3 good running backs or 3 solid running backs. You can carry 4. And if you have that as your 4-man rotation, you're very solid. I think that my concern is Javonte Williams averaged 3.6 yards per carry last year. That's 41, ranked 41st out of 48 running backs. I hope he's back to himself. Even if he is back to himself, he's a free agent after the season. And I'm not willing to say, like, don't sign him or whatever because we don't even know what he looks like. The general consensus, though, is that you don't give a running back a second contract. And so you have that going on. Samaje Perine, also a free agent after this year. Yep. Jaleel, you're going to have for 2 more after this year, but I think that Blake Corum could show up and be, in my opinion, a pretty freaky running back. I think he could be a Pro Bowler. And I think that you find ways to get touches, knock on wood, but injuries happen. So that's why I go there. Troy Franklin, obviously, right there as well. And Roman Wilson, probably my number 3 at the moment.
I think we brought in Blake Corum. I think that means we're cutting some guys. Only for the fact that if you carry that many running backs, they play on special teams.
True.
And I don't see any of our guys right now as special
Probably
teams
none of them.
guys. You know what I'm saying? That are really dominant on special teams.
Because Jaleel is just not built for that. Can I also have a paper towel? Should I take one before
Yes.
Thank you.
Sounds like Chaz Wallace, the edge from, gosh, I'm blanking, went off the board. And then Isaiah Adams, the Illinois offensive guard, has also gone off the board. So I think that would be the Panthers and Cardinals picks. I can't remember who took Adams and who took Wallace. I think Adams was taken by the Cards.
away.
Wallace was at 72. So now we are 4 away.
Let's go.
Indeed.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And then Andrew Phillips, the corner from Kentucky. Shout out Kentucky UDFA, being taken by the Giants at 70.
Also, I see Nathan Walker.
Yes,
Nathan
Uni,
Wheeler
just second
in the
and
Toyota
third
chat
today.
saying depth is dense. I agree that depth is dense. To me, there's a lot of guys who I think can fit into a rotation.
What's depth is dense mean?
With the running backs. With the running backs. Yeah.
Oh.
There's a lot of guys who fit into rotation. To me, there's one guy who really stands out as like he could be one of the better running backs in the NFL.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Give him a paper towel. Somebody help him.
Oh, no.
You guys are just chilling, man.
He's holding
Nobody can see. Nothing happened. It was just,
Nothing happened.
The magic of television.
He's hiding under the table. No, I wouldn't even.
that was crazy.
I wasn't even sure what was happening. It sounded. Yeah. I'm running upon the floor.
Yeah, you're like blowing up the spot right now.
Yeah,
bro.
really.
I gotta take care of our equipment, Tom.
We are going to.
It's nothing right here.
Yeah.
Carpet is
Oh,
equipment.
yeah.
I don't know. This one's a mess.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. No, mess isn't a mess, just crumpled.
Question on, does Bucky Irving make it to the 4th round?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah.
I think that's where he's projected to go.
Yep. And he would be a nice little consolation too. Mostly because of the chemistry, but he's a little undersized, I think, to actually be a every down running back.
Man, is that good company night. He did.
Another
He
tweet?
did.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a nice little deep running back class. I'm not sure you need a linebacker this soon. Edge, we've talked about how we have a lot of projects.
Is there any more good centers left? Tell me about the centers. Not this.
Yeah, there's the Georgia guy, Sedrick Van Pran. He's just an ass kicker. He's really good.
He's massive.
Then it's more couple top guard prospects. Drake Nugent, the Michigan center. He's a road grader and comes from that Michigan
Hard-nosed.
system.
Yep.
Yeah, that would fit our power scheme. And he's on top of that, he's a Colorado kid. Honestly, might be a tad early to take him. Same with Tanner Bordolani of Wisconsin and Bo Lemer. I think those are more day 3 guys, but I think they've got the upside to be starters at center in the NFL.
Can you have
There's
two
still guys
Bows
like
in the
that
same
around.
draft?
Bobo, yeah.
But
Bo.
Bo Lemer spelled Beaux.
X high.
That's the
a crazy
Louisiana
one.
pronunciation.
That's faux pas.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or
I love that.
What?
the Qua. Our guy downstairs, yeah.
Big E, as he's
Qua
known.
maybe meaning
Yes.
cross.
Yeah, tight end. Jatavian Sanders would be legendary.
What's going on?
Jatavian Sanders would be legendary. I like Jose saying, if you want something massive, go Braylon Allen. Pause.
The chat knows more than Dre.
But yeah, I'll lean into the shtick. I don't care. I'll say something silly, like Zach. Zach, you gotta fill that role.
He loves it.
Yeah,
He loves it.
yeah, I'd agree. Oh, Trevin Wallace was the Wallace that was taking, not Chaz Wallace.
Yeah.
BB to
okay.
Cowboys. Shoot.
Interesting. BB to the Cowboys. That's
But
a
now we're
great
at
pick for them.
73.
That feels like a Cowboys pick.
Yeah.
When did they take Spencer Rattler?
Yeah, Cowboys have done a lot, huh?
Falcons, they can't go 2 quarterbacks.
Amazing.
Yeah. Falcons might think it's time for Torrey Taylor.
I would love nothing more. Rattler is still on the board. He survived the second.
He's probably not going to go to the 4th.
Guyton, Nealand,
Yes,
Cooper,
drop.
Beebe for the Cowboys. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I don't.
2 picks away.
2 picks.
Getting down to the nitty gritty.
What are the odds they trade down?
Any predictions? Like if you had
that'd
like
be
gun in
great.
your head, who are they picking?
Troy Franklin just feels like if there was a gun to my head. I'm taking the thing that everybody points to. It's never who you least expect. Wait, it's never. I expect him the most. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'd say
Especially most
Jatavion. I'd say Jatavion Sanders, the move tight end out of Texas. I think his stock has kind of soured a little bit because he didn't run blazing fast like some people expected, but he's still plenty fast. And I think, you know, a weapon like that in Sean Payton's offense, I think could be really appealing.
Yeah.
I don't know how he feels about Dulcich, though.
The tight end position is a very unique one because you don't really have to be fast. You just have to be able to find the pockets.
Yeah.
And know how to, like, you know, shield your body, body smaller DBs and safeties. Just like Kelsey. I think Kelsey's not a blazer.
I agree.
No,
He's
especially
just
not
able to
now.
Find, you know what I'm saying, the pockets in the defense.
That's where Dulcich was good at that, too, coming out of UCLA. Like, he was even a guy who'd, like, surprise you with some yak ability that you didn't expect, but he's just a guy who, like, kind of bounces off tackles.
Yep.
Well, then guys like Noah Fant who run a 4.4, it's like it's like a blade of grass will make him fall. You know?
He blew on me, coach.
Oh, we got
There we go.
We got
We were due. These are good.
Oh, so good.
Wow. Yeah,
Wow.
I also think there are a lot of tight ends I like in this draft. Like I even think
Yeah,
you know
the
Cade
position's
Stover,
deep. Yeah,
Theo Johnson, Jaheim Bell, Eric All, even Dallin Holker, like the local guy too. I don't know that I need to go Jatavian Sanders here, but yeah, those two receivers, Wilson and Troy Franklin, Blake Corum. I've said it over and over again.
The Falcons pick us in. They take
Peyton Wilson.
Braylon Trice.
Yeah,
Braylon Trice, okay, the edge rusher from Washington.
Yep.
One more pick, guys. One more pick. Pick 75. The Chicago Bears. Did the Bears have a second rounder? I can't remember. Odunze, Caleb Williams, and their third pick of this here draft. Huh? No, I guess it wasn't made. I guess they haven't had a pick yet. So the Bears are next. I'd expect the Bears to definitely not go wide receiver. Tight end, I don't know. They've got Cole Kmet. That's probably not the biggest need. I think they want to add more depth in the trenches. I would guess O-line, D-line here. So
maybe tackle even.
the Broncos could have their pick of linebacker, wide receiver, tight end here.
Let's go Broncos.
Yeah, big one here. One more pick, and there's a lot of talent left, Jose says on the Toyota chat. Yeah, that's the beauty of the draft.
I really like.
Always feels like
What if
there's a
they
lot of
take
talent
Troy
left.
Franklin and then they trade back up for whoever they want?
What if they trade down and take Troy
Bucky
Franklin?
Irving, just go Oregon all the time. Brandon Dorless, the next pick.
See if you can steal Jackson Powers Johnson from the Raiders.
Oh, man, that'd be amazing.
Trade right now
Trade
for
for
him
him?
again.
Yeah.
I wonder why the NFL doesn't do that as much. I like that other leagues.
Can just trade picks.
Yeah.
Todd, life depended on it. Who would you say the Broncos pick?
Position, I would say they are taking a tight end.
That's a tough question.
Yeah. Maybe you have to think a little bit. But I think they would take a tight end. I think, Dulcich is a great tight end when he's at the game. He just has so many injuries. I think Sean
That's
really
the
has
thing.
not even seen him. Like, he's been available for a couple of days at camp, and then, so they need a safety net there, somebody to fall back on as far as like their pass catching tight end. So
And even if
that's what I would do.
Even if Dulcich does wind up to kind of be a dude, he's not an every down tight end. Like the odds of him being somebody you want to line up in line
Dulcich?
and roll with Dulcich, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's
like, and that's why you could even take another tight end and have two options here. Like if you take a Brock Bowers and you're kind of blocking a Greg Dulcich, but there's tight ends on the board. Cade Stover and Greg Dulcich, you could ride those guys for a half decade and have two good tight ends if you wanted.
Yeah. And if he
We were due. Yeah. No.
And I feel like certain players, like, I want Greg Dulcich on the team. I think he's a good player. But, like, if he did leave and, like, had success somewhere else, I don't think anybody would feel like, oh, we let one go. Like, we definitely gave him every opportunity and kept him, time after time of being hurt. Like, to show, you know what I'm saying?
Isaiah McKenzie was one of those.
Yeah.
Just like those fumbles, you just When you fumble that much, there's just you can't keep giving the guy the ball. And for him to go have a great career, that's awesome.
He went on Buffalo, did good. I
exactly.
mean, yeah.
Exactly. He belonged in the league, but as a coach, you can't just keep giving the guy the ball when he's fumbling every time.
Some love for Kroll in the chat. Pushing back on the tight end pick.
Which I appreciate, but I mean,
he did have some moments.
Yeah, and I think he might actually be older than Greg Dulcich, which isn't the end of the world. Yeah, I didn't see enough to say we have to have him. I think that if you wind up with him as your third or fourth tight end, that's fun. Like you can give him an opportunity, but you definitely don't have to give him an opportunity.
It's funny how
you kind of already did in some ways.
It's funny to me how much age is brought up while you're playing, because everybody's like, if you're a little older, like, oh, you're so old, or you're 30, you're so old. But the minute you retire, like the rest of the world's like, you're so young to be retired. Like it's a weird dynamic.
Mile High Sign asking, when did Mohamed Kamara expect to be drafted? Any interest by the Broncos? I think this is about where his range starts, end of the second, beginning of the third. And Hank, how do you feel about the interest from the Broncos? Has there been some smoke there?
Yeah. I mean, the rules allowing more local visits obviously helps. Like you would have to.
Now I get it. Bo Nix. That's a hilarious comment in the Toyota chat.
Yeah. So you would have to meet with him, and they did. Like they brought him in for the local visit. They did all that stuff because they can do it for free without it counting for the top 30. It seems like there's interest though. Like you can't say there's no interest. To me personally, I'm not interested in a third round edge rusher just because. I mean. You got Nick Bonito, you got Jonathan Cooper, you got Baron Browning, you got Drew Sanders.
He fits, like he's exactly like those guys too.
Exactly.
Like you would be getting like just another one of those guys.
To me, I think this is just a perfect season to let those four go do what they do and reevaluate after the season. And I've said this before, but again, we got a lot of people, so might as well say it again. Next year you have Drew Sanders and Nick Bonito on the roster. I think a 3-man rotation at edge is kind of ideal. And if that's
on the clock, who'd the Bears take?
Bears to Kieran, I can't say that last name. Tackle from Yale.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's going to give many of us trouble. You got to pull it up.
I'll say real quick. So, yeah, I like the idea. You get two guys going in the offseason, and then you decide, do we want to bring Baron Browning back to be the third guy in this rotation? Do we want to bring Jonathan Cooper back to be the third guy in this rotation? Do we feel like that would be enough pass rush? And if not, you go sign a free agent. You know, I don't know who's going to be out there, but Daniil Hunter was out there this year. You can add a guy like that, just a true alpha, and that would totally complete that room. And you're going to have $80 million in cap space. That's a great position to invest in. So I don't see a need for an edge rusher because you're just taking snaps away from some guys who you want to see more from before contract year, before you decide next year, all that stuff.
Broncos pick coming from Mike Cliff saying Utah edge, Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis.
Latest from talking about edge.
You guys just talked about how edge, you feel like that's just another guy. There's Jonah Ellis, local product. This team loves them some Utah prospects.
Tim Patrick, Garrett Bowles.
What are you reading, Henry?
So,
you seem
do you
very
know
intrigued by something.
Luther Ellis?
Yeah.
That's his son.
Yeah. I know Luther.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Tell us more, guys.
So Luther Ellis was a Bronco. He was the team chaplain, Super Bowl 50
years.
team.
Absolutely. Great guy.
Huh.
Would you look at that? A little connection off the field.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great guy. Phenomenal guy.
Yeah.
Great guy.
And
Yeah.
I can always appreciate a legacy Bronco.
Yeah.
That adds something. I don't know. There's just a little
means
bit more
more.
fight that happens. You know?
There he is.
You understand what the program's about.
6'2", 248, big 10.5-inch hands, 33-inch arms from Moscow, Idaho.
Oh, interesting.
Just a junior, was second team All-American, first team All Pac-12, led the Utes with 16 tackles for a loss. In fact, you can go back and watch him line up against Bo Nix the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And 12 sacks, ranked 6th in the FBS there. Was up for a ton of awards, as you'd imagine. Really productive career. And then he had an outstanding pro day. He ran blazing speed. I need to look that up. He's a little bendier. He can play low to the ground. Ultra productive. He's one of these edges that wore like a wide receiver number. I hate that. 84. You can't.
That's pretty
can't
bad.
be doing that.
Yeah.
But he's got great motor. He'll get you in pursuit. He's a very able pass rusher. 83. I said 84. Right there. We're splitting hairs. But they're adding more front seven talent, more to that edge room. Do you think this means Drew Sanders or maybe even Baron Browning needs to go inside?
Yeah, that's a huge statement.
It's got to be Drew
I don't
Sanders.
think Baron Browning.
Yeah.
I think Baron Browning is an edge rusher.
Right? He's just the flashes he's shown. It's like shit. If he's
the
not
best
an edge
rusher
then
we
no
have
one
right now.
is.
Yeah, exactly,
right,
exactly.
right.
That's really intriguing because I mean, you put Drew inside. He didn't play his best football inside last year.
Yep.
So it's a very, you know what I'm saying, maybe they saw something, started OTAs, like, okay, maybe we can move this guy inside. Or maybe they just feel like he's not the best fit. Maybe it just didn't work out. Maybe it's a little bit too early to call it, but, you know, we talk about the young talent in those rooms. We have second and third round guys in that room. You know what I'm saying? So
who need opportunities.
Yeah.
And if anything, the type of edge you needed wasn't necessarily an undersized, speedy, bendy edge. It's more Jonathan Cooper's, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
More guys to put opposite Nick Bonito and guys like that, Baron Browning, and kind of have
Jared
your
Verse.
speed guy. Right, right. So it is surprising on that end of things for sure.
Raiders take OT Delmar Glaze.
From Maryland, offensive tackle Delmar Glaze. That's what a funny name when you say it. Yeah.
This is really
For the Raiders, what do you what are you thinking, Hank? Let's digest this together. Let's unpack it here.
Yeah, I think it's the way the rotation works together is the strange part. And to me, I'm trying to trade somebody. I think I don't want to go into the season. If I'm the front office, I think that I have too many of these guys right here. So I'm looking at Baron Browning, I'm looking at Jonathan Cooper and saying, what can we get here? Because we're probably not retaining
Tony Scheffler.
at least one of you. Yeah, Tony Scheffler introducing the pick. I also had not seen him in a while.
Holy shit. Time flies, man.
Time
I
flies.
thought that was Morgan Wallen, but older. I'm like, did not know.
Holy cow. Time flies. My God.
Yeah. So again, because you're just, I think 3 in a rotation is a good number. So who are you cutting out? Like you would imagine that's Drew Sanders because he was hardly in the rotation. He
And
was
you could
clearly
move him
next.
inside. That could be the plan at inside linebacker.
True.
For sure.
And that would be, that's one way to get around it. But I, so your pass rushers, so if third down, it's the first third down of the season. It's 3rd and 10. Is it Nick Bonito and Baron Browning? Or are you considering throwing Jonah Ellis out there, and which one do you take off the field in that situation?
Not Baron Browning.
I don't think so either. But Nick Bonito
I don't think you
had
take those two guys
8
off.
sacks.
Here's some highlights on the television.
Oh, yeah.
You can see a little longer, kind of upright, a little.
You know
rigid
what?
sometimes, but
He's a bigger.
good finishing ability. Bigger lower half, right? Seems like he could put some weight on.
What is his
a
size
little
and weight?
6'2", 248.
Oh, yeah,
That's what he tested at the combine.
Okay.
33-inch arms, so that's pretty long. You know, stand-up edge. Got lots of moves. Nice little spin there. Very productive. That Broncos connection off the field is very interesting.
Is number 83 available? Because that's a crazy number.
The chat would know.
That would be crazy.
You just can't do it, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think he makes sense on 3rd down interior.
Huh.
You know, stand him up, allow him to rush over the guard. You put them two, Baron Browning, and then you put in Zach.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty good lineup on 3rd down.
That is interesting. And Drew Sanders, I mean, has, in theory, some of that too. Mm-hmm. Like just kind of the fighting his way through some of those guys. I realized, so 12 sacks last year. Torres Labra missed the final 3 games. That's 12 sacks in 10 games. Even better than the 12 in a full season.
Very
Consensus
productive, for
All-American. You love to see that.
I mean, he was as productive in the Pac-12 as Leitu Latu was.
Yeah.
Who just went 15th overall and has all the medical issues.
True.
And tested very comparably. We don't have a 40, but a 6'6", 3 cone. When your whole job is bend and athletic, 6'6", under 7, like Todd ran back at that Sacramento State.
Wow.
That's special.
Wow.
That's special.
Yeah.
Under 7 in the 3 cone, that's special stuff. Vertical jump 38 inches. So that's big time.
Yep.
Kid can dunk for sure.
Also,
real quick, all 3 of his brothers are in the NFL. Caden, Christian, and Noah are all playing.
Ellis.
Yep.
Wow.
also just turned 21 this month.
So young.
Very young. Very young.
Super young. Yeah, just a junior and already that productive in the Pac-12. It's going to be fun tape to get into, Hank. Very fun tape to get into. At a very, like, Sean Payton-y, if you look at his early picks at New Orleans, they're all defensive linemen is like 70% of them. He just loves front seven. Can't have enough of those guys. And, that's like...
Junior Gillette.
Right. Right. And that's, that's kind of the standard the Niners have set as the best D-line in the NFL. Their edge rotation is crazy.
Yeah.
They're like too deep with guys who, if you just started them 16 games a year, probably could get you double-digit sacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, only 2 Power 5 players had 12 sacks last year. And again, like, he missed 3 games.
Who's the other guy?
Latu must be.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's kind of crazy. He missed 3 games. It was one of 2 Power 5 players with 12 sacks.
Wow. That's really crazy. Yeah, and how young he is pretty impressive as well.
Yeah. No, that is really interesting.
But I do kind of feel, a pick I was really high on. I mean, shit, this now marks 3 years in a row a top 100 pick has been used on an edge rusher.
Yeah. And
Nick Bonito, Drew Sanders, and Jonah Ellis now.
Yeah, no, you are very much backlogged at outside linebacker. And again, if it was me, I would solve that issue before the season just because you need assets. Like you're a trade. Okay.
Who's on the? Yeah.
Colts.
The thing about it is, because you either need to have bodies at inside or outside, because that's what makes it your special teams.
True.
So if you're gonna have you either have linebackers, tight ends, or running backs that you carry more of than normal. So if you think about those guys, I think Jonathan Cooper's a great special team player. I think Nick Bonito can ball out on special teams.
Yeah.
I think Drew
Sanders
can
for
do
sure.
his thing on special teams.
That's where he was at his best.
It really could be a way for you to keep a good handful of those guys because of their special teams value too.
You can justify him. You can justify him.
Well, the versatility that some of those edges have to play inside as off-ball guys helps, I mean, even Drew obviously fits, Baron Browning fits. Even Nick Bonito, I always thought, like, there are some spots where he could operate from the mic. He's got enough range to go sideline to sideline. And then if you see him in the mic, you're scared shitless because, if he's coming, he's going to make a move on the guard and, like, get in the backfield.
I think the only thing with the outside linebackers coming inside, it's just the mental part of the game.
Yeah.
I think most of the guys who do it are athletic. Like, Vaughn is definitely athletic to play linebacker.
Right.
I'm not saying Vaughn's not mental, but I'm just saying like most most outside linebackers are athletic enough to play inside. There's just so much to the mental game that even with Drew, I feel like that's what he struggled with last year. Not the athleticism, but he struggled getting the concept. So
he couldn't hold his gap.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know their mental, what I'm saying, capacity.
It's a great point, though. Like, it's something you don't really think in that conversion, but that's not exactly a position you can just, like, moonlight in, right? Like, oh, yeah, I'll play 10 snaps at Mike. No problem. Like, it's a big responsibility.
Yeah. I think you just have to figure out what your goals are for this season. And to me, figuring out whether Baron Browning or Jonathan Cooper is part of your future has to be number one. Because you got to figure out what you have there.
Priority one on defense.
Exactly. And then after that, it's figure out whether you have a number one edge rusher. And if not, like, do you even have a number 2 edge rusher? And I would imagine, I think Nick Bonito's probably proven that if he's your number 2, like, third down guy, he can hold that job for sure. The question is, can he be a number 1? And with Jonah Ellis coming, you got to find him snaps. It's just it's strange. And I do think you gotta I think you move Drew inside, barring something crazy. If Peyton Wilson's there in the 4th round and they wind up drafting a linebacker, it's a different conversation. But just given the competition right now is Cody Barton, a journeyman, you kind of know what he has, and he's a fringe starter in the NFL. Jonas Griffith, who we've hardly seen, has some really great traits, but hasn't stayed healthy, whatever else. I think Drew Sanders, if he's a part of that competition, he's certainly the guy you would want to win. Whether he actually does win that job, who knows? But I think you got to give him a chance to prove that he can be an inside guy, just because it makes more sense for your roster. Because I don't know how he gets snaps this year unless he goes inside.
He's a guy Justin Michael and I liked a lot. He just watching some of his tape right now. He's got a ton of pass rush moves. His hands are nasty. He does not let you stay on him for long. And he's just like twitched up. He's constantly moving. He looks like an absolute pain in the ass to try and block. And he's, super young. He knows this organization's going to be an easy transition for him with the kind of family connections he's got coming in. So I saw one chat was asking, how do we like the pick over there from Kenny on the Toyota chat? I think the pick and the prospect we like, but there is some stuff to kind of be figured out with this edge rotation and how that trickles down to the Mike linebacker and that off-ball linebacker room there.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going back to your point about, I guess you kind of like prove it year you're kind of talking about for these guys.
Yeah.
And if I look at our roster, I feel like that's the whole roster.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like,
Denver Broncos.
Exactly.
It's a prove it year.
Yeah,
That might as well
exactly.
be their slogan.
absolutely. From Caden Stearns to PJ Locke. I think even for guys
Riley
like
Moss.
Cortland and Tim Patrick. I
Jonas
think
Griffith.
Everybody's on
Everybody.
hey,
Let's prove it.
I think there's times where this is our team, this is our core group of guys, and we may rotate a couple guys, but we know we're going to keep these guys for the next 3 to 5 years. I think that group of guys on this team is very, very small. I think you got Pat Surtain. I think you got
Maybe Bo Nix.
Maybe Bo Nix.
Right.
I think Marvin Mims will be around for a while, kind of locked in right now.
Right. Geez, you're right. I mean, how many other names are on that list? Nick Bonito?
Yep. Nick Bonito's prove it. I think Garrett Bowles is prove it because we got to pay you or let you go.
Yeah.
Are we giving you $20 million next year?
I think
that's a big question.
It's a lot of guys.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
Great point.
And again, in a vacuum, I certainly don't mind the pick. You may have. I think there's a really good chance you just got a number 2 edge rusher in the 3rd round. That's a good deal. Those guys go and get go get $10 million in the open market. If time surplus value in the 3rd round, you hit that mark.
Yeah.
I think there's upside there too, obviously. I think the fact that he grew up a Bronco, I like that as well. I certainly like that. I think that just adds even more juice. Again, the only complaint here is the rest of what you have going there. And again, I really think if you move Drew Sanders inside and you trade an outside linebacker, I think you could do both and it would really make a lot of sense. That's where you're at right now, just given that you have, it is a prove it year for everybody. But, at corner, you've got Riley Moss, you've got Damari Mathis. You got those are 2 who are trying to prove it. You've got 6 dudes now trying to prove it on the edge. And it's just, the pick is a good pick in a vacuum. And I think there's a good chance we look back on this and you were really concerned about who you had on the roster at the time when you just drafted somebody who's a starter for a decade.
Right.
I do have one question for you guys. Do you guys feel because after reading his stats, after seeing the way he plays, definitely should have probably went earlier as a player.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this was a best player that we scouted pick or filling a need pick?
I think it was best player available. I think it was certainly best player available because I think you look around and.
But that does come with the caveat of I think the way Sean Payton wants to build his roster and values certain positions over others, I think edge is right up there with
best value available
quarterback and wide receiver. It's
Maybe not
the top.
Yeah.
Todd, give me an insight in your mind. All it took was 3 highlights from Jonah Ellis on the TV, and you were instantly like, "Oh, this guy would be great rushing inside." Put him over guard and put him in nickel packages. What was it that stood out to you that made you think that?
It was just really his hands and the way he was able to work one-on-one on the tackles. And I feel and then once you told me his size, I felt like that kind of body we used to have a lot of rush packages
Yeah.
in our games.
The
And I feel
NASCAR.
like the NASCAR. That's
Yeah.
exactly the
Those
type
were the
of
best.
body that you would bring in to rush over the tackle. And it seems like, especially with 12 sacks, if a tackle can't deal with you, I definitely feel like a guard can't, because the best pass blocking players are usually the tackles.
Yeah.
So I felt like moving them inside would probably work well.
Yeah. I also
like that a lot.
So maybe on third down, you look at it and you say, who's on the field? Say Ellis is on the field, Browning's on the field, Benito's on the field, Allen's on the field. You throw probably Drew Sanders maybe in an A gap.
Yeah.
It could be Alex in an A gap. He does that stuff well too. Like you could have 6 guys and just play man behind and really trust that you're going to get home. Now the tough part is I don't know that you can trust your defensive backs because again, Pat is going to lock up anybody. What is Riley Moss? Is he actually going to be one-on-one third down? Jaquan does so many things well, and he's an awesome player. The man coverage abilities are not his strength. That's probably the weakest point of his game is just like line up one-on-one, lock somebody down. PJ Locke, again, kind of similar. Like he's a very good box, run defending safety, plays his zone well. Line him up one-on-one with the tight end, not necessarily what he's built for. So I am curious to see what that looks like because they do have a bunch of rushers. You just don't... It's great to have a bunch of rushers, but if there's only, if it's only 3rd and 10s are the times when you actually need to have a bunch of rushers, it's just a strange dynamic.
The other thing is, look, I didn't think this linebacker class was very good, nor was there really someone on the board who was a good Mike linebacker to complement Alex Singleton and his skills. I think Drew Sanders, on the other hand, with his size, his athleticism, his ability downhill, and not just against the run, but to be a threat to, get after the passer as well, those pass rushing chops, if we're talking about him at edge, I don't think need to be explained too thoroughly. That might really be your best option at middle linebacker next to Alex Singleton is a guy like Drew Sanders, who's got that sideline to sideline ability, is super athletic, and then he has that extra pass rushing juice for you.
Yeah, and I do. I think you just want to simplify his job a lot, and you might not even make him like an every down linebacker, which is rare. Like it's rare that you have a rotation there. But if there was a way to just every single play say this is like a green dog blitz, you're either covering this guy or you're hitting that A gap. Like you're either taking the running back to the flat or you're taking that A gap. Like I think that simple enough responsibility. He certainly has the athleticism to do that job. It's just all the other jobs where the processing is there. He just didn't show that in the limited reps that he had. It wasn't like he was a bunch, and he was a young prospect. We knew he would be raw. We knew he hadn't really played the inside linebacker position at all. He'd hardly even played like an actual position in football. He was kind of just out there causing chaos in college. You just need to find a way to get him on the field so he can grow. And when he's on the field, you can't let him make the mistakes that he sometimes made.
Yeah. He just needs a lot of reps, whether that's inside or outside. I think wherever you put him, you need to keep him there.
Yeah. This is it.
Yeah.
You make your decision.
Lock him in and let him be his best.
Pick a lane for sure. Man, Ellis is so smooth. He just plays so low.
Oh, yeah.
He has so many pass rush moves.
He really does.
And he just lives in the backfield. And when he gets your arms on you, he closes those tackles. He's got that, the closing ability that great edge guys have.
His brother Caden played for Sean Payton out in New Orleans as well. So that's another connection to Sean and the Broncos.
Big family connection.
He's a good player, too.
He loves the spin move. Probably the best spin
player.
move in this class. Yeah.
No, he really is smooth.
And
He'll dip by. He
had something like half the games he played in this year, he had multiple tackles for loss. This game against UCLA, he had 5.
Dang.
Yeah. So he puts up numbers for sure.
That's also 2 Pac-12 players for the Broncos.
It is. It is.
True.
Yeah. And that Utah connection runs deep.
Yeah. Are they the final 2 Pac-12 players the Broncos will ever draft?
Yeah, probably.
There might be one
Pac-12?
more later. Yeah.
Oh.
It might be done. Got to get them while you can.
Could be done.
The Pac-12? Isn't it crazy to have the best year?
It's just nuts, man. It's just nuts.
It's almost like your ex was like, look how good I could be, but I'm still not with you.
Dang.
It's literally that.
Just brutal. Well, they didn't have to move up to do that, so they still have these 3 5th-rounders, which...
Recap a little bit of the draft of the Broncos pick and then see who's
Yeah. Oh, there's Christian Hayes for you.
Yeah,
He
so-
went to the Seahawks.
After the Raiders, Kalen Bullock to the Texans. Safety, we got Matt Goncalves. I think that's how you say his name. Tackle, Jermaine Burton to Bengals. Christian Hayes to the Seahawks. And then...
Wow, so wide receiver
Bengals
went, but it wasn't Roman Wilson or Troy
Trey
Franklin.
Franklin.
That's
And,
interesting.
Sure.
Cardinals drafted a tight end. Who was it?
Theo Johnson?
No, not
Jatavian
Theo.
Sanders.
Nope.
Let's go. Cade Stover.
Nope.
Let's
My
go.
guy. Jaheim Bell.
Let me find it.
I
real quick.
know. Don't find it. This
It's-
game's
I did-
way
this
more
is
fun.
Well, I need to
man.
know. Oh, okay, I found it. Here you go.
Tanner McLaughlin.
Nope.
Jaheim Bell.
Ooh,
Nope.
ooh, Jared
good.
Wiley.
Nope.
Dallin Holker.
Nope.
Thank God they took a bad one.
Tip Reeman.
Yep.
There we go.
Best blocking tight end in the country. Well, some say from Illinois. Others say Brevin Spanford, Minnesota. tight end.
Yeah.
Trey McBride, that's good.
Right.
Like best blocking tight end in the country who can do literally anything else. Because Brevin Spanford, he blocks. He's there to block.
He's there to block.
He is
Yeah,
not there to
that's great.
run. He's not there to catch. He's there to block.
That's great. So our top 2 guys, Jatavian Sanders and Troy Franklin, still available.
Yeah.
Turns out maybe the coaching staff doesn't care about Bo Nix having a familiar weapon.
Turns out. Also, maybe they like having 4 receivers. No, we talk about blocking an edge rusher.
Oh, man.
If all of a sudden Josh Reynolds is your number 5.
Corum to Rams.
Oh, that's a great fit. That is a great fit.
Pretty good pick.
Oh my God. He could put up some crazy numbers there.
His
Like
vision
that
will
zone-
play
yeah,
really well in
exactly.
the zone blocking scheme. Yeah, that line though,
Those downfield
Are they
tests,
going to
true.
have a healthy quarterback? I mean, they've got some stuff to figure out over there in La La Land.
They do have a lot to figure out. Yeah.
Man, they draft the top 100 pass rusher every year, and every year I like that pick.
Mm-hmm.
Baron
Yeah, I mean-
Browning and Drew Sanders and Nick Bonito. I'm in on
Every
every
year.
single one.
Every year.
man. That's basically the George Payton tradition at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, people say it's
Top 100
cornerback, but
picks.
what? He has a 1st-round pick, a 3rd-round pick, a 4th-round pick, and a 7th with Kerry Vincent. 1, 3, 4, 7 in 3 years. 3 years. It's not crazy investment.
No, it's not. So that edge rotation, Browning, Cooper, Bonito.
Oh, the RAS. Yep, little undersized. We knew that.
Oh, he
No
didn't run a
40-yard dash
40,
makes it tough.
But that 3 cone is tens. That's a
Yeah.
perfect score.
Shows up on
Shuttle
tape.
might as well be, and the vertical's through the roof, and the broad's even better.
Yeah.
33-inch arms, 10.5-inch
Yep.
hands is also big time. So 6'2", 248 bump. I know. I think we got to measure ourselves out one of these days.
One of these
We
days.
gotta
That's
do
a.
whole combine.
Yeah.
I know, I thought that
we
too.
Have to.
When he said that we had your RAS score, I was like, wow, maybe we got to do like. Oh, the thing we figured out though is that
Everybody's.
you're the only one who can do the bench press.
What do you mean?
It's 225.
You guys can't do it?
I don't. There's no way.
That's just
There's no
outta
way. There's
here.
no way.
The most they bench is 135.
we can't do it 225, bro.
I appreciate that
I
you're
wasn't
shocked.
trying to. Yeah,
No,
I
I
wasn't-
appreciate
was-
that you were shocked.
Well, I mean, you got to put that on the score.
Yeah, no, the 0 there is gonna be.
Okay, let's do it. Can we do 185?
No, it has to
I
be
mean,
125.
We can do our own thing. For the official, we would have to throw a 0 in there. We could do an unofficial, see what
I
happens.
mean, I could
135.
start training. Maybe I could get to 185. Maybe I could get a rep.
Okay, 135.
135.
Gonna take him.
Oh, we got plenty of 135s.
All right, bet.
Oh yeah,
Half dozen minimum.
you're cranking them. Good. Love that.
125 and just.
Yeah, I know. See, that's the thing, though, because I almost want to do a competition. Like, we get the 135 whole company versus Todd. How many do we get? How many do you get? But the thing is, like, I don't know that you would stop.
At some point, I. would
At some
stop,
point,
yeah.
okay.
Wait,
okay.
do we get Brenden
I'm out of
Rice
touch.
on
I
this?
don't.
Eventually,
get
he too
Spano?
would get tired. Yes.
Oh, Spano's interesting.
I'm not strong.
Spano's
He works
strong.
out. He works
Oh,
out.
he works out.
Honestly, Lindsay might be our best bet too if we can count.
I know, seriously. Lindsay and Marissa. It is. Maybe that's what it is. We leave Todd out. It's me and Dre against Lindsay and Marissa.
It is true. The Rams did just draft Kieran Williams last year, who had a nice little rookie season.
Very nice. Sparked a debate in the locker room about whether he is better than Bijan.
Wow.
It's a heated debate.
The Broncos locker room.
Broncos locker room, yes.
Roman Wilson to the Steelers.
Roman Wilson to the Steelers.
They protected Russell Wilson and then got him more weapons.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Roman Wilson will do a really good job riding open
I
underneath.
think you mean Justin Fields.
Russell Wilson scrambles in circles only to get sacked.
I know. Why draft offensive line?
Let's go, Josh. Thank you for the update.
Avs
Roman
goal,
Wilson.
I could hear it. Yeah, I mean, we probably could. We could have my iPad
actually,
and stuff
this
too.
hasn't helped us at all. We haven't.
Oh, it's kind
The
of fun.
highlights when we draft someone. Yeah,
Remember,
nice to have highlights.
we saw Haloti Nada?
Haloti Nada. That was fun. Yeah.
Smart. I was gonna try to figure it out. I was gonna try to figure it out.
Raiders ball.
Wow.
Yeah. Y'all want me again fairly soon? Yeah, we might want Zach again. What do you think, fellas?
Yeah,
Yeah, come on.
I agree.
Tell us what you know about young Ellis.
Yeah, Jonah Ellis. He's probably all over that connection inside the building.
Oh, that's right up his alley.
Right. No doubt.
Oh yeah.
No doubt. Okay. Avs up 1-0. Love to see it.
Yeah, I feel like we need a bet before Zach comes on, like for him to say.
Ooh, this is good. This is
Yeah,
good.
no, is there like a phrase or like a?
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, what's up, fellas is a good one. What's up, fellas is a good one.
That's a good one.
That's at
for
minus
sure.
like 3,000.
I know. The thing is, he might just come in with chaos. It might just be Jonah Ellis, you know, an edge rusher.
There was really a Utah connection there for a second. Garrett Bowles, Devontae Booker, and
Tim
then
Patrick.
Tim Patrick all being added in like 2 off seasons.
Yeah.
But I guess that's kind of slowed down, huh? Jonah's
Yeah.
probably the first one in a minute to come from the
They're
youth
all
program.
good players too.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
terrific. I mean,
Utah's a really good
Whittingham
program.
over there, he's got an outstanding program.
He does.
Like Book, he's from Sacramento, so
Oh, you guys got that Sacktown connection.
yeah, well, I'm from LA, but
Yeah.
went to school in Sac.
Yes.
And then so my outside linebacker coach who recruited me to Sac State ended up leaving to be his head coach at his JUCO.
Oh, no
Yeah,
kidding.
that dude, Coach O. Osterhout. So he was just telling me about Book before he got here, and he was just saying how great of a player he was, and he played running back for them. And so in one game, he was like, "You ever run kickoff before?" He's like, "No." Got in there, took it to the house. He's like, "Shoot, you ever run punt return before?" He's like, "Nope." Got in there, took it to the house. Like,
No kidding.
he was a hell of a
Wow,
player. Even
what
while
a
he was here, I thought he
talent,
was a
man.
great player.
Yeah.
He was great at Utah too. Yeah, he just could never quite. Well, and he always kind of struggled to like break tackles in space. Was what I got out of that. But
Yeah.
tough, man. I mean, NFL, you're 1-on-1 against dogs. Like
Like Todd.
tough to win those battles every single day.
Heard a jingle.
Hey, there he is.
we hear him?
It's your favorite little jingle.
There we go. We thought you were coming in with a "What's up, fellas," but we were wrong. You got creative.
Oh, what's up, friends?
Oh, yeah. So Jonah Ellis, what have you learned out there?
Well, Jonah Ellis, son of former Denver Bronco, son of Todd Davis's team chaplain during the
wait.
2015
lost.
Super Bowl team, and also his brother played under Sean Payton in New Orleans. So this is like the ultimate family pick here by Sean Payton and the Broncos. And the Broncos, back-to-back picks addressing big-time needs that this team had. We talked about how the Broncos in the first round could have gone with Dallas Turner. They could have gone with an edge. Instead, they go quarterback, the most pressing need on the team. A lot of people would have made the case that the Broncos' second biggest need was edge. Now they get that with their next pick in the third round. I'm a little surprised that the Broncos waited for this pick because now they have 6 picks tomorrow. So they're going to have plenty of other positions of need that they can fill. But they get an explosive pass rusher. He had 12 sacks last year, 16 tackles for a loss, but he had a 4-game stretch last year where he had 8 sacks. And there's one of 2 ways to look at it. You could say, well, what happened the other games? Or you could say, wow, the potential is really there. He's just under 250 pounds, 6'2", so not the biggest guy in the world, but explosive and definitely has that potential there. And when he was talking about Bo Nix, because he played against Bo Nix a couple of times since they were both in the Pac-12, RIP Pac-12, he said it was really frustrating to play against Bo Nix because of how quickly he got the ball out.
Interesting. Yeah, looking at 3.5 against UCLA.
Oh, tackles for a loss or sacks?
Sacks.
He had 5 tackles for a loss that game. Yeah.
2 sacks against Oregon State. They have a solid line.
Fuaga, baby.
Yeah. So there we go. That'll be one to watch. See if he was beating Fuaga out there. 1.5 against Cal. That's not quite so impressive. So interesting.
Yeah, the tackle
Henry was
for a
just
loss
trying to
against
test
SoCal
my
too.
math right there.
No,
Yeah,
when you hear
He
8
was.
sacks in 4 games, you're like, oh, please don't just. I would never slander.
He only
the
played in
Bucs
10
tackles,
games, though, Zach.
So the reason is he had a shoulder injury that actually kept him out of the combine this year, but he has been fully cleared. So we don't have to worry about him not being able to participate in rookie minicamp and OTAs and training camp. He's ready to go.
It's a beautiful thing right there.
Yeah.
What are your feelings with that edge room, this young, promising edge room for the Broncos and how he fits all in? The Toyota chat, lots of talk of Drew Sanders and what happens with him.
It's a great question with what it means for Drew. I don't think this should impact what you do with Drew Sanders. Whatever you're going to do with Drew Sanders, base it off of Drew Sanders, not about the other guys that are in whichever rooms that you have. If Drew Sanders is meant for the edge, keep him at edge. Don't put him inside just because you have a lot of young guys in that outside room. If he is better at edge, that's the I was going to say it's a more valuable position, but then I remember that Todd's right there. And,
Thank you, man. I appreciate
I have to do a show with him on Monday. But it should. I hope it doesn't impact what they do with Drew unless they've already decided that Drew was going to be an inside linebacker. But this really reminds me, what they're doing at the outside linebacker position right now really reminds me of George Paton's philosophy of drafting. He likes to have as many darts as possible to throw at the wall to see which ones stick. He likes to have 10 draft picks to hopefully hit on 5 of them instead of having only 4 draft picks and then you have to hit on all 4. He likes having darts, and that's what they're doing at this outside linebacker room. When you look, they have so many young guys and a lot of talent in that room, but clearly they don't think all of these guys are going to hit, or else you wouldn't be going 5 or 6 deep, because then you'd be cutting 1 or 2 good players. So they're hoping that 2 or 3, 4 of these guys can pan out right now. So at a position that's one of the most valuable positions on the entire field, you got to hit, and that's what the Broncos' approach is taken. Is they're not using a first-round pick on one of these guys. Instead, they're using a lot of day 2 picks and hoping that one of them sticks.
Yeah, I think it's gonna work out for them in the long run. Definitely was a position of need that they filled. I like that they're not jumping up to go get these guys or spending more capital that we didn't have. With that, and our next pick being in the 4th round, what is the next area of need that you see that the Broncos could fill in the 4th round, not having to move up?
Once quarterback need was ticked off, now you have a lot of needs that are kind of equal. I mean, you can go running back, wide receiver, tight end. I would personally like them to go on the offensive side now that they've done 1 defense, 1 offense. Stick on offense. You need playmakers here, and you can make a case that it could be running back, it could be tight end, it can be wide receiver. Troy Franklin's still there. He's probably not going to be there in the 4th round, and the fact the Broncos passed on him here maybe shows that they're not fully as interested in him, but you need juice on offense. You need weapons for Bo Nix. So I would hope that it would be on the offensive end and just get some sort of electric playmaker.
Yeah, I love that. Do you still think there could be a possibility of a move up, maybe swapping that early 4th for a late 3rd and using one of those 3/5s? Or You think they kind of like how things are falling and having that extra pick ammunition?
Yeah, they're staying in the war room right now, the Broncos brasses. So they're waiting for this thing to fully end, which shows you that there's at least some interest in potentially doing that. And the 3 fifth-round picks, that is just picks to play with right there, where they can move around. And I told you guys I thought that they might do that in the 3rd round. I fully expect it to happen tomorrow, whether it's moving up in the 5th, using 2 of those to move up, or whether it's specifically that 4th round pick moving up. Their first 5th round pick is the first pick in the 5th round. So it's going to be a busy day tomorrow, because right now they have 6 picks. That's a ton.
That really is a ton. I'm curious what that's going to look like.
Yeah, and that 4th pick is a little later too. So I mean, once that late 4th, early 5th comes in, it's
there's a big gap.
Yeah, it's let's ride time.
Yeah, you could almost package a couple of. Don't say that, Dre. Why would you say that?
Did you guys see Bo Nix scare Broncos country with his Instagram post yesterday, where he almost said "let's ride" multiple times? Instead, he said "Broncos country, let's go." And then he actually even had that as his caption. I don't know if it was, unintentionally trolling Russ, or if it was intentionally trolling Russ. If that's the case, oh my goodness, he fits in so well with Sean Payton. And maybe that's what they bonded over at that private workout. Maybe that's why it was so good.
They just roasted.
I hate him too.
That's so great.
Wow. I can just imagine. That would be the move. If you want to get drafted by Sean Payton, you show up at the meeting. It's like, so Russ sure sucks. And then just ride that the rest of the way.
Just have tape break down. Like, this is what he did wrong. That's all.
Yeah, that's what
promise
Sean
you I won't do this.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. How many flaws do you see from Russell Wilson on this play? That'd be a good question. Let's see, Jonah Ellis. So you hear next from George Payton and Sean Payton likely after all of this is over,
at the end
right?
of the day. 14
Correct.
picks.
Yep.
Okay.
Hopefully very soon. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Very soon, but if they're still exploring trades, could be at pick
we
100.
have 14 more picks. Holy smokes! Yeah, then the Broncos could make another move here.
86
Absolutely.
just passed. Yeah, this is the comp round, so we have 37 picks this round instead of the classic 32.
Yep. So pick
So that
100
that
is the
means
last
you
pick.
guys are still on the air for a little bit longer. Have you
Always.
guys heard or seen Tony Scheffler announcing this pick yet?
Yeah, bro. What was that?
You guys need to pull it up. I believe the Broncos account on Twitter, you need to pull it up. They tweeted the whole thing. Number 1, Tony Scheffler's jacket is fire.
Yeah,
Number 2, Tony Scheffler's words are awesome. He makes the case for Mike Shanahan to be in the Hall of Fame. He shouts out the late, great Pat Bowlen, his former teammates, Champ Bailey. He goes through a list of them. And then at the end, he says, and Broncos country, God bless Bo Nix.
Wow. What a performance from Tony.
Yeah.
Plus, just the mustache that he's got is incredible, too. I mean, he brings the heat. You guys need to play it. I'm sure the listeners and viewers would love to see it.
Yeah, and it's a callback to the last draft that the Broncos drafted a QB in the top 12 when they drafted Jay Cutler 11th overall.
Yep.
Then Tony was a pick and Eddie Royal was a pick in that draft. Epic draft.
What
That was a
a
sick
legendary draft.
Legendary draft.
Oh, what's up, get here?
well,
Tony's about himself.
Dang.
Yeah.
I forgot I wasn't in preview mode.
Yeah. No, I'm curious. I think one of the things I'm going to do before we get back on here tomorrow is I just need to look at the Broncos roster and just count them out and see where they are in terms of top 53. I would imagine there's room for 6 more guys, but again, they
Henry,
have a weird amount of dudes. Not dudes,
Henry,
but
this was a team that won 8 games and hasn't made the playoffs since
Never forget.
2016.
Oh,
There's
boy.
room for more dudes on this team.
Yeah. But good dudes, not more mid dudes.
For big
Interesting.
dudes. Big, long, big dudes. Strong dudes.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
There's your type, Zach.
Chad, do the thing.
Do the thing.
Todd, I love
You're
that.
gonna have to get one of those.
Structure.
Any
Okay.
anybody in particular you think the Broncos will want to move up for? And we know Troy Franklin is the answer.
Yeah, Troy Franklin. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for teeing that one up for me.
Yep, gotcha.
Love us some Troy
with
Franklin.
many picks left, since it is that comp round, what they go to pick 100 or something like that, there still could be a move here.
It's true.
All right.
I love it.
I love it
Cool.
also. Sorry I didn't bring more
love
questions.
You guys.
Keep it posted, Zach, okay? And if they trade up, we'll go to you right away. Oh,
right
we
on.
will
Enjoy this Tony Scheffler moment right here.
Okay.
It is magical.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Wow. No one does it like he does it. He really is a true showman. He was born for the stage, that one.
You guys ready?
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
Packers take USC running back Marshawn Lloyd, by the way.
No, the Yale Club of Chicago, sure. Here's the Denver Broncos. Walton Penner, Tony Scheffler ownership group, and my former owner, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Pat Bowlen, and the legendary Bronco players I played with, Champ Bailey, Al Wilson, John Lynch, Jason Elam, Matt the Hawk Prater, and the greatest undrafted wide receiver in NFL history, Rod Smith, the world's greatest fans. Super fan, Alan Levine Jones, who we lost recently. Rest in peace, Bronco Betty. My coach, Mike Shanahan. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame.
Let's go.
What a legendary performance.
With the 76th pick in the 2024 NFL
God bless
Draft,
Bo Nix.
the
Wow.
three-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah. You're going to love it, brother.
Oh my goodness. What a guy.
Good.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Also, what, he named like 6 players? 2 of them were kickers? That's electric.
I think if you don't understand what it means to be a quarterback in Broncos country, you've been drafted for one day and it's already God bless Bo Nix.
Exactly.
That's what it means to be
Exactly.
a quarterback in Broncos
It's a
country.
great post.
Also,
right
did
there.
he realize there was a microphone? There's no need to yell.
It's
Oh,
hype, baby.
Maris Lufau went off the board, Hank. Your
my boy.
favorite inside linebacker. He goes to them boys, the Cowboys.
Interesting. Yeah,
Yep.
he's gonna be awesome there. Yeah, wow, that is a lot of fun. Do you notice that, like, when you're playing, that quarterbacks have that sort of pressure on them? Like, more so here, obviously. That's a quarterback, of course. There's pressure.
Yeah, I feel like it's just
Yeah.
pressure all the way around, and I think, yeah, and it was tough, especially when I was here, because I mean, Peyton had the pressure, but he never
Yeah.
was stressed, and then everybody after that was playing under Peyton Manning's shadow, so it's only so much you could do. You got to be perfect, or you're not gonna get
None in
love.
particular.
They're booing you quick, like they never booed Peyton like that.
No.
But after that, you had about 50 snaps.
That's right.
And it was, if
Maybe
it wasn't
3
perfect,
touchdowns
oh
in
yeah, you getting booed.
Oh, that's
right.
crazy.
Yeah, all eyes are on you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Quite the spot to be in.
And the thing about it is they want you to succeed. Like that's the
yeah.
good thing about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think other organizations like they wish for your downfall or something, like they're just waiting for you to mess up.
Yeah.
I think our fans want you to succeed, and so they give you the benefit of the doubt for a little while before they turn on
It
you.
is. Yeah. It is
Yeah.
Prime example.
Tyke Smith, the safety from Georgia. wins.
interesting.
89 overall.
A pit stop. Wonder what that will be. Yeah. No, it definitely is. It's high expectations, which is obvious,
sure.
but it's like expectations, not as in like you'd better do it. Like literal expect. Like we expect you to be a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Yep.
Like immediately. And I think that's where it can feel like positivity, like because it's everybody saying like, oh, this guy's gonna be awesome, this guy's gonna be awesome, this guy, but it's because he has to be awesome. And the second you're not, you're just breaking the hearts of all these people who they just buy in so quickly.
Yep. Yep. They're buying jerseys right now. They're like,
Oh yeah.
they're ready to go.
Oh, this is a replay. Everybody's yelling down there.
Hey, Avalanche.
Getting pumped up for the giveaway.
Oh, it's the giveaway. Jeez, they are loud down there tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it is crazy. I mean, I wonder how many Bo Nix jerseys have sold.
Oh. I think they're flying off the shelf.
And that's the crazy thing is they all just have number 1 on him because he's a first round pick. They don't even know like
his true number.
yeah, these aren't even like real Bo Nix jerseys. These are like Bo Nix draft jerseys.
Yep.
Which is actually gonna be kind of like an OG type of type of deal.
Yeah, because after he comes out with his number, you can't get these anymore.
Exactly. So
if you get one signed, you're like,
especially if it's like a nice one.
Yeah.
And then if he turns out
New Jersey, first New Jersey.
Yeah.
By by a player like
yeah. No, this is as much as again, like I'm not the biggest Bo Nix fan. And going back and doing the whole project that we did with watching all those games and reevaluating all that sort of stuff, like I totally see the vision. I see why it could work out. This is going to be a fun season. Like regardless of whether you like the pick or not, and it's been pretty torn so far. They do like those promotional emails, like whatever company, AI companies, like we just went through every fan base's Twitter account, and the Broncos was the 4th least happy of any in the draft last night. It's like, okay, that's interesting for sure, and you definitely feel that because it was a really split. Regardless of what you think, this season is going to be a lot of fun
for sure.
Out of nowhere,
yeah.
Because it really felt like this was going to be just like
a bummer.
You lose them by single digits or double digits. Oh, double digits again. Yeah. But no, you have. There should be hope. Like there should be a lot of hope right now, which is pretty new. I mean, the most hope there's been since about halfway through Russell Wilson's first season.
Hope is back?
I think hope is back. If it's not, it should be.
Wow. God bless him.
Yeah.
Let's go, Bo.
And the hope he's given us. Elijah Jones, Boston College center, cornerback rather. Sorry, goes to the Cardinals. We have pick 91.
Thoughts, Todd?
The Green Bay Packers are on the board.
A little undersized, but he plays the position well.
Oh wow! Sounds like a third rounder. Sounds like a third rounder.
This guy's probably 6'7".
He might be spot on. 6'2", 185. So
Yeah.
a little yes and no.
He's going like Zion, he's small.
Wow. Yeah, there hasn't been like a real rookie quarterback here in forever. Like even Paxton. But that's, 12 is different than 20-something. 12 is different than Drew Lock in the second round.
First rounder is first rounder to me.
Okay.
12 is high, but I think first rounder, like...
Yeah.
There's expectations there. There's expectations there. It's not until you get to... Like there was definitely a cutoff with the second round where it's like, hey, okay.
It's really not
then
since
third round,
Cutler,
like,
right?
No.
Simeon was second year? Third year?
There's Tebow too, but even he eased in and he was what pick 15?
No, he was
20.
He was in the 20s.
20s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he was same draft as Noshawn. No, DT. Wow, that's right. I forgot. I know that era.
Noshawn and Robert Ayers were the
Noshawn,
draft
Robert Ayers
prior,
but
but
that's right.
those are the two drafts that come from the Cutler trade, where the Broncos have multiple first rounders. Yes.
Oh, nobody disagrees when he says something. Yeah. No,
did Marino start in '83 as a rookie? That's a really good question. OD25. I want to say yes.
I would imagine.
Different era.
But also Dan Marino.
Shula.
If Dan Marino didn't win that job, who is he replacing? Because that guy must be pretty good.
Well, Yaya looks that up, and we get through these final 9 picks. I do want to give a quick shout out to our 2 presenting sponsors, Raising Cane's, who's brought us our draft coverage all off-season long. Look at these baller hats. Those are coming home with me. They already went home with me. I brought them back because I'm that kind of generous, selfless guy, but they are, in fact, coming home with me. We would have loved nothing more than Raising Cane's here in the studio. Technical difficulties, we couldn't make it happen. Do yourself a treat on our behalf. For us, go get some delicious, tender chicken fingers, dip them in some cane sauce, and enjoy all the fun. And for cook-to-order hand-breaded chicken fingers, use their website. Go to raisingcanes.com or their mobile app for some delicious chicken right now. Breckenridge Distillery, also the presenting sponsor here. This podcast, Breckenridge Bourbon Whiskey, is the official bourbon of the Denver Broncos. Award-winning spirits. They have such delicious stuff. I've done a whole tasting down in the bar. It is absolutely exquisite. Breckenridge Distillery products are available in all 50 states. Shop your local retailer or visit BreckenridgeDistillery.com for home delivery of award-winning Breckenridge spirits. Opera's anywhere.
So Dan Marino actually played 11 games and started 9.
What a legend.
As a rookie?
As a rookie.
12-game season still? 83? Must be.
Took him to the Super Bowl year 2 then.
Never made it back.
Never made it back and never won it. Yep. Poor Dan Marino.
Poor Dan Marino.
Everybody's got that on him, Todd.
Say a prayer tonight for Dan Marino.
Second year, too, that I won.
Wow.
Never went back, but at least I won it.
Yep.
Better than Dan Marino.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. You avoided Super Bowl 48.
Yeah, I was like,
that was a real dub.
nice.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
You're like, that wasn't me.
No, Hank. 16-game season.
16-game season.
Was
I'm on
that
a cold
weird? The
streak
first.
here.
You're still in New Orleans your rookie season.
Not the whole season. I got
Yeah.
here like
November?
10 games into the season.
Okay.
And so then I was here for like 2 weeks and I started that game in Cincinnati. I was like,
I've heard.
what the hell?
And
then-
Vaughn's fully back by then.
yeah, Vaughn's
He
back.
did that whole suspended year, but he's by week 10. Things are probably pretty.
That's
normal.
right.
Yeah, he's back. So I started that game, then I didn't. Then somebody else got healthy again, and then I started 2 more games, and then I started the Colts playoff game.
Crazy. Must have been Danny who was out.
Yeah.
That year? I don't even
I
remember.
thought he got hurt.
One
One
of
of them.
crazy.
2014?
That'd be 2014 year. That might have been.
What's funny is you can't.
No, I
remember.
thought Nate was hurt originally.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
He had like a concussion or a neck thing or
Nate
something.
was hurt originally, and then maybe B Marsh got hurt that year and came back, and then Danny got hurt the next year. That's when I got some starts and they came back. I think. Who was hurt?
You know what's wild, Todd, is you struggle to remember this, but when your pro day was brought up and your bench reps, you remembered immediately that
Because
you
that was
got,
a travesty.
You got dicked out of 13 bench reps there. Yeah, that is a travesty. I'd be pissed about
That's why
that
you were
myself.
undrafted, maybe.
Yes, that was it.
No, I mean, if he puts 37 on the board, that's an eye-popping
Yeah.
number.
Every
People
team is at
would've
least doing a
noticed.
little double take there.
It's actually Lorente McCray got injured.
But Lorente McCray played on the edge.
Oh, it just says linebacker. It doesn't tell me.
Okay.
And then it says Nate Irving got injured as
Yeah,
a serious
Nate.
injury for that one. And I think Brandon Marshall got
Both,
injured
okay.
later on.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think I came in for B Marsh
The
that year, and then the
Cincinnati game.
next year I came in for Danny once he got hurt, and then the next year I was the starter.
No,
TJ
Danny
telling that
also got injured
story-
that year. All 3 of them got injured.
Yeah, good thing you were there, geez.
It was tough because that year
needed you, man.
they drafted 3 linebackers.
Crazy. I'd forgotten all about that.
Yeah.
None of them stuck, huh?
They stuck for a little while,
Trevathan
like once I got
somebody,
here.
yeah.
No, Trevathan.
Was he not?
No, he
No,
predated.
he predated them.
Oh, yeah, because he was gone after 2015.
Yeah, they.
Chicago.
No,
Yeah.
they only drafted 1. No, 2. Which
2.
was Corey Nelson and Lamine Barrow.
I mean, bro, and then
right.
LSU.
Steve too, right?
I think he was
Steve Johnson. Oh, he was
Steve-
on Joffrey.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, you noticed that. They brought in three rookies, huh?
Yeah, and then I added to the group.
No, actually, it was Chase Vaughn that got brought on as undrafted.
Outside, yeah.
Okay.
And then Shaquille Barrett, too. But that's
Shaq,
outside.
CSU
Yeah,
legend.
And
baby.
you missed Sham Bailey by like a little bit.
No,
like
no,
Oh,
Champ
no,
came to
'cause he
New
went on,
Orleans.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
That's
went to
wow.
Vegas, but never in
Yeah.
That's
Brooklyn.
how you got your overlap.
Yeah, so that's how I
crazy.
met Champ for the first time.
Oh, that is crazy.
It's crazy, right?
That is
I think
crazy.
maybe the best moment on this podcast since you've joined is TJ telling the story about you playing that Cincinnati
Snotty
game.
nose rookie.
Yeah, snotty nose, just running everywhere, just running in the huddle, apologizing for everything.
Hey, bro, I was trying to make it happen because you're undrafted, man. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
I can't make a mistake. So when I make one, I'm like, dang, how much longer do I have?
Oh,
Like,
sorry guys.
I'm trying to make it work, man.
Keep.
Also,
yeah.
real quick, Tyron Hopper to
Green Bay,
Green Bay.
Oh, I
Jalen
called that
McMillan.
one.
Yeah. Jalen McMillan to the
the Buccaneers. Yep.
Oh.
We are at pick 93, the Baltimore Ravens, the old, not quite the Dirty Birds.
What would it take to trade up around this spot right now, Hank? With a fourth round pick.
It depends. What pick
Trey
is this?
Franklin season, Jadavion
93.
Sanders season.
93. So 93 costs 128 points. The Broncos' next pick is 121. That is worth 52 points. So if you did that, and I gotta do some math. The math is not easy. 1, 2.
Man, there really aren't a ton of guys left.
Trey Franklin's still there.
I know, and Jadavion Sanders, crazy enough. Mo Kamara also. Jeremiah Trotter, Breland Allen, Will Shipley, some other kind of high-profile names still around. Sedrick Van Pran, the best center. Josh Newton, pretty talented cornerback out of TCU.
Yeah, and you researched all of these guys?
I'm familiar with most of the guys.
I love it. I love the dedication, man. I love it. Because even when I was coming out, like, I knew the linebackers.
Uh-huh.
It's like guys going 1, 2, 3, but that was it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so if the Broncos were to try to trade up for this pick, it would cost something like their 4th round pick, 2 5ths, and then like a 6th or their 7th. The 6th would be an overpay, 7th would be an underpay.
Are you a big college football guy?
Maybe not.
That's where most of this comes from.
After Dre lists like every single guy in the draft, it feels like maybe not. Yeah,
on Saturdays.
The scale's just a little bit different.
I like teams. I like teams. Just like in the NFL, like I'll watch a USC game, I'll watch an Alabama game, but I'm not like tuned in. You know what I'm saying? To any and every game.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sac State, no love.
Love Sac State.
You tuning in?
Do I watch every game?
Yeah.
Sad to say no.
Oh man.
Yeah. I mean,
but I know that I know whether we win or lose. You know.
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah.
You're keeping tabs.
Yeah.
You still got connections with the staff and stuff.
Yeah, I do. I do. I like the staff.
That's
over
awesome. That's really cool. Xavier Weaver and Jordan Dominic should go. Talking about Buffs prospect. What's up with this draft? Someone asked. Peyton Wilson. Jose will never let that one go. He wants Peyton Wilson badly.
Also,
at this point, decent value.
We don't know for sure 10 surgeries. We know double-digit surgeries. So
it's either
10
minimum. Or more.
10 minimum.
Yeah, 10's the lowest.
10's the best.
For all we know,
10's
it's like
the
90.
lowest.
Yeah.
Maybe like 20.
We had multiple concussions too on record. Right?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not good.
But no, it's not good. But
Poor
like,
Peyton Wilson,
he's a downhill player.
Yeah, but those are the kind of guys.
No, I know. Like your lifespan's like 3 snaps, man.
It's not
Yeah.
good. Like he
That
gets
comes back to
Sell
the
me
whole
on
cheat.
like,
That comes
oh,
back
he's
to
a
the whole
downhill
cheat.
player.
like
Right,
he
you're
is.
right.
He
Right.
is like. I mean, yeah, that's a.
Bat
It's
out
no
of hell,
surprise that he
bull
gets
in a
hurt
china
when you
shop.
watch him play.
Yeah. Because the thing about
Plays with
concussions,
reckless abandon.
they're not all the same.
Yeah.
So like one you can bounce back from, like the next one could be like, all right, you're done. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? They're all different.
The Avs have had a few guys like that. They had that run like Connor Timmins. That's what got him right. And there were a few.
Jeff doing the Lord's work, telling us that the Ravens took edge rusher Disa Isaac from Penn State.
I liked him. I thought he was pretty versatile on the edge. He just gets off blocks so easy. Not as much of a like pure bendy pass rush or anything.
Right.
And which
right.
might make him a little bit of a tweener between like the just like base defense versus pass rushing. But in terms of like it's 1st and 10, you put him on at the outside on like a 3-4. If that turns out to be a pass, he's gonna slip that block. He's gonna get back there.
Well, and these Penn State guys, man, they just on the edge. They're just putting up insane numbers every single year. I don't know what's in the water.
That
there.
Penn State track.
No, Penn State has a fast
too,
track.
inside
No doubt.
linebackers too.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean
Theo
Parsons
Johnson.
and those kind of guys.
Tight end also this year.
Yep.
Saquon
Yep.
crazy. They are really just a crazy number school.
Yeah. They
Like I get like that's just a recruiting
Shout out
tactic.
to my boy Jordan Norwood. Penn State
Yeah,
legend,
that's
baby.
right. Well, he did. Does he have the Super Bowl punt return record? Was that
Yep,
him?
he
Yeah,
did.
that was his. Yeah.
He had it.
Oh, had it.
We
And
missed
didn't score.
We missed a couple blocks. He should have been in the end zone.
Oh no.
That was our fault as the returners. We missed a couple blocks.
You
I mean,
wanna
as
name
like
names?
I'll just say me and other
Really?
guys. I'll
Okay.
take it on
Wow.
myself. Pause.
And that's why you were the special teams captain in the Super Bowl.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna throw anybody under the bus. No, but our goal was to get him to the end zone because that had never been done before.
Yeah.
So
Todd was like,
It is
I ain't
what it
gonna
is.
throw in. I'm not gonna throw this guy into the bus. Like it was all of us.
yeah.
It was. I'm not gonna throw Kayvon under the bus. It was me.
Nah, Kayvon was a dog.
He was a
Kayvon
dog.
There was games that he made crazy plays, like especially in the playoffs, like being that gunner for us. Him and Cody,
Yeah.
they were balling that year as gunners.
Yeah.
They were balling.
When you guys have a punt return like that, is it how much of it is just like, okay, time to go return a punt, we're doing the same thing we always do, versus we have this specific thing schemed up?
We had Joe DiCamilla, so everything was schemed.
Yeah.
Like, we always schemed everything up against every team we played, and we worked like dogs on that special teams unit. Like, we all felt like if we weren't gonna be starters, I bet we're gonna make our name felt at least on special teams, do something. So I think that's why we're beneficial.
Jody Camels, man.
Love Jody. Love Jody.
He really was a great one.
And he's so like detail oriented. I feel like that's the difference between good coaches and bad coaches. Like my linebacker coach and Joe D are like super detail oriented. But you can look around and see guys who just kind of like go out there, throw their shoulder into stuff, don't use their hands. Like in my mind, I always feel like, is your coach not pissed off? Who's telling you to do this? You know, even if you're a good player, you could be great if you just were like more detail oriented. So coaching matters a lot, man.
Yeah.
Matters a lot.
Yeah. Well, and in football, especially because I mean, what you're describing is being able to apply a certain technique, and that really stems from the that's the number one basic. That's then like the whole scheme is built up on.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, it's a big draft topic too. I think half these guys who get picked, it's like, yeah, the hand placement isn't really there. Like, you're gonna have to clean up that. Like, there's always all these little things. And it's like, you can get away with like not being a prospect who knows all the technical stuff if your coach teaches it to you. So, yeah,
and that's the thing is identifying who's got the skills that are the ones that are tough to teach, and who's got the stuff you can't teach, but we can apply the stuff you can't teach. Jalinx Hunt. Houston Christian. Can't say I'd ever studied a prospect from Houston Christian before.
Slow down, baby. This guy is.
But long, lanky edge rusher. And Jalinx Hunt. Actually, so mobile for a long, lanky edge rusher. I think he could even play off ball. The Leonard kid from the Colts.
Yeah.
Darius Leonard. He kind of reminds me of him. And the Bills took Dwayne Carter out of Duke. Kind of wanted the last.
Lil Wayne with
that's another guy.
Lil Wayne.
Fourth.
One of the best interior D linemen left. And we are down to pick 96 with the Jaguars on the board. Only 5 picks left.
This must be the 5th. No, Lil Wayne is the 3rd.
Dwayne Carter spelled the same way.
Dwayne Michael Carter the 3rd.
Dwayne.
Who? He has another Dwayne?
Yeah, he has a kid that's like a junior from him. He might be the 4th, but like, he has another. He has like 5 kids out there, but his name is like Dwayne Carter.
Yeah, Lil Wayne's the 3rd.
Yeah.
I thought it was Dwayne Michael Carter the 3rd.
I'm surprised you would know that, man.
There was a 2-year period where I only listened to Lil Wayne.
Dude,
I had a good period.
He's Dwayne Carter Jr.
Yeah.
He is junior?
Yep.
I was just thinking of the Carter 3.
Dude, honestly.
Yeah, but there's 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5.
Hank is just like a low key. Hank is like a low key hip hop head, dude. Like.
He had to hide it in Montana.
You do have to hide it in Montana.
They busted the barn. What the hell are you doing in here?
It's like Footloose. You have to go off like.
Well, so it started.
So good.
How old have I been?
I agree.
So it started with like an
Eminem
Eminem album. Or I got this Eminem album. I was like, oh my God, this is awesome.
Yeah.
But then my mom heard it. So that was the end of Eminem. And so then Eminem was replaced by Lil Wayne. And so from the time I was like 10 to 13, I think me and my dad came down here for a Lil Wayne concert when I was like 14, 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that would have been right around when Kendrick Lamar started. Because that would have been 2015.
Yeah. Kendrick's good.
Yeah. 2012, I was 15. So then that's, yeah. It was 2012, yeah. Yeah.
I like the options you're putting out there in the interior D line, Jose. I think we're right in line. Gabe Hall, Leonard Taylor, maybe Brandon Dorless, a little 5 technique. McKinley Jackson could be another one.
Yeah. Who was the president, McKinley? What was his name?
It might have been McKinley Jackson.
McKinley Jackson? Is that what this guy's name?
William McKinley, who was right before, like, right around
what a
Jackson.
legend.
Every time I was thinking of the presidents.
Yeah, we're just fucking around at this point. We're pretty much done.
Oh, Tyler Davis. Yep. Tyler Davis is a good call.
President Tyler, another good one.
You like Tyler Davis.
President David? Was there ever a president? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
A lot
Roosevelt.
of Davises.
No.
Davis Roosevelt? Roosevelt Davis? Yeah.
And
a lot of Davises.
TJ Tampa, big corner from Iowa State. He actually would be a phenomenal pick. Jaden Hicks, too, safety from Washington State would be fun.
He would be fun.
Brenden Rice is still around.
How many picks left in this round? What are we at?
We are at pick 96, the Jags. And 100 pick round. So just 5 left.
I have a proposition.
Okay.
If the Broncos trade up into the 3rd round, we all shotgun a beer.
Okay.
4 picks left.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, we're not going to turn that down. We've gone too far to turn that down. Okay. Got the Amazon up 1-0. It turns out the Lowry in this one, not the guy from Arkansas, the only Arkansonian ever drafted to the NHL.
We really should have seen that one. Like, the only Arkansas player ever is not the best player on a playoff team.
Wait,
You never know.
was he born in Arkansas or did
Born
he
in Arkansas.
Okay,
Best ever born in Arkansas.
What do you call someone from Arkansas? I just
like
sent
that.
it with
Well, what do you-
Arkansonian.
I like it. I think it works.
Arkansonian's good.
What do you call somebody from Kansas?
Yeah.
A Kansan? Because then it should be
yeah.
an
Kansan.
Arkansan.
Would it be Arcanian?
Arcan. I think that's another thing.
Then like a Caniac.
Damn, I could go for a Caniac.
Thomas had
getting it on the way
injury
home.
problems.
I am. I can't. I'm for sure doing it.
No!
You hate to see it.
You jinxed it by saying they were up.
Jarian Jones, Florida State cornerback, the higher of the 2 rated Florida State cornerbacks. He goes 96th overall to the Jaguars. We now have the Cincinnati Bengals on the board at pick 97. Yeah, it feels like they're
That's a hell of a
exploring
shot.
trades because it's really going slow as shite. Jalen Wright would be a lot of
Just
fun.
that little gap above.
You gotta
oh.
close that. I'm talking like I know.
Hey, you're not wrong, though.
You're not wrong. There's that.
wrong.
Oh,
That's brutal.
that is brutal.
Bill Belichick would be
That's
pissed
brutal.
because that guy does not have a fat ass.
Wow. So true. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm more shocked that you remembered that or that you were checking for it.
I'm just looking at asses now. Like, this guy's good, this guy's bad.
I mean, a lot of us scout that way.
Anyways, Scott, football player.
That's how you can watch college football and know every single player.
Wow.
There needs to be a little bit of motivation behind it, man.
I don't know if he's scouting football players.
No.
He's
No. That's my Instagram searches. It's crazy that the last QB taken is still Bo Nix. It is crazy.
Oh,
Andrew
wow.
from the Toyota
Wow.
shop.
That is
12th
crazy.
overall, last quarterback taken.
6 in the first and none.
Whoever's convinced themselves that Spencer Rattler is not bad.
The
Giants,
Seahawks could do it
Keenan,
too.
Seahawks?
So right
Saints?
now, right now it's like we have Steelers, Rams, and Washington left because Bengals just took McKinley Jackson from.
Oh my
Texas
gosh,
A&M.
McKinley Jackson, the president?
We've done this.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was Willie McKinley, not McKinley Jackson.
They just happened to be present.
Steelers up
McKinley
next,
and Jackson.
98. Steelers up next at pick 98.
Who's another McKinley? Oh, McKinley Wright.
Kool-Aid McKinley.
Kool-Aid McKinley.
That's McKinstry.
McKinsey. Dang, I tried to have your back.
He did. Yeah.
I tried to have your back to Kool-Aid. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are literally at the point where like just end the damn draft. Like just get done with it.
Now we are. We've been here.
I'm having a good time. I don't know what you guys.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
it was a great time.
I wonder how are the viewers doing? We still have any numbers, or people just left?
We have over 362.
Okay, that's solid.
Shout out to the sickos. We love you so much. Hank, tell them what's going on tomorrow.
I was actually going to ask you about that. So after the draft, we're going to be wrapping it up. We're going to be live in the morning. We are going to be live after the draft, breaking down.
Maybe around when the 7th round starts.
We are going to be live at some point in the 7th round or so.
Yeah, that's right.
Breaking
Yeah,
down
that sounds
all
right.
the things the Broncos have done, and the last thing they'll probably
They're
do.
going to
They
have,
have a 7th round pick.
Tons of picks.
Yeah. Oh, there will be so much to talk about.
5th round will be on fleek, as some would say.
We needed an on fleek from you again.
Yeah, no doubt.
What's
Yeah.
the equivalent of on fleek, but like now?
I don't know.
Modernized.
Oh wow, it's not mid. It's 'cause mid isn't
Fire,
good.
big dub.
See, but-
I don't know.
Same era. Those are
Say less. I get that.
that's a.
Bet say less. Could that be on fleek's equivalent now?
This is fun.
My guy saying, love hanging out with the boys. We love hanging out with you. I'm struggling to read that name, and I'm not even going to bother.
That's how I was thinking.
Yeah, the Toyota chat. When the Toyota chat lays a trap for me, I don't walk into it. I know better.
That is,
You didn't even see me. Like, I was just looking at you way through the radio.
This is
What did I say?
So I was like, say it, I dare you.
Yeah, I can't see it, but it looks familiar.
Yeah,
we
we
were
shared
gonna
a friend
touch that one.
whose name is probably Nicholas Greer.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's hope. Steelers up at pick 98. I love that we're getting questions about Mr. Irrelevant when we are 4 rounds away from that.
Yeah, so the tough part is just we don't really know who the next 100 picks are going to be. So
Actually, 200 picks. That's it.
Spencer Rattler.
yeah, 150 left. Yeah.
Is that
Spencer
right,
Rattler.
Jeff? Peyton
160
Wilson
left.
to the Steelers? Shoot. I don't really care,
That's
but I
such a
feel
great
bad for
fit for
Jose.
I don't really care, but poor dude.
Well, no, I mean, I like, I kind of, the injury stuff scares me away. The Steelers have had such a Steelers-y draft.
I know Peyton Wilson.
It's like nothing but O linemen and white backers, you know? It's just like, yeah, that's the Steelers for you. Roman Wilson.
Noah Greer.
Noah. Shout out Noah Greer. Noah from the bar?
All right. I don't think Noah from the bar who brought us
He's a little busy right now.
the sliders.
That really is a trap.
Yeah.
So what time are you guys on tomorrow? So that people know.
7th round.
7th round.
Was that a purposeful comment? Does that mean you won't be joining?
I didn't think I was on. I thought I was off, but I was just asking.
We said you are welcome.
What's funny is my wife also didn't think I was on tomorrow, so apparently she's chaperoning prom. So we'll figure that out.
Oh, wow.
We'll see. Yeah.
I my mind.
That would be one.
Lucia's 4.
She's 6. But yeah.
Oh, she used to be 4. That's
Yeah,
right.
no, she didn't.
That's what I was thinking.
Facts, as the kids
She
would
was.
say.
Yeah, no.
Facts, as the kids would
That's
say.
one event I probably wouldn't want to chaperone because I know like prom for me was like, you know, everybody's prom. You're trying to have a good time. Like that's the last thing I would. That's tough. That's tough as a chaperone
That's
for
why
sure.
a teacher chaperoning. That's probably who the chaperone should be. A
At
parent
the American
chaperoning.
School of Milan, one prom we did, open bar. Worst
I
idea
know that was
anyone's
crazy.
ever had. Holy
For
shit.
18-year-olds?
So stupid to
yeah.
do that. And the 18-year-old kids were kind of the responsible ones. It was the 17 and 16 that
my
really made poor decisions that night.
Oh my god!
It was a great
That is
time for me
awesome.
to try my first ever like dry martini and kind of learn like, okay, I don't think I need to try one of those again. Kind of it.
Martinis are. I basically just drink tequila, if I'm being honest.
That's a lot of booze. Cameron Kitchens to the Rams. He's the Miami
hitter.
safety.
Yeah, safety.
Hit, little switch hitter, little third baseman from the U over here. Baseball
I'm not
positions. That
calling
is
him a
the
switch
next
hitter.
draft, so I will be getting into that soon enough.
He
Cameron
Cameron Kinchens,
Kitchens.
not Kitchens.
Cameron Kitchens.
Yep. No, he's big. He ran slow. He had like a 4.65 or something, and that's why he wasn't. Otherwise, he has like the size. He hits. He looks like he can run. Productive. I think he has a crazy pick number. I might just check that.
Last line of
Computer
defense.
died. Nobody
Do you
cares.
need that blazing speed, or you more need instincts to be like you need to like be in the right spot. Don't overrun anything.
I'm not a big 40 guy. Like I always feel like you can watch film and see if guys are getting like ran away from or not.
Right.
You know, and I think a lot of guys play faster than the 40 speed, and you got a lot of guys play slower than the 40 speed. So just because you come out there and run a 4.3, you may not play like that with pads on. Like
100%.
even Penix, as much as I liked Penix, he
Yeah,
ran a
4.47.
4.47. He
Come on,
doesn't
that's
run
insane.
like
Yeah.
a 4.47 on the field. So I
They
don't
should
know.
run that shit in pads too.
Yeah.
I think really.
Way more accurate.
Yeah.
Because what we decided Xavier Worthy was like 165.
Yeah.
You increase his body weight by like 15%
Oh,
putting
for
pads
sure.
on him. That little guy, not
dead.
moving like
Yeah,
that.
what was
He's
John
dragging
Ross the previous time he broke the record?
Exactly. It's not big guys.
I mean, then the controversy would be people are like messing with equipment, hauling
Oh,
it
wow.
out, you know.
And then it's like, no, my
epic.
shoulder pads. I'm going to play
Absolutely
with
epic.
shoulder pads this small. It's a lot. And they go out there and just start breaking their
We're-
collarbone.
We're down to the last pick, the 100th pick. Mando's
Wow.
on the board once again. It's crazy to think we did this whole broadcast for Jonah Ellis.
I mean, that is, yeah.
That was
5
our-
hours for Mr.
That was our
Mr. Ellis.
peak. Jonah Ellis.
3 hours.
Only 4 hours and 20 minutes. Hey, 420.
The Broncos pick
420.
next at 21 in the
121?
fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah, 121.
I feel like our picks are so far
I
in
know.
between each
Oh,
other.
I know, it's
I mean, what's
taking
that
forever.
stretch in the 5th round, though? Do you have that pulled
But
up?
fifth round was
Oh,
quick.
dude,
Yeah.
that's 3 picks in the top 12. So
Yeah.
first pick of the 5th, 136. 10th pick, 145. 12th pick, 147. Troy Franklin, Jatavion Sanders. I cannot believe that. Theo Johnson ran that great 40. I'm
Yeah.
surprised he's still around.
Sometimes,
This is our mock simulation, though. Tight ends, we're dropping. Wide receivers, we're dropping. Running backs,
Yeah.
we're dropping. Jalen Wright ran a blazing 40 coming off a very nice season at Tennessee. He's still on the board. There's speed. There's playmaking left.
yeah, there definitely is.
And maybe it was better to address the trenches earlier and wait to get the speed and skill positions till later, because the way things have fallen, that might just be it. Corner's going to be the biggest concern. I think you can find some decent safeties, linebackers, skill positions as just mentioned. I think interior D-line, that ship's probably sailed. I think
Yeah.
safety, that ship's, or cornerback, that ship's probably sailed.
So, also, Troy Franklin's still on the board.
Yeah, as is Jatavion Sanders.
As I just said.
Yeah, but I mean, crazy, though.
Mo Kamara also still available.
Yeah. Broncos got to
I mean,
be
it's crazy.
getting Troy Franklin, right?
I get the feeling they don't totally care about that connection. Though if you've watched a lot of Bo Nix tape, you're definitely like, damn, Troy Franklin's nice with it.
Oh, yeah.
It's impossible
Yeah.
not to think that.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, boy. These hockey players just can't. Luke McCaffrey.
Luke McCaffrey, the
Yeah.
chat.
Wow.
Very excited. To the Commandos.
Commandos.
Wait, who's their...
Jahan
two
Dotson,
speed
Scary
guys.
Terry, and Luke McCaffrey.
So maybe a little undersized.
Incredible.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Little possession wide receiver.
The fastest of the McCaffreys.
Wow. Well, that's going to do it.
Oh, yeah. Get up. Down, little boy.
You ever wish you played hockey?
No.
I didn't think so.
Too scared to like.
Yeah,
That would
I
be
know,
the
I know.
worst.
Yep,
Yeah.
that is scary for sure.
Was it Kane? No, not Kane.
Well, the famous one, the chat probably knows. These guys, they know puck over
The one
there.
that got like slit on his wrist and he was like bleeding out. In the locker
About to die.
Yeah,
That would
great.
not be a good time.
Not great.
And honestly, I didn't know anybody to play hockey growing up, to be honest.
That
It wasn't
yeah.
really like a sport that was like
Yeah.
available.
There was no like the Inglewood Hockey Club. No.
Italy's the same.
Yeah.
Never knew anyone
Yeah.
who played hockey.
Honestly, not a lot of hockey in Montana. You'd think there'd be more. I was also kind of in an isolated area.
A lot of basketball, a lot of baseball. A lot of baseball players in Cali.
Yeah.
Pitchers and yeah.
Because they
Not
have
too
like all
much.
the colleges, like Long Beach State and all that. It's
Always
just like,
good.
Well,
yeah.
you can
they're
play
awesome.
year round. It's such
Yep.
an advantage.
Yep.
Such an advantage.
like, I'm pretty fucked up, but like a lot of them play fucking
Yeah.
baseball.
I know.
That's true.
Match him up outdoors, says broke our heart out right at the end. But Troy Franklin's still there. The wide receiver we really wanted has survived.
But the thing is, you hit the point where you're just like, wait, is he actually bad and I'm missing something?
You start rethinking
Dang,
that.
Yeah.
dude.
It's like we all thought he was
That's
good.
a really open-minded way to look at things.
I know, but I need to trust myself and
Yeah,
not what
no, trust
the
yourself.
NFL front offices think about NFL players.
Also, lots of wide receivers were taken. So,
So yeah,
it
and
checks out
when we
that
did know there were like a
one
dozen
guy
that could
was
go
gonna
and like,
drop.
yeah.
Shout out
Luke
to
McCaffrey?
Raising Cane's, Breckenridge Distillery, all our great sponsors for keeping us going tonight. Shout out to producer Yaya, Zach Stevens in Dove Valley. I'm sure he'll be talking to George and Sean soon enough.
Yeah.
Jonah Ellis.
Oh, no.
And Henry will be back tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So until then, bye.
Well, what's the Bo Nix thing?
We all silly like the mayor.